How's it going, y'all? It's Monday. Hope y'all had a great weekend. Guess who's on the stand today? We have Trooper Michael Proctor. He's on the stand. And I know a lot of you guys were wondering whether or not if he was going to testify. When I listened back to Mr. Lawley's opening statements, I was like, I feel like he's going to call him. It sounds like he's going to call him, but who knows? You know, as the trial progresses, sometimes things change. But, you know, I thought Lawley was going to call Proctor over to the stand. Oh, well, let me make sure my audio is good. I restarted my computer. Okay, we're good. Hi, Gigi. How's it going? So before we get to Trooper Michael Proctor on the stand, and I also want to cover the little argument between Yannetti and Judge Canoni. I think that's how you say her last name. Hi, Moondog. How's it going? I wanted to cover that part and a little bit of Buinik's testimony, mainly the part where we go to the surveillance footage. So Proctor, I don't know if we're going to get to his cross-examination today, but if I remember correctly, I think Tuesday there is no court day. So maybe Wednesday. Depends on how long Lawley is going to take with the direct examination. I don't know. I feel like with Proctor being on the stand, you probably just want to be really careful with what you ask of and kind of just like get to the investigative part, you know? Because there's other parts of Mr. Proctor that we are also very curious about. Text messages that Mr. Yannetti talked about in opening statements. But before we get to that, I want to go to Paige Hanna's video. She posted her video yesterday on Sunday. Yesterday was Sunday. And I wanted to watch that. I think in her second video, I think she mentioned that she was going to do just like the last video, third video. I don't know if there's going to be more videos afterwards. But if I remember correctly, I think she was planning to do just like a last third video. And this video is where she talks about Jody Hildebrandt staying at her house for 6 weeks and what transpired. Because in Kevin Franke's interview, the one that we didn't get to see a video interview of, they only did a recording, which at least they did something, you know, unlike some of the law enforcement in Massachusetts. At least we have an audio recording of this. And Kevin Franke did talk about how Jody Hildebrandt said that she was kidnapped by the Hannahs. And I guess she escaped them and then maybe cut ties with them, right? But the other perspective that Kevin Franke brought up, and I don't know if he heard that from the Hannahs directly or from other people, was that, you know, Jody was trying to self-harm herself and maybe she was trying to seduce the husband. Which to me, I'm like, the husband? If it was like Jody trying to seduce the wife, that might be more in line of what we think Jody might, you know, like what her romantic interests might be. I've been waiting since I saw her post for you to cover it. Yeah, I was a little bit busy yesterday. I don't know how I missed it though, because I have my YouTube notifications on now, and I might have scrolled through my notifications yesterday, and then the YouTube stuff kind of just all blended together. But it's okay. We're here now. So we're going to cover the Paige Hanna video, and then afterwards we'll go to the Karen Reed trial. And like I said, Mr. Proctor, he testified on the stand right now. I have a live feed of him right here because I just want to see how quickly or how slow Lawley's going to do his direct examination of Proctor. But I hope you guys had a good weekend. We'll switch on over here right now. Oh, wait, no. This one. Okay. All right. So I haven't seen it yet. I was trying to get a thumbnail, but we haven't seen it yet. And I think for this one, well, it depends on what she's talking about. I'll either speed it up, slow it down. But I think we'll start off with like 1x speed, and then maybe we'll speed it to like 1.25 or something like that. But yeah, thanks for being here. Thanks for joining us. And hello. I'm just going to get started right into it because we have a lot of stuff to cover today.
Hello, I'm here recording.
Oh, okay. I need to boost audio properly. Volume booster. Hold on a second. I haven't boosted on my end. Yeah, I'm going to boost her up a little bit. Make it nice and loud. See, what I love about the law and crime coverage of the Karen Reed trial, I'm pretty sure they boosted the audio on their end.
Recording the third video where I talk about...
Ooh, okay, that was a little too loud. Turn it back down.
my experiences with Jodi Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke. This video is going to be a little bit different. It's taken me a long time to even work up the desire to record another video. I don't want to do this.
Hi,
Chantal. Just lay that out. It is hard to think back on my experience with Jody. It is hard to reflect on my relationship and friendship with Ruby. It ended. really abruptly.
I mean, I think she could have just stayed silent and not say anything, but because so many people listened to the Kevin Franke's interview and it's already been put out there, they're like, oh, you know, Jody may have said that these people will try to kidnap her. So, I mean, I don't think it's out of the ordinary for her to come out and want to kind of clear her name, her and her husband's name, and then talk about her experiences with, you know, Jody and Ruby and share with other people out there on the internet. Hey, Fire.
And so I have wanted to just set this aside. Many of you have emailed saying, you don't have to do this. I can see your pain. You don't have to feel obligated. And I don't feel an obligation or a duty. When I sit back and I think about what I've been through and everything I've learned, all I have is a desire to use all of the painful lessons I learned.
And I think it's a good way for, I don't know, to get closure as well. Some people might get closure from maybe talking it out with like maybe their family, their friends, their therapist or something like that. But I mean, like a lot of this is like kind of like public. It's in the public arena. So I can see why she would want to get closure in the public area. Hey, what's up?
So that maybe you won't repeat them. And my experience is really unique in that Jody had taught me some amazing, I don't like the word principles. So they were just good teachings. There were things that were sound and were good. And had I not learned them, I wouldn't have been able to see her clearly. And so it's a really interesting situation because she came into my home a very, very broken person. And had I not spent so many years trying to understand my own brokenness and really try to uproot my pain and heal it, I wouldn't have been able to see hers so clearly. And it's such a big part. So I have sought a lot of counsel in the things that I share. In the first video, I explained my involvement in connections and relationship with Ruby. I also explained one of the things I learned most was that if you put anything above God, it has become your new God and you are at risk of being.
And I have my own thoughts about Jody. I don't know, from what I've heard, it seems like Jody might have been a pathological liar, someone who was, you know, had very attention-seeking behavior. And Ruby Franke, on the other hand, I think she just wanted acceptance. She wanted validation. She wanted to be a people person. She wanted to be everyone's best friend, you know? Like, I feel like she just wanted to please others around her. But when it came to her kids, I don't know if she really cared about pleasing them, you know? It was mostly just her having this crazy, like, OCD control. I don't know. I think she had, like, a control, like a major control issue.
Deceived. In my second video, I talked about introducing Ruby to connections and our friendship and
wait, sorry, am I tripping? This is a new YouTube thing? The video's like the edges are curved. Was it always like this? Or am I just noticing this now?
I viewed generational healing as something really important. That's the avenue I took, connections. And I explained how a lot of these teachings were weaponized. In this video, I will explain how she came into my home and some of the tools that I had received that helped me see the level of her illness. This last month, as I've been struggling and as I've been contemplating, do I want to do this? Why would I keep talking about it? I've asked myself, what is my purpose? Why put myself through this discomfort? Why try to dredge up these experiences that were hell 3 years ago? And it's to answer the question, how could this happen? And that's it. How could this happen? And I think I have an understanding of how. So bear with me. You know I talk slow.
It's okay. You can talk as slow as you want. We got the settings here.
It's very important to me that these are not scripted, that I allow the thoughts to flow, the words to flow the way they should. And if I'm headed down a path, a train of thought that I feel is not where I should be going, then I'm going to stop.
And it definitely feels more authentic in my opinion.
Because I want to be real and I want to, I just want to be genuine in my experience, genuine in my desires. And that is to share my shortcomings and faults in hopes that you might learn from them. 2021, we had just finished a coaches retreat when we were getting ready to put all of these coaches out into their own field where they would take on their own clients and they would begin teaching the way they felt was best.
Hi, Barry.
The same principles, the same things that we had learned, but like I said, I really gravitated towards the generational healing. Other women gravitated towards the different things that really were receptive, what they were receptive to, that they helped them heal. It was that weekend that everybody was in my home, all these coaches, we had gone through a training. We were basically graduating.
I wonder is the connections Instagram is probably still up, right? And the Facebook page. Hey, Thomas, how are you doing today?
I laugh because there was just a lot of evidences of Jody's lack of...
What if Pam Botchner is still running connections in the background and they're still doing their like weekly seminars,
business skills in that. And I think if any of you coaches are watching, former coaches, you will laugh in remembering some of those things. And yeah, we were getting ready to graduate, to move on. That same weekend, Jody had confided in me those dreams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all these women that go to Jody are looking for answers. They're all vulnerable. They're looking to have someone that they can trust. Someone that they can listen to, someone that's like, oh, she has like this background. Okay, like we can trust her. These are her credentials. She was working with the church at some point. They recommended her at some point. Not anymore. And they truly believe that she was like an authority figure that they can believe in. She took advantage of that.
Dreams that she'd been having. We talked some more about them and the severity and her distress with them. She went home. Everybody went home. She went home, and in the next few days, Johnny and I, my husband, received a phone call that Jody needed help. And this phone call came from a person that I had never met before. I don't believe I'd ever even spoken to her on the phone. And
I wonder if this person was someone that was helping Jody and was looking to pawn Jody off onto someone else. Because when we heard from Kevin Franke, there was a pastor, I think. So after the whole thing happened with Franke and Johnny, Hannah, I think Jody leaned on a pastor to help her. And Kevin Franke would talk about how this pastor would drive all the way down to come see Jody, talk to her for hours and hours and hours. And it was at that point where Ruby was like, hey, maybe we should take care of Jody. Maybe we should take Jody and bring her in and live in our house and we'll take care of her. And Kevin's a little bit hesitant at first, but then later on agreed to what his wife wanted. Fascinating. People are looking to lead. Everyone's looking for a leader. Yeah. Especially if you feel like you're lost, you know what you're doing. You just want guidance and you kind of want like a solid foundation to lean on. So, I mean, I get why people tend to look for leaders and someone to help them out and stuff like that, but you also got to be really fucking careful and really fucking skeptical sometimes,
She was a dear friend of Jody's, living in a different country, thousands of miles away, who had known her for, 20 or 30 years.
Who is this person?
This friend had Jody on the line also and expressed how concerned she was that Jody was not doing well. And my husband and I didn't understand what does that mean, not doing well. And she said, she's suicidal. Now, Johnny and I had some experience previously with a very close relation who had been suicidal. So immediately this tugged on our heart. And because of the goodness of our hearts, we were in the state of, what can we do? How can we help? Mm-hmm. This friend said she's really worried because Jody lives alone and doesn't have a lot of close relations down where she lived. And the majority of the help she could seek and friends were up near where I lived. So my husband and I offered to go, we offered for her to come and stay with us. And she said no. Jody said no. No, I can't put you out. No. I can't remember if in the last video I had said that she makes something your idea. If I didn't say it, I thought it, but that's because that's how she functioned. And so she said, no, I couldn't do that to you. And because of what we thought was the severity of the problem, we offered to meet her halfway. We said, okay, that's fine. We're just going to drive halfway. And if you're there, great. If you're not there, then you'll have made us drive all the way for nothing. And we won't be able to help you. So we drove halfway, met up with her, and ended up driving back to our home where...
I actually don't remember where they lived. Do they also live near where the Frankies are? Like in Springville, I think? I don't remember.
Where she would stay.
Sounds like a long drive.
First of all, I was apprehensive. Jody's a hard person to be around. I don't know if you've gathered that by now, but she is a lot to handle, and I already knew that. I'm friends with her. I love her for her...
Wait, why is it Karen retrial on another break? What's going on here? Oh, boy.
Loved her for her great qualities. And and was grateful for the small doses. So there was a lot of apprehension in the thought of her coming. I set that aside, thinking that this was a very loving, compassionate thing to do, compassionate, loving way to help. If you had said, go get this woman, she's going to be living with you for 6 weeks, I wouldn't have. That just wasn't even in my mindset. Also, the nature of my home allows for a lot of space between people. So I also at the time had a nanny helping many hours throughout the day. So I thought that there could be a lot of separation between helping Jody and...
Hannah lives in Mapleton, which is close to Springfield, both hours from Jody's prison home. Yeah, because Jody's all the way in Ivins. And I think from the Franke's home to Jody's house was like 3 hours or something, 3.5 hours. It was pretty far. I think Jody's house is like 2 hours away from Vegas or something.
My kids being protected and helped. So it was late at night. We brought her to our home. And the next day, this friend from out of country said that she would be coming also. She would be flying in to help her dear friend Jody. There were also other friends of Jody's aware of this situation and friends of my own aware of this situation. So I felt like I had a lot of support around me, and she was not able to alienate me and my husband the way she was with the Frankes, which... How could this happen? If I'm answering that question, that's one of the key things. We had a support system around us that was very dear to us, and maybe over time, maybe over months, she would have been able to weave her way and break those relationships, but she wasn't.
And I think like the Franke family, like the siblings, I think like maybe the parents, I think they tried to say like, oh, you know, like this Jody person is kind of weird. I don't know about this Ruby. I don't know about this, but Ruby did such a good job at pushing all those thoughts out. Like she didn't care about what any of her family thought. She was worshiping Jody. Okay. Anyone that said anything bad about Jody, she probably looked at them and was like, okay, well, I'm going to cut you out of my life then, because Jody's the person that I love. Jody's the person that I worship. Jody's the person that I trust, right? Even to the point where she was able to, you know, push out Kevin, her husband of how many years out of her life? Well, I think they were married for like 20 years or something like that. And just totally devote her time to Jody.
She was here. I didn't think that I could actually help her. It's not like we brought her here because I thought that my husband and I were capable of taking on somebody suicidal and solving their problems for them. I thought we were a step in a much bigger process. I learned very quickly that she was unwilling to seek professional help. Her reasons for not seeking professional help were...
She didn't trust them?
That they're just in distortion, that they don't understand, that they'll just medicate her and then she'll be a zombie and that'll take away her agency. So you can see how she already had her own like honest, responsible, humble narrative that she had to cling to, and that we understood. So when she said they won't allow me to live honestly because I'll be drugged, or they're not honest, or I mean she convoluted all of it to where I was like, then what do we do? Then how do we help? I had sought help.
I don't know. I feel like anyone or any entity that Jody couldn't control or have like influence or power over, she didn't trust. If you were one of her minions, on the other hand, okay, she'll trust you. Because it's possible that she may be able to convince you to do what she wants you to do.
In an unconventional way from somebody who does, I don't know, I'd say energy work, but it's a mix of so many different modes of healing. And it had been very beneficial to me. Yes, I'll explain my muffin later. This woman had helped me understand that a lot of the answers to my problems I can find through my subconscious. And if I am asking my higher power for assistance, my subconscious can provide the means to heal to the answers. So we decided to go down that route. That's the one Jody was open with. I recognize now she was open because she thought it was a system she could manipulate. At the time, I had full hope that she would be able to understand what she was going through and why. This is where some of her teachings came into play for me. One of the ones that she had explained most,
Use her teachings against her.
She didn't explain most. Truth and distortion is what she hit on most. One of the things that she taught briefly that I really clung to was the concept of denial. And I'm going to reiterate a little bit of what I explained in the first video. You're in a state of peace or you're in a state of pain. And that, in order to understand where that shift was, that you went from peace to pain, you have to look at your thoughts and you have to look at your actions, your behaviors. And then you might be able to see where.
Hi, Sarah. How are you doing today? I mean, you're not too far behind. We just started not too long ago, so you'll catch up in no time. But I hope you're doing well, Sarah. I hope you had a good weekend.
Where the shift was, and then get yourself back into peace. If you were unwilling to look at your pain, then you would utilize denial. And there's all these tactics of denial. There's all these tactics of avoidance to look at your pain. And when I understood those, and I saw this long list of avoidance tactics, I could see myself using so many of them. I actually have a list, and I'm going to pull it up because this is key to understanding how I saw Jody clearly. Avoiding in itself is a tactic to not look at your pain. Blaming somebody else, compartmentalizing, comparing, creating distractions, entitlement, exaggeration, either or thinking, which is black and white thinking, which many people within connections were very good at black and white thinking.
Hey, Stampy.
Feeling helpless or hopeless, intellectualizing, justifying your behavior, minimizing your behavior, storytelling, manipulating, omitting information, rationalizing, thinking you're unique or different, and thinking you're a victim. So at first, it's really easy to think of all these forms of denial and to think,
I kind of want to write these down for later on.
all other people are utilizing them. And so I was guilty of that. I thought like, oh, I can tell when my husband's in pain because he's rationalizing or he's intellectualizing, or I can tell if my kids are in pain because they're trying to manipulate or they're omitting information. And so while it could have been a weapon, I just saw it as information. Oh, I can understand people better if I know these things. And then it evolved into, I can understand myself once I recognize I minimize my emotions regularly. I over-intellectualize. I justify things. I feel entitled. So I started reflecting on my own behavior. And as I did that, I ultimately saw that I was in a great amount of pain, suppressed pain. And so then I started asking myself, what am I not looking at? Why do I have limited memories from certain years of my life? Why is this resonating so deeply with me, this concept of denial, being in denial? So I spent a lot of time studying it. And so much to where in the past, I would have had that entire list memorized. And throughout the day, I would have been able to watch myself move in and out of those different places of denial. That training was so integral to my experience with Jody and her decline mentally. So she was here because she was suicidal.
I wonder, I know that when the women were arrested, Jody and Ruby, they were separated and then they were put in people were trying to speculate where they were being held at. I think at some point there was an update saying they were put in medical hold. I wonder if any of the women ever had a psychological evaluation, or did it not just get there yet because the trial didn't really, progress anywhere. It was just okay, they have a plea deal. But I do wonder if they ever had a psychological evaluation after they were held. Hi, Wayne.
So I thought.
Who is this lady? This is Paige Hanna. So we've covered 2 of her other videos. She was part of the Connections group with Jody Hildebrand, Ruby Franke. Her and her husband, they're kind of up there in Connections for a bit. And then they had a falling out with Jody Hildebrand, and she's here to tell us, what kind of happened during that time. But we have about another 10 minutes left, so I'm wondering maybe there will be a 4th video.
And because that's what I thought I can help her. And I can help her through introducing her to this healer who can help her look at what's really going on behind.
Oh, I forgot. Kevin Franke also said that Jody claimed that her and her husband tried to introduce her into another cult. I think that's the part we're going to get to right now. Okay, because she tried to introduce Jody to a healer, and then maybe Jody's oh my God, this is a cult. This is a cult. There's no way. I know what a cult is. There's no way I'm going to pull myself into another cult.
These sleepless nights, these dreams. And as we worked, and I say we because I was a part of some of those sessions at her request, Jody's request, I started...
Also, I'm looking at the Karen Reed trial right now. Why are they still on break? What's going on?
Seeing the amount of pain that Jody had been bearing. She had already confided certain things in me. And so when she was discussing with this healer, I could hear she was omitting information. I could hear that she was telling a story one way when I recall it happening a different way.
Manipulation, lies,
So I could see she was manipulating the
being
situation.
selective. No, they had their lunch break. They came back in session, and then I don't know what the fuck they're doing. I don't know. I have my eye up on the live trial on the right side. No, we have not got to Proctor yet. I wanted to cover Paige Hanna first, and then we'll go over to the Karen Reed trial. We're going to cover the part where Yannetti and the judge had some, a little bit of a feisty back and forth ish, kind of. Was it really a back and forth, though? Maybe like a quick little back and forth. And then I want to cover a little bit more Buinik's testimony, but just a tiny little portion where they talked about the surveillance and they have it shown on the camera. And then, we'll get to Proctor. We'll get to Proctor.
If you were a suicidal person seeking counsel from Jodi, I could only imagine that she would tell you, like the counsel she would give you in different ways. And this was back then. And I could hear that she was not living what it was she would tell others to do. So she was the exception to the rules.
And that was mentioned before. I think Jody, did she say that the same thing for Ruby too? She said that Jody would teach people, all these things, and then herself wouldn't follow any of it. And I think when she talked about Ruby, she talked about how, well, Ruby, she would take Jody's teachings and just not even do it correctly.
Exception to her teaching. When somebody
it was almost as if Ruby would weaponize what she learned from Jody against other people.
Is living as the exception to the world, the exception to how things are taught and done, or the exception to let me put this into words. Which is
what I don't like, by the way. Sometimes when people, they discover new teachings, new ways to, look at their lives, examine themselves, instead of like using it to just help themselves and maybe like recognize certain patterns or whatever, they use it to start to kind of like diagnose other people around them. And because you think that you know more than other people, and you think that like, oh, okay, I know of X, Y, and Z teachings. Okay, like I'm like special here. And it kind of gives them like a sense of an authority figure, or I don't know how to describe it. Yeah, I guess like a sense of authority that you're better than other people, you know more than other people, and that, I don't know. I feel like that's what happened with Ruby. I feel like she got these teachings, from a horrible woman, but she got these teachings from Ruby or from Jody, and she used it to weaponize against other people instead of just using it to help herself. Well, I guess it makes sense because her mentor was Jody. Jody probably did the same fucking thing. But I don't know. This goes for like anything that like sometimes people, other things that people learn, right? It's like, oh, like, I learned about this new diet. And if you don't know about this new diet, then you must be stupid, I don't know. It's just like, I get it sometimes with like with people when they like find out these like new learnings and stuff like that. They think they're better than other people. They think they're in the know and that they're special. It's like a small group of people who only know about this thing. And then you use it to like judge people. I don't know. I never like that. Yeah, the sense of superiority thing. Yeah. It's always come off as like, ugh, to me. Like, ugh. Like, you know what? Just focus on yourself. Just worry about yourself. Don't worry about other people.
When somebody lives as the exception to their own teachings, or to the laws of the land, or to the laws of God, it's the evidence of the highest amount of pain. When I witnessed her doing that, I started understanding the depths of what pain she must have come through.
I'm like super thirsty
It was
today.
an assumption of what she had come through. I need to rephrase that. It's what I was hearing her experiences had been. So many of those dreams were not dreams. So many of the emotions were real. And as I sat in some of those sessions, I was awoken to what real pain and suffering is, that I had actually been in very much a bubble to in my life. And because of this pain that I was beginning to understand, I felt immense compassion and an even stronger desire to help. But help how? Because we witnessed self-harm, self-mutilation, starving, binging. It was made known to me that previously in Jodi's life, she had been diagnosed with schizophrenia, or what's the term? I know there's another one, dissociative identity disorder. And was something that she thought she had managed, and yet it all opened up and resulted in that those suicidal thoughts and behaviors. So while she was here, and as I was understanding some of the things that she had been through that she had tried so hard to suppress, my world shattered because of the bubble that I had been living in. I had already started recognizing that the teachings that I was getting through connections were a Band-Aid. And that a lot of therapy is a Band-Aid. But unless you can go in and really understand how you've come to be the person you are, how you've come to the understandings and the views of the world that you have, then you truly can't find healing. And so I watched very closely Jody and her behaviors and her tics and her denial. And felt completely helpless.
So I wonder, did she kick Jody out of the house, or did Jody get the fuck out of there?
There was a great support system here. She had very close friends who were with her and were understanding these same things. Who knew of her past, who knew and had done a good job of hiding, allowing her to live in this state of denial. And I had approached Jody and said, you need a support system. We need to tell others about this. And there were some couples that were very close to us that I said, we need to call them and we need to explain to them what's happening. And every time I had suggested a greater intervention of telling more people, I was met with, no, because then the voices in my head will get worse, and then I will this, which would end in suicide. She had even asked when she came into my home if I would take her car keys, because if she had access to them, then in the middle of the night she would drive away and cause an accident on the highway. I see how, because of me following and believing those things, she could then go
turn it around and say, they wouldn't let me leave. I was kidnapped.
To the Frankies after me and say, she was kidnapped. I told you she would tell 90% truth with a 10% lie. She would say something to the effect of, she took my car keys. She wouldn't let me go anywhere.
But she wouldn't say that, like, oh, but I told her to.
She would lock the doors. And all of that is true. But I did it because she told me to. And she told me if I didn't, she would kill herself. So much manipulation. Okay. I think I need to leave it here because I'm upset. It's really hard to go back, like I said, and visit that 6 weeks.
I wonder if her kids remember any of this. Because I think at this point she already had maybe 8, 6, 7, 8 kids, maybe. And to have this crazy woman in your house, like, I'd be like, no. I have kids who live here. You're gonna, someone else is gonna have to take you in.
The first week I was very much sucked in to this idea.
But of course, like, she doesn't have the information that we have now, right? During that time, this was someone that she looked up to. This was someone who was like, she worked with, her mentor, blah, blah, blah. She wanted to help out. She wanted to do something kind, nice. But like, dude, I'd be like, nope.
Her suffering was something that I could aid in mending. The second week, when she had started going into actual memories. And when I learned the suffering that exists the real suffering that exists in the world. The third week I was exhausted and started recognizing more severe behavior. And that's only halfway through, so I'm gonna leave it here. And I hope what I said made sense. Because remember, I'm answering the question, how could this happen?
Hey, Rain.
And it's not just how could this happen to the Franke children, but how could Jody get to this place? So, okay. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, it's basically how could someone get sucked into Jody's bullshit? You know, because when we hear about this initially, when the news first broke out about the children, and then this therapist who split up the husband, the wife, and then the kids didn't want to be, you know, part of mom's life anymore, like the older kids. It's kind of like, well, how the fuck did this happen? So I mean, I'm glad that she's talking about it. It definitely is kind of insightful, I guess, because we have had other Jodi Hildebrandt victims talk about Jodi as well, and a lot of the stuff they talk about, it seems to really align with each other. You know, we've had the niece, Jesse Hildebrandt. We had Adam Paul Steed. I know there are other victims that talked about Jodi Hildebrandt on the Mormon podcast. I haven't listened to those, but I know there's some other people. But I wouldn't be surprised if more couples came out and was like, hey, you know, we went to Jodi Hildebrandt for therapy. We went to her because we wanted help in our relationship. We wanted help with raising our kids. And, you know, at some point she started crossing some lines. You know, she started doing some really weird things and we just weren't sure what was going on, but we trusted her so much that we kind of went along with it. I don't know. I feel like there could be more people who talk about Jodi in the future, or maybe not. You know, maybe they don't want to say anything. Maybe they want to keep it quiet, but I think, didn't we hear from, oh no, I think it was Jodi Hildebrandt's coworker. Oh God, what am I thinking? Oh yes, I think that was in the doc. Yeah, there was, remember the doc they did on Ruby Franke? I covered it, I did a video covering it. It was the 2021, it was like mom influencers to felon or something like that. I think they had some people that talked on there that worked with Jodi Hildebrandt, and there was a coworker of Jodi Hildebrandt that talked about her as well. But you know, I wouldn't be surprised if more people come out of the woodworks and they like, hey, like Jodi Hildebrandt did the same thing to me, because it seems like she's been doing this for over maybe 20, 30 years. It'd be kind of interesting to hear about the other friend. So she said that there was this really close friend that, you know, was like, hey, I'm concerned about Jodi. But this friend was living international at that point. She was like really concerned about Jodi. She hit up Paige Hanna and was like, hey, can Jodi, like, you know, can you help her out? Blah, blah, blah. And I wonder what that friend thinks of Jodi now. I wonder if they're still friends. I wonder if they're still close with each other. But the other question that I had in the beginning of this video was, I wonder if Connections is still running in the background. Like, is Pam Butcher, you know, she was the president on the Connections website. Is she still running Connections? Is it completely dead? Are they still doing webinars weekly? Are they still trying to get money out of it? I don't know. I'm very curious about all this. All right. So I'm sure maybe she'll make another video and she'll talk about the rest of it. Let me go back to the big screen. Oh, also, I want to do my background for my stream. This looks horrible, but sometimes in the future. Hello, Master Commander. How are you doing today? There were people who didn't get in as deep as the Frankes and the Hannahs did. Yeah, because I wouldn't expect Jodi to reveal her true self to everybody. It was only like a select few, right? Select few people that she trusted. But I mean, before the Hannahs, I wonder who it was, right? Because it was the Hannahs, and then after the Hannahs, she jumped on the Frankes pretty quickly. So I wonder if there were any other couples before the Hannahs. Maybe they don't come out and they don't want to talk about it. Maybe they don't want to be involved in this. You know, maybe they don't want to bring it up in the public eye. Hi, Ken. How are you doing today? How's it going? It's like, it's cozy. It's not cozy. It's like, I have these plants that are kind of like, you know, they're living, but they're kind of suffering a little bit. My lamp went out. I don't know. I want to fix it up to look nice and stuff. And then also, I'm like tired of the gamer lights, honestly. I'm tired of all the gamer lights. So I want to redo my setup, but I wish I had some really good natural lighting. The only natural lighting that I get from this room is on this side, but I wish I had a window right here so I can get some natural lighting coming in. That'll be nice. All right, y'all. Rain, I hope you have a good one. Hello. I hope you had a good weekend. I found another runaway dog. What? Vizsla mix. I've never heard of Vizsla before. Oh, she's already reunited with the owner. Oh, that's good. That's good to hear. We have a lot of stray cats in our neighborhood. Got a lot of stray cats here. I'm trying to be friends with them, but they're like, no. They don't want to be friends with me. I bought like cat toys to play with them. They're like, no, we don't want cat toys. I'm like, okay, fine. So maybe they want food, but my friend told me I could bribe them with like, there's like these little pouches you can get that's filled with like fish or something like that. Get them to like you. But I don't know. I'm like, whatever. Maybe I'll just give up. All right, y'all. So we're done with watching Paige Hannah's third video. We covered the first and second one. And yeah, I think it's interesting to hear from her. Next, we're going to move on to the Karen Reed stuff. Michael Proctor is testifying on the stand right now. And as I mentioned earlier in the beginning of this stream, there is some back and forth with Judge Canoni and Mr. Yannetti, and they're going to talk about, well, they're going to address the motion that the state filed before the weekend happened. So it seems like defense, they're going to have, some people, some experts are going to go up there and testify. If I remember correctly, there's going to be someone that is a pathologist, but has extensive experience in the ER. They're going to talk about how, these, what John O'Keefe had on his arm, the scratches, the bites, whatever it is, it looks like maybe a dog attacked him, not necessarily a car hitting him. So that's one expert. And then there was another expert that's going to do like a reconstruction thing with how the accident happened, stuff like that. And so Mr. Lawley in his motion talked about how, this is prejudicial. This is a surprise. Mr. Yannetti said in his, I think, February 14th or 15th hearing of this year that they weren't going to pursue the dog bite theory. And you'll hear from Mr. Yannetti. He'll explain that. So that's what they're going to talk about here. They're going to talk about whether or not they're going to allow some of the defense's experts, witnesses to come and testify. Mr. Yannetti, or not Mr. Yannetti, Mr. Lawley also said that they're doing everything so late, like last minute. We didn't have a notice. We didn't get their what's it called again? Their findings until like weeks later, blah, 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 blah. So we're going to listen to them, argue back and forth. Although we don't hear from Mr. Lawley. We finally get another attorney for the Commonwealth that's going to argue. And I'm like, are they finally going to start letting other attorneys do things? Because Mr. Lawley's probably really fucking tired. He's been doing all the arguing. He's been doing all the direct examination. So, maybe they'll have someone else do some of the direct examinations coming up or the cross examinations or something. I think Lawley needs a break, okay? I think Lawley needs a break. I think there needs to be other attorneys jumping in. Anyways, the Chloe bit him. Yeah. I thought it was just, we talked about calling the dog it. I thought it was just something that just, when you're talking in a formal setting, you might actually refer to your dog as it, but it seems like it's a common thing. I don't know if it's like a Bostonian thing or a Massachusetts thing. I don't know. Or like a Canton thing. Because it wasn't just one person referring to Chloe as it was like other family members. So I don't know. All right, y'all. So let's listen to that. And then we're gonna kind of jump around a little bit today. All right.
Commonwealth has their hands tied.
All right, Commonwealth is making their argument right now. Give me a second. Mr. Lawley's like, yes, please let me sit down. Let me just rest. Sit down.
I will hear you on your motion, Mr. Lawley.
Morning, Your Honor.
Oh, I'll hear you, Ms. McGlaughlin.
You're not Mr. Lawley.
Essentially, the Commonwealth is just seeking that the defendant produce what the Commonwealth is entitled to under Rule 14 and what every criminal defendant in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts must produce to the prosecution. It was not until the day prior to trial on April 15, 2024, that the defendant provided notice of all their experts. During jury empanelment, the Commonwealth filed a renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, and the defendant was ordered within a week to produce the expert opinion testimony that the Commonwealth is entitled to. We are now entering, I believe, week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth has not received any intended expert opinions, anything that those experts, any written reports, opinions, or anything that those experts have based their opinions on. Essentially, the defendant's strategic decisions not to retain their own expert, but rather rely on the U.S. Attorney's Office investigation does not alleviate them or relieve them from their Rule 14 obligations.
Okay, so these aren't the defense's own experts, but I'm assuming these are the experts from the federal investigation stuff.
As it pertains to Dr. Marie Russell, the Commonwealth did not receive notice that she's an intended expert until about week 6 of the trial on May 21st, and it wasn't
Hi, Heather. Happy Monday to you, too.
until May 30th that the defendant provided a brief synopsis of what her expected testimony would be. Essentially, and looking at the balancing tests set forth by the case law, the Commonwealth was extremely surprised by this disclosure, and further, the Commonwealth would put that the defendant's delayed decisions to produce reciprocal discovery is in bad faith. It is intended to ambush the Commonwealth and conduct a trial by surprise. We are still receiving reciprocal discovery. Over the weekend, we received additional photographs that the defendant intends to use. The Commonwealth is extremely prejudiced by these delayed disclosures. So looking at all the balancing factors, exclusion of Dr. Russell is really the only remedy that's appropriate given that we are in week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth cannot seek a continuance. The Commonwealth has their hands tied with how to effectively prepare for cross-examination of that witness as well as all the other witnesses. We don't have any materials. We don't know what the experts' precise opinions.
Who's bringing to the microphone? Also, I don't think anyone wants a continuance, okay? They told the jury that the trial was going to end at the end of June, so that's what the jury's expecting. I think Judge said that, I think last week of June, the jury should be deliberating by then.
Are and what they were testified to, and is essentially, it is in bad faith, and there's no less severe sanction. So
by the way, it's not me that's breathing to the microphone, okay? I just want to let you guys know, it ain't me.
Commonwealth would move to exclude Dr. Russell, and at this point, we are essentially just seeking the reciprocal discovery that the Commonwealth is entitled to be able to effectively prepare cross-examination of these witnesses so late in the game. Thank you very much.
All right, who's arguing this for the defendant?
There's no mic at council table, so I'm going to go to the podium with the court's
Let me slow it down. Yannetti talks really fast, I think. We'll see.
permission. We need to be heard on this.
That's why we're here, Mr. Yannetti.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to start with the most outrageous and false assertion that the Commonwealth made in its motion.
Can I just ask you, there's no jury here, can I just ask you how long this is going to take?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay.
tops.
Because I don't need, the hyperbole.
Your Honor, I need to make my argument in the way that I think is most effective for my client. I will keep this brief and succinct, but I have points to make that I need to put on record.
Okay, and I'm the person you are trying to convince, correct?
I understand that. The Commonwealth, in a
When I first listened to this sped up, I was like, oh, Yannetti's trying to use flowery language, but the judge is like, no one's here. Like, just speak it to me straight. Okay, let's just go straight to the point. Because the judge has been, kind of like everyone, chop, 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 chop. Let's get to the point. She's been interrupting, lawyers on both sides, but I guess like it seems like she was already kind of annoyed of Yannetti. Because when Yannetti went up there, and Yannetti's like, okay, so we need to, make our arguments on the record. And she's like, yeah, that's what you're doing. It's like, do you really need to say that? I don't know. I missed that part actually when I was listening to the first time. Because I was like, oh, Yannetti's just trying to, obviously speak to the people who are listening on the live streams and stuff like that. And that's why it's very like, very, there's like a lot of emphasis in how he's speaking. I don't know. But this judge, she just, like, I get it that you want to go straight to the point and all that. And, the court has already been operating on like kind of like wonky times where they're not doing 5 days straight, 9 to 5. It's like, oh, sometimes we have a half day or sometimes we have no court day. Cause I think she's got some other shit that she's doing, some other trial stuff. I don't know. But I don't know. I feel like if I was an attorney and I'm going up there to the podium, you're already throwing me off by yelling at me like, ah! All right.
That's why we're here, Mr. Yannetti.
Like, I don't know, like this part right here, I'm just like, okay, like just let him talk,
Thank you. I'd like to start with the most outrageous and false assertion that the Commonwealth made in its motion.
Can I just ask you, there's no jury here, can I just ask you how long this is going to take?
And she's annoyed because she wants him to get straight to the point and not be so like bombastic, I guess.
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay.
tops.
Because I don't need, the hyperbole.
Your Honor, I need to make my argument in the way that I think is most effective for my client. I will keep this brief and succinct, but I have points to make that I need to put on record.
And as an attorney, it must be hard to balance between standing your ground and making sure you don't piss off the judge. That's a hard thing to balance. Yanetti's like, I'm sitting my ground, Judge.
Okay, and I'm the person you are trying to convince, correct?
I understand that. The Commonwealth, in a public filing, wrote the following on page 3 of its
Okay, I can speed him up a little bit. Jackson speaks really fast.
motion. Quote, during a pretrial hearing on February 15th, when asked by the court whether there was any dispute about a canine's involvement or canine DNA, Attorney Yannetti indicated no, and that the defense was not pursuing such claim. I was astounded to read that for 2 reasons. First of all, it is false. It is a lie. Second, the Commonwealth has knowingly lied about something where it's easily verifiable that they lied. We pulled the tape from February 15th.
I don't have that.
I'm sorry?
I don't have that in my motion.
It's on page 3, Your Honor.
I have the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, a motion to exclude defendants.
I tried to get that hearing before I started my stream, but I couldn't find it. But I'm sure if I did some digging, I'm sure I can find it. Because I wanted to hear exactly what was said. But he's reading the transcript-ish, kind of.
Expert, Dr. Marie Russell.
Oh, it is a murder trial. Hello. Yeah, we're literally watching a murder trial right now. All right, Yannetti.
I'm on page 3.
Sorry, it's not page 3, it's page 4. My apologies. My name is right there on page 4. It says exactly what I just argued to the court. It's about the 5th line down. It starts during a final pretrial hearing on February 15th, exactly as I said.
Okay.
All right? We pulled the tape from that February 15th hearing. Here is what was actually said. This court asked me the following, quote, while we're talking about DNA, Mr. Yannetti, do we need to be concerned about canine DNA? Where do we stand with that? I replied, no, I think this is the only outstanding DNA issue. The court then replied, okay, so all right, we're not dealing with canine DNA. And I said, no. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the Commonwealth has represented to this court in a public filing, that I said there was no canine involvement.
Okay. So in Mr. Lawley's motion that he filed a couple of days ago, he made it seem like the defense, specifically Mr. Yannetti, said they weren't going to pursue the canine theory. But Yannetti's saying, no, we never said canine theory. We just said, the canine DNA. There wasn't going to be any, there's no issues with, there's not going to be anything else with the canine DNA in the upcoming thing. But not like canine, broadly speaking.
There is nothing in there, contrary to what the canine represented to this court and to the public, that the defense was not pursuing such a claim.
Right. And then also, because I mentioned this too a couple days ago, that when we were covering the motion, Mr. Lawley talked about how, okay, Yannetti says he wasn't going to pursue canine, but he talked about it in opening statements. And the question that I had then was, did he object, though? I don't know if I remember if Lawley objected or not when Mr. Yannetti brought up canine. I think they talked about like, oh, you'll see, John O'Keefe, you'll see like, his arms, blah, blah, blah. And I think he brought up the dog. I don't remember hearing any objections.
Can you imagine the nerve of the Commonwealth to spend that into
This is the hyperbole I don't need. Could you please get to the point? We've got a jury coming in 15 minutes.
I understand, but this is my integrity has been attacked. There have been allegations of bad faith that has been attacked, and I need to defend myself and my client. We were only discussing at that time whether canine DNA was still outstanding, and I succinctly replied, no. And they've spun that, or tried to spin that, into a claim that we're somehow waiving our right to argue that John O'Keefe's arm injuries were consistent with a dog attack. And I ask you, have they no shame? I'm sure it's not lost on this court that this false filing by the Commonwealth comes on the heels of their nefarious attempt to pass off an inverted video.
I can still hear the judge sighing. These microphones, they really do be picking up breathings and sighings and stuff like that. Oh, Jesus. The judge just asked, I would say the judge is just impatient like me. I'm impatient too. But I mean, if I was an attorney and I'm trying to get my word out there and the judge keeps interrupting me, I would probably start losing my footing a little bit and losing my momentum and all that stuff. Because the judge is just basically trying to say that like, oh, I just want you to speak to me, not to the court of public opinion. Just talk to me straight.
Video before this good jury hearing this case. Never once during the direct examination of Sergeant Buinik did they inquire or mention the fact that the video...
Can we please... All right, I'm going to stop you. Please direct your comments to Rule 14 and the reciprocal discovery obligations that the defense has. That's what this motion is. I know you have a speech you want to make, Mr. Yannetti.
Your Honor, most respectfully, it's not a speech. It's a defense of being alleged to have committed bad faith.
So you've moved on from that. So please just focus on Rule 14, and let's do it in 2 separate parts. So you've changed... You're not calling Frank Sheridan, right?
No, we are calling Frank Sheridan.
All right, so you've got a new medical, Dr. Russell. We'll do that part of it separately. Tell me about what you've provided the Commonwealth on Chris Van E.
They've gotten his CV and they've gotten the substance of his opinion from us. And they've had that for a long time. And the court, I believe, has already suggested that voir dire will be done prior to his testimony.
All right, so it's starting to look like we might need a whole day of voir dire, and I'm trying to avoid that. So is the Commonwealth satisfied that when did you provide anything recently since the filing of the Commonwealth's motion, Mr. Yannetti?
Not on Mr. Vanny, no.
What does the Commonwealth have on Mr. Vanny?
On Mr. Vanny, all the Commonwealth has is what's contained, the synopsis on page 2, the first full paragraph. We do not know what his opinions are. It says he'll testify regarding his opinions and conclusions about reconstruction and EDR data obtained in connection with this case. He'll testify to chronological data derived from the EDR, including key cycles and triggering events from the time period in question. I have no
And I believe this expert testified in the federal hearing.
understanding or information about what chronological data he's going to testify to, what his ultimate opinions are, anything beyond that relatively vague synopsis that does not comply with Rule 14.
Who's the woman speaking? It's the judge. She's a bit snarky.
Okay.
Similarly, what's outlined in the rest of the motion, that's all the expert evidence the Commonwealth has received from the defense is contained within the Commonwealth's motion.
Okay. So the defense needs to provide, I'd suggest you listen, the defense needs to provide what chronological data Mr. Vanny relied upon and exactly what his opinion is. All right, by the close of business tomorrow.
That's fine.
All right. Now, regarding the 3 experts from ARCCA, so I've read that report. I can't tell who does what or what the basis of their opinion is. So what have you provided?
Your Honor, we've provided everything that we know. We've mentioned to this court as sidebar, these experts did not arise from us.
I understand that.
These experts were hired by the federal government, and they provided a report to us pursuant to the TUI request, and it was specifically outlined that and ruled that they could not prep with us for trial.
So I'm to believe that the defense is calling 3 witnesses that you've never spoken to and putting them on the stand here
That's essentially it. We've spoken to them only for the purposes of coordination of their testimony and their background. That's it. We have not been able to interview them regarding their findings, which are outlined in detail in the reports that both sides have.
See, I don't see that as being, the report, I don't see that as being detailed. It leaves a lot of questions as the gatekeeper as to what they can testify to.
Well,
and you have not complied with your Rule 14 obligations.
We can't, Your Honor. We can't.
So you can't, but you haven't. So I am left with you haven't complied. So we need to get everybody here for voir dire. They can testify in voir dire, right?
Yes.
We need to do that well in advance of their testimony.
Okay, that's fine, Your Honor.
All right.
So that's 4 witnesses. We have a Chris Vanny and then 3 witnesses from the ARCCA, whatever that is.
Yep.
And now tell me about this ER doc. Is she an ER doc? I haven't
Oh, 5 witnesses.
seen her. She's not a pathologist,
Well,
correct?
she's a pathologist, but she has a lot of experience in an ER, which is why she has the experience of having seen dog scratches and dog bites and dog attacks.
All right, so this is not somebody that was involved in the federal investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you need to provide immediately. I want a voir dire of her this week. So we can get her here Wednesday, and we want the other folks up here from Pennsylvania this week as well.
We'll make those calls.
So we need to pick a day. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses? If, in fact, the defense has not spoken to these witnesses from Pennsylvania about the nature of their opinion, you must want it too, to be able to question.
Oh, ARCCA, biomechanics providing technical excellence in the fields of forensic engineering and scientific analysis. Every detail is consumed, analyzed, synthesized into intelligent deliverables. I wonder if they're going to do the reconstruction of the accident. Reconstruction of the accident, and then showing that, you know, a car could no way possibly hit John O'Keefe and produce those injuries, I guess. So they have 3 experts from ARCCA, and then a Chris Van E. Those are the people that were involved in the federal investigation. And then the ER doc is who the defense, that's their own witness. Okay, so that's like 5 people that they're going to have for voir dire for whatever it is they're going to do it this week. But not tomorrow, because I think court's out of session tomorrow.
Them. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses to take? I went and told the jury last week, last week that we were going to get them this case by the end of the month based on your representations, which included voir dires. It looks like at least a day of voir dire hearings here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, get up and stretch. All right, what is Jackson saying?
At least with regard to the, of course, at least with regard to the ARCA witnesses, that's my co-counsel's bailiwick. He anticipates that unless there are, a substantial number of objections during the voir dire, he anticipates being able to accomplish that between 45 minutes to an hour with each of those 3. With regard to Dr. Russell, we anticipate a half hour. Oh, I'm sorry, only 2 from ARCA, that's right.
You're only calling 2? Which 2? Are you calling the 2 that are certified as accident reconstructionists?
Drs. Richler and Wolf. Yes.
Accident reconstructionist. Okay. Oh yeah, I think the audio Oh, I can't hear Mr. Lally. The audio died out. We can't hear what Mr. Lolly's saying. Oh, sorry, Mr. Lally. All right, let's go to... So Buinik comes back on the stand for cross-examination. I just want to get to the video, I guess. They flipped the video. It has been inverted.
Does counsel need to see me, or are we all set?
We're all set.
Okay. Right ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a matter of housekeeping, I would ask for the admission of the last item that was marked by identification.
XX. Was it YY? Oh, it was back again. Okay. All right, so that will now be what, Madam Court? Okay.
In 17 seconds, so thereabouts.
I'll slow down. He sucks fast.
And go ahead and pause that. Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in what's just been marked as Exhibit 542?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's an inversion of the video provided from Canton PD Sally Point.
It's actually, and that inversion corrects the perspective. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay, so now we're looking at what we've always been looking at, but it's clear that we're looking at the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And everything in it is properly oriented, is that right?
It's an accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Meaning right is right and left is left in this video.
The vehicle came from the right into the left. The driver's side is visible and is closest to the camera.
If we could go ahead and, thank you, Sergeant. If we could go ahead and play this for just a few seconds, please. Pause it. You saw the person that was toward the back of the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor moving toward the right, I'm sorry, yes, the passenger side taillight area in this video, correct?
I observed the person walking that way.
Let's go ahead and play it. Awesome. And you see the person toward the taillight area moving out of frame just now, correct?
I did, yes.
That person had the that black portfolio in his hand.
That's correct.
I'd like to.
So the defense is entertaining that, like, oh, you know, Proctor is near the taillight that was cracked, missing, whatever the fuck it is they want to say. And maybe Proctor was doing something back there. Huh, what was he doing? And then also they were talking about how, and we talked about this in my last stream about motion sensors, all that shit, and surveillance footages. So the person who's testifying, the trooper Buinik, who's testifying, he's going to say that, like, oh, you know, like sometimes things weren't captured because the motion sensor didn't really detect it, didn't go off. And I did mention my own experiences with having, you know, footage where it's motion sensors and sometimes it doesn't capture shit, right? Sometimes it's like, oh, it just jumps around. I don't know why it was presented in this way. I feel like for each motion sensor activity should have been in a separate video because when you stitch the videos together and you have a motion sensor activity and then another motion sensor activity, it looks like there are people that are just appearing out of nowhere in thin air, right? So I don't know if they stitch it together just for time's sake so they don't have to like open through each file for the jury and just play it nonstop. I don't know. I feel like they should have just uploaded separately. That might have been better. But the thing that was pointed out was that it seems like there was like some lag or delay in the footage because not only are people, it seems like they're appearing out of nowhere, but it seems like they're kind of just like gliding through a little bit or like there's like some blurriness to it.
Ask Mr. Bates if you wouldn't mind moving the cursor back to the beginning before the video, I'm sorry, before the SUV was actually in the Sally port. If you can pause that. Do you see what's depicted in the video now at runtime, at the beginning of the video?
I see the still frame. I'm observing the still frame.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Can you see from where you are, sir, can you see the chyron at the bottom of the video in blue, indicating the date stamp and time stamp? You see that from where you are?
I see the blue color. I don't know what exactly it is.
Are your eyes good enough to see that that is completely inverted?
They are not.
They're not inverted?
They are not good enough.
That was a good answer to a bad question on my part. With the court's permission, would it be possible for the sergeant to approach the screen and take a look at that timestamp?
Can you do that, Sergeant, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you able to, may I inquire? Yes. Were you able to see that timestamp?
Yes, I was. Is to be backwards.
So in this version of the video, which has been inverted from the version shown by the Commonwealth, the timestamp also was inverted, correct?
What appears on the screen is inverted.
Thank you.
Okay.
I want to direct your attention to an area of the video right above the hand drop. Do you see that area?
What is that?
I do.
You see that white object just above the snow line?
I see something there. I do not know what
It's like I could see something. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at.
it is, if it's an object or it's more snow.
Can you tell if that's a sort of dirty white rag?
I cannot.
Oh, the defense thinks it's a rag because I think a couple days later, when the state came in to take pictures of the red cup and the brown paper bag, there was a rag right by the car.
Tell what it is.
Fair enough. Thank you,
But
Mr.
I mean,
Bishop.
honestly, I can't really. If I'm looking at like this, I can't tell.
Take that down. Court video.
There is.
And that one, for lack of a better phrase, that one came out pretty grainy. Would you agree?
Yes, it's not perfect quality.
They're all pretty grainy.
The other view would show, given the fact that it's on the opposite side of the wall of this video, that actually would show the right rear portion of the SUV as it was parked in that sally port, would it not?
Yes, it would.
Let's take a look with the court's permission. This has already been marked
Yes.
right here at the beginning.
I can make that out, yes.
Yeah, this I can't. I couldn't see this. I'm like, what are we looking at?
It appears that there's no vehicle in the foreground this side of that antique police car, correct?
That's correct.
You also can see that this video is in fact not inverted. It's the correct orientation, right?
That's correct.
And obviously it's pretty lacking in quality, but you can make out the fact that there's an outline of a vehicle there, correct?
Oh, yeah. Okay, there's an outline of a vehicle here. I don't know what the fuck this is.
Correct.
We can play, can I approach the screen briefly?
Yes.
Permission began playing it. We can play for about a little less than a minute.
Okay.
What the hell happened here? I know, right? CSI Miami.
Sergeant, did you see what was depicted on the video that just ran from 5:07 and a few seconds until it was just paused?
I did watch the video.
And how much time would you estimate elapsed as you just watched that video in real time?
Oh, this is the second security camera footage in the Sally port. I'm assuming that's Karen Reed's car, and then that's the other police car that was already in the garage. But I can't see anything. What is up with this?
15 seconds, maybe?
Okay. And do you see something? You see something in the foreground
Yeah.
just sort of appeared there next to that antique police car.
It appears that the SUV has now pulled into the Sally Port and there's an individual standing behind the SUV.
And do you see what the time of day is on that timer?
I do not.
Can you see that it's paused at 5:50 and 46 seconds?
I cannot.
This is the last time I would ask that unfortunately, I cannot zoom on this, Your Honor.
I mean, honestly, with the defense's theory about Proctor possibly manipulating the taillight, I just don't see why Proctor would do it at the Canton PD. There are more people who are going to be around that area, so more possible witnesses, law enforcement, and then also, like, you would assume there's like surveillance cameras in the garage, right? I would have assumed that Proctor would have just done it on the way with the tow truck. I don't know, on the way to Canton PD, not here.
Of course, permission.
But because we have like what the fuck is this? What are we looking at? Like, what is this footage?
Make one more trip to the screen to give us the exact time that this is paused.
This is the last time, Sergeant. Would you please?
Thank you, Your Honor.
But because we have like this shitty ass footage of the other angle, and then, you know, what defense is saying, they're like, oh, there's missing footage and stuff like that. I can see why they're trying to, you know, present another theory to the jury where it's like, oh, Proctor could have done it at Canton PD. To me, it doesn't make sense for him to do it here. He would just do it maybe like on the way over. But then that would mean that we would have to hear from, because we heard from Buinik. Buinik says, you know, they drove here. Didn't mention any stops. And then we'd have to hear from, I guess, the tow truck driver. The tow truck driver, maybe he'll say like, oh, no, we drove all the way. No issues. Or like, oh, you know, we actually took I don't know, Proctor asked us to do a pit stop really quick. And so we stopped, and then I went to use the bathroom. And so, you know, maybe that will happen. I don't know. Sorry, I wanted to watch this part too, because this is the part that I missed.
It's an inversion of the video provided from Canton PD Sally Port.
It's actually, and that inversion corrects the perspective. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay, so now we're looking at what we've always been looking at, but it's clear we're looking at the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And everything is properly oriented, is that right?
It's an accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Meaning right is right and left is left in this video.
Yes.
And it's
So apparently this is the tow truck driver. The tow truck driver almost slipped on the ice, takes a picture of the front. I wonder if the tow truck driver also takes a picture of the back as well. Because wouldn't it make sense to take a picture of the car of all different angles to make sure that arrived the condition that arrived in? Also, I wonder if they took a picture before they left Dighton.
You saw the person that was toward the back of the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor moving toward the right, the passenger side taillight area in this video, correct?
I observed the person walking that way.
That's what I'm playing.
Oh, sorry.
All that portion of the
All right, let's go back to Lolly, because this is where they played the video. There we go. So you guys can see it yourself. So right there, you see how like it's like kind of like glitchy. It's like glitchy, laggy. Defense is saying they're like, oh, it looks like it's been manipulated. It looks like it's been trimmed, cut. So there's a bunch of cops here trying to clear up the snow. There's like 5 people back there. And then it kind of skips for a second. But here's the thing though, like, I feel like it would have just been better for Commonwealth to just upload the videos files separately. And it like kind of juts right there. Juts again over here. It's a little bit laggy right there. And also, by looking at the quality of this camera, I wonder how old their surveillance system is. Like this looks fucking pixelated, okay? It's like not even like a good footage. It's like pixelated, it's a little bit hazy, kind of cloudy. So I wonder how old this whole setup is with the motion detection. Like I wonder how old this whole thing is, because my ring setup is pretty new. I think we have like the latest ring setup. We set it up about like a couple months ago, and so I could see with my ring setup sometimes it doesn't really pick up motion as well. Like I was going back on my footage because my neighbors were arguing and then they called the cops or something on each other. And so I was trying to figure out like what the fuck happened. And it would jump around also, but I didn't stitch the videos together, because if I stitched the video together, it would look like they're like jumping around and people were appearing out of nowhere, right? But there were times where I didn't capture anything and it's like, oh, this person stayed here and then it just stops there. There's no way that the person would have just stood there and then just disappeared, right? Out of nowhere, out of thin air. They would have to walk back to the house, or they have to walk back this way and stuff like that. But yeah, it's also grainy, laggy. Ugh. He is testifying right now, David. We're gonna get to him. I just want to watch this footage and then we'll get to Mr. Proctor. How's your day going, David? This is where they choke out the mannequin with the crime scene tape. I'm doing good. I hope you had a good weekend. I'm just tired.
Thank you. And Mr. Ross, we can have the lights back up.
Okay, I mean, that's the footage. That's pretty much it. Let's just get to... Oh, actually, hold on. I do want to listen from him. So he is not Canton PD. He's actually part of Dighton, where Karen Reed's family lives. So he works for the police department there. And because, you know, it's in Dighton's area, they were going to go over to Karen Reed's parents' house, pick up the car. They wanted to make sure there was a local police present with them. So he was there. Because I did want to hear from him as well. I wanted to know, okay, so when he arrived at Karen Reed's parents' house, did he notice Karen Reed's car? Was there any damage?
The police department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Dighton Police?
In total, started in 2011, 14 years this December.
And how long have you had the rank of sergeant with the Dighton Police?
A year and a half.
Now, if I could direct your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And were you working that day?
I was.
And do you recall what kind of shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working the 8 to 4, the day shift.
And was that the only shift that you had worked on that occasion, or how long had you been on shift by the time you came on for the 8 to 4?
That particular day, I was working from 8 a.m. to midnight. It was on a double.
Now, at some point when you first came in, with reference, if you could explain to the jury just briefly or in general terms, when you come on shift for the Dighton Police...
Sorry, I'm going to skip this part. I'm going to go to the part where they get the call, they arrive at Karen Reed's house.
where did you proceed?
I had parked my marked police vehicle at the end of the driveway since it was a snowstorm and we could not get into the driveway, and then we walked up to the residence.
So when you say it was a snowstorm and we couldn't get into the driveway, can you expound upon that a little as far as explain to the jury why it was that you couldn't get into the driveway?
There was about a foot of snow in the driveway.
And as far as that snow that you observed when you arrived there, was that snow, how did that snow appear as far as, did it appear as if it had been shoveled or snow blown or untouched, or how did it?
It was untouched.
Now, as you're going through the snow, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's yourself, Trooper Proctor, and Sergeant from the State Police, and if anyone else is going along with you.
I had an officer that was field training with me that day, and he was with me as well, and we went up to the residence.
Oh, sorry. I might have went a little bit too much forward, but he's saying that, he was doing his job, whatever. He gets a call from the troopers, and essentially they want him there to, be present, local police. But they want him there because they're going to go talk to Karen Reed, and they're going to seize her vehicle. So I wonder when, at some point, were they able to get permission to take possession of Karen Reed's car?
As you're walking up to the residence, what, if anything, did you come upon as you're going towards, say, any door or getting closer to the home?
I remained at the garage. The two troopers went to the front door and made contact with the homeowner.
Now, as far as you were there specifically for a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe a vehicle in the driveway at any time?
Yes, we observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
And what, if any, observations did you make to the...
And remember, Buinik testified saying that when he arrived at Karen Reed's parents' house, him and Proctor went up to the car, was like, oh, look, there's like a crack here. Oh my goodness, but they didn't take a picture of it. I don't know.
The rear area of that vehicle specifically.
At first, I did not go up to the vehicle. I just remained at the driveway and waited for the troopers to come back. And once they came back, they were let into the house through the garage. I had walked in with them briefly and then went back out to the garage. And
I guess I wonder how often would law enforcement, like how many other law enforcement would take a picture of it right away? Or how many of them would just be like, okay, well, we see it's cracked. We're just going to bring it to the police station, have it processed there, and not take a picture of it right now.
With the vehicle.
And as far as at any point in time, did you have any conversation with anyone named Karen Reed that day while you were at the house?
I did not.
Now, with respect to you come back out to the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
And the troopers are inside the house, is that also correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, do other vehicles come down to the driveway area of this residence that you were at?
I had contacted the highway superintendent after speaking with the troopers about how to retrieve the vehicle since the driveway was untouched and had about a foot of snow. I had made the decision that I would call the highway superintendent and see if that he would come and plow the driveway so that the tow truck would have access inside in the driveway.
And just in reference to this driveway, just if you could, not exact footage or anything, but how close is this Lexus SUV parked in relation to the roadway? How long is that drive?
It's got to be about 150 feet off the roadway, if not more.
And if you recall, from where you're standing at the point of the garage, was what part of the vehicle was facing you? Was it the front of the vehicle, the back of the vehicle, the side of the vehicle?
I was looking at the left side of the vehicle.
And at some point, did you make any observations of the right rear part of that Lexus SUV?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe about that area of the vehicle?
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight.
Damage to the right rear taillight.
To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked, and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
And then beyond the taillight area of that vehicle, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as damage to the rear passenger side area?
Like a dent on the rear quarter.
And as far as the dent on the rear quarter of the panel that you saw, was that above the taillight, below the taillight, or something else?
It's probably right in conjunction with the taillight in that same area.
And so you could read that into how you want. He says, damage to the right rear taillight. Taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked, but not completely damaged. I wonder, I guess I'm assuming he probably didn't have to write a report, right? Probably not. Because then some people, when they hear his testimony, they could be like, oh, so it was just cracked? There wasn't like a chunkling missing? Or I feel like it could be interpreted either way. I don't know. I think it leans more towards the taillight just being cracked and not like a whole chunkling ass was missing. But I don't are they going to talk about the snow was caked in on it?
And from the time that you made these observations of the vehicle, at any point did you go sort of physically up to the vehicle?
I walked up to the vehicle, correct.
And about how far away from the vehicle did you get?
5 to 10 feet away.
And as far as the sort of outside or exterior of the vehicle, you mentioned obviously there was about a foot of snow on the ground. What, if anything, precipitation-wise or weather-wise, was around or on the outside of the vehicle?
Just snow.
And in particular, in this area of the right rear passenger side of that taillight, was there any snow or ice or anything around that area that you observed?
On the vehicle itself?
Yes.
Yes, on the vehicle there was snow on the vehicle.
And not to put words in your mouth, but sort of caked on there, is that correct?
I guess you could say caked on, correct.
On there?
On the vehicle itself?
Yes.
Yes, on the vehicle there was snow on the vehicle.
And not to put words in your mouth, but sort of caked on there, is that correct?
I guess you could say caked on, correct.
Yeah, I don't know. So Lolly's introducing caked on. He's like wrestling with it for a second. He's like, yeah, I guess it was caked on.
So you'd reach out to the highway superintendent to have someone
So
come
it's
out.
like, I think Lolly was trying to, maybe get it. Okay, so is it possible that, the chunkling that was missing, it could have been caked on with snow?
Correct?
Correct.
I don't know.
And do you know about how long it was between the time that you made that call and the time that the plow driver came out to clear it?
Less than 10 minutes.
And the sort of clearing of the driveway and the process of that, do you know about how long that took?
I'd say another 10 minutes or so.
And as far as the time that the troopers went into the house, at some point the troopers obviously came out of the house, correct?
Correct.
Do you know about how long it was that they were inside of the house?
More than 30 minutes, less than an hour.
Now, at any point in time that while you were there, did you yourself or did you see anyone else touching or making any?
Oh, wait a second. His police cruiser, do they have dashboard footage? Do they have dashboard? Do they have dashboard footage?
Contact or manipulating or anything in that rear passenger side area of either the taillight or the dent?
I did not.
I'm sorry.
I did not.
Can I have a moment, Ron?
Yes.
Use the bathroom. I need to get some more. I need to get some more water too.
Thank you.
Do you want to call another witness or morning recess?
Morning recess, but, Your Honor, if I could just, either before or after, I just need to address one thing with the court at sidebar.
All right, so we'll send the jurors out. Jurors, why don't we take the morning recess?
Cross, Buinik. All right, second footage. Different angle of Sally Port. Looks all dark. All right, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, and we'll get to Trooper Proctor. Okay. I hope the jury's allowed to take notes. Man, even if you're allowed to take notes, it's still so confusing. But I'm sure they are. I think I heard they were allowed to take notes. I wonder if it really helped though. But like for us, it's like nice for us to rewatch some things. Imagine being a lawyer and having to argue with him, you lose every time. Or if you were married to a lawyer, you can learn how to argue better. Right? And then eventually both be good arguers.
PRO-CTOR. And how are you employed, sir? I am currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in the Homicide Unit within the Massachusetts State Police. And how long have
Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up loud, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And sir, if you want, that microphone in front of you is adjustable, so however close or far away you want. How long have you been a trooper with State Police?
A little about 10 years, and it'll be 5 years in September with the Homicide Unit.
Now, with reference to your work with the Homicide Unit, with the Detective Unit at the District Attorney's Office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regards to your work within that unit?
I've attended several homicide schools. I've also been certified in Celebrite software programming. I've also, in addition to homicide investigations, have worked within the narcotics unit on several different investigations there as well.
Now, with respect to your work with the detective units, as far as, do you have sort of an
Your mom's a lawyer. I learned to win. Yeah, exactly.
on-call system?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that works or how those specific days for your on-call duties are assigned?
Sure. So a Sergeant Buinik usually sets the on-call rotation. It's at random, and your on-call is from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. Any unattended death, homicide, suicide, overdose, things of that nature that comes in during that time frame, you own it. That's your call.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the detective units on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And
Is this the famous Trooper Proctor? It sure is.
at some point in the morning, did you receive a call in regard to a situation in the town of Canton?
I did.
And what, if anything, was that? When did you first receive that call?
Sergeant Buinik called me at approximately 6:48 that Saturday morning, advised that Canton PD had a male party that was discovered in the snow outside of a residence, and he wasn't sure what had happened. It was originally given to me as a possible medical situation.
And based on that initial call and that initial information that you received, what, if anything, did you do?
And at that point, I knew I needed to gather further information, so I contacted Detective Lank from Canton Police Department to see exactly what transpired in the morning. He had informed me that a male party had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital with some injuries. Detective Lank didn't have much more information, so I knew I needed to contact the paramedic at the hospital, the individual who's treating Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, before we get to that, if I could, I'm sorry. As far as Detective Sergeant Lank was concerned, was that someone that you called on your own, or how did you get his information, or why did you call him specifically?
I knew he was on scene, so I called Detective Lank.
So that was some information that you had received at some point earlier, and then you contacted Detective Sergeant Lank.
Correct.
And following that, you reached out to whom? I'm sorry.
Firefighter Anthony Flamati.
And with reference to that conversation, what, if anything, did you learn from that?
Firefighter Flamati informed me that
I'm going to allow it.
Firefighter Flamati informed me that Mr. O'Keefe had some injuries to his right arm, some abrasions to his right arm, some injuries to his eyes, a cut to the nose area, and he put a 10% chance of survival for Mr. O'Keefe.
And based on that information, who did you call next?
I contacted Sergeant Buinik, advised him that this sounds like it's more than a medical situation.
And
Weird, because like he got the call at 6:48 from Buinik, giving him the details. He contacted Detective Lang, but I remember Canton PD. Some of them testified saying that initially they contacted the state. They initially contacted the state to come and process the scene, but they didn't come because John O'Keefe was not dead at the time, or not pronounced dead at the time. And that's why that's why Canton PD had to be like, okay, well, I guess we'll do it. And then they had to get their leaf blowers and all that stuff, and they had to process the scene themselves. And then also, I remember Buinik, when he testified, saying that, like, oh, he got this information, he contacted Trooper Proctor to take care of it, but he told Proctor to tell them that Canton should take care of it, I guess. I don't know. I guess maybe there's a chunk of information missing. Because I want to know, when did state police decide to actually get involved? Or were they initially just collecting information, and then once they realized that, oh, you know, like John O'Keefe is deceased, then they will get involved? Like, I guess I kind of want to like figure that part out too.
what, if any, decision did you and Sergeant Buchanan come to with regard to what to do, or where to go, or what the next steps should be?
So there's a couple different steps. Number one, it was blizzard conditions, and we operate, Ford Fusions or Chevy Malibu. So we got authorization to use our personal vehicles at a four-wheel drive, and to meet at Canton PD and to speak with the responding officers.
And about what time was it that you and Sergeant Buchanan arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 10 a.m. that morning.
And so, Trooper Proctor, if I could ask you, whereabouts were you at about 8:22 in the morning?
Home.
Had you shoveled out of your driveway at that time?
Not yet.
Had you cleaned up your car at that time?
No.
So you arrived at the Canton Police Station about 10 a.m. or so. When was it that you arrived in relation to Sergeant Buchanan?
Yeah, Canton PD?
Yes.
I don't recall if Sergeant Buchanan arrived first or myself.
But suffice it to say, at some time you both arrived around 10 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go with the Canton Police when you arrived there?
We spoke with the Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if anything, did you learn from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good informed us that while he was on scene, he identified Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Karen Reed. He also informed us that Jennifer McCabe was out early in the night at a waterfall bar in Canton with some individuals, and that she was the one who called 911 when they found Mr. O'Keefe in the snow that morning.
Now, with regard to the parties that you just mentioned, prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware of either Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts, or Karen Reed, or John O'Keefe?
I've never met any of them.
And at some point subsequent, did you have occasion to meet and speak with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just for clarification purposes, if you could identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing.
She's seated between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti wearing a pinstripe sport coat.
I just asked the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Now, after you speak with Sergeant Good, did you speak with anybody else at the Canton Police Station?
No.
And where did yourself and Sergeant Buchanan go from there?
We then traveled to the home of Matthew and Jennifer McCabe.
Now, with reference to when I say you and Sergeant Buchanan, at how long a period of time was it that you were with Sergeant Buchanan on that day of January 29th?
From 10 a.m. approximately, we met at Canton Police Department until we returned to the Canton Police Department that afternoon around 5:30 in the afternoon. So all day. We also had a debrief meeting with just the troopers in my office at Canton PD. So at least from 10 to 6, 7, because we also went back to the office with some evidence.
And so from that entire time, from 10 in the morning until later on in the night, other than maybe short drives in individual cars, were you essentially with Sergeant Buchanan that entire day?
Yes, we used Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck that entire day. I left my personal vehicle at the police department, and I rode with Sergeant Buchanan all day and into the evening.
Now, from the Canton Police Station, where did you and Sergeant Buchanan go?
To McCabe's house in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with there?
We spoke with Matthew and Jennifer McCabe, as well as Brian Albert.
And those interviews that you conducted, were they how were they conducted?
One-on-one, Sergeant Buchanan and myself kind of rotated out Jennifer, Matthew, and Brian. So first we interviewed Jennifer, and then once that was completed, we had her step out, go to a separate room, brought in Matthew, and then the same thing with Brian.
And for the balance of the interviews that you conducted several interviews over the course of your investigation in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And for those interviews...
No, I was trying to find firefighter Flamati's notes. I think it's on it might be on my iPad.
As far as individually done, was that primarily what you did with each of the people that you interviewed over the course of the investigation?
Yes, each interview conducted was either with Sergeant Buchanan or another trooper, in one-on-one, with the exception of Julie and Chris Albert, I believe, were in the same room as us.
Now, with respect to, I believe you just answered it.
Get your blood results back? Oh, how was it? Hey now.
But as far as each of the interviews that you conducted over the course of your investigation,
Totally thought of the Lizzie McGuire song.
was it at any point in time, was there an interview that you conducted just by yourself?
There was just one.
And who was that one that you conducted by yourself?
That took place just at the grand jury across the street. It was the Currans. I had some difficulty locating them, so when they appeared for grand jury, I interviewed them one-on-one by myself prior to their testimony at grand jury.
You had attempted to meet with them prior to them coming to the grand jury, is that correct?
Yes.
And they had not been responsive to that?
Correct.
However, they were responsive to the summons, and so you interviewed them before they went into the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
The Currans?
Other than those, as far as Mr. and Mrs. Curran, every interview that you conducted was in the presence of at least one other trooper?
Correct.
Now, as far as you mentioned one name that we hadn't discussed before at the McCabe household, a Brian Albert. Prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware or did you know Brian Albert?
And I met Brian Albert until that interview.
Now, following the interviews that you conducted at the McCabe household, where did you go from there?
After the interviews at the McCabe household, Sergeant Buchanan and I traveled to Good Samaritan Hospital for two reasons. One, we knew Miss Reed was there receiving treatment for sexual...
Because remember, it's not the Brian Albert, Nicole Albert that he may have been close to. It's, I think, the Chris and Julie and Colin Albert. I think that's what they were trying to say. Like the whole wedding thing was with the Chris and Julie Albert.
12. And 2, we wanted to view Mr. O'Keefe.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Hospital, was the defendant, Ms. Reed, still at that facility at that time?
We spoke with the security staff at Good Samaritan Hospital. They informed us that Ms. Reed was released.
I'll allow it, just as to where you went.
That Ms. Reed was released several hours prior to our arrival.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived, yourself and Sergeant Buchanan, at the Good Samaritan?
Cholesterol went from high to borderline high. Okay, nice. Do you remember what the number was? Triglycerides slightly lower. Which ones are the triglycerides? I know there's like good fat and like the bad fat.
Maybe approximately 1 o'clock.
And you mentioned there was a second reason, and that was to view Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And in your application, did you have a chance to view Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan?
We did.
And where was that within the hospital?
That was in the emergency room.
And when you went to where Mr. O'Keefe was, can you describe for the jury what, if any, observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time that you observed?
The first thing I noticed on Mr. O'Keefe is he had abrasions on his right arm. On the top of his right arm is approximately 6 to 8, ranging from his forearm to his lower bicep. There was no injuries underneath that forearm. Both eyes were swollen and black and blue. He had a cut on, I believe it was his right nostril. Another smaller cut, I believe it was on his left eye. Those are the injuries that kind of jumped out to me.
At any point in time, did you make any observations of the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head while you were there?
I did observe blood on the back of the head. I wasn't able to tell if there's any significant trauma to the back of his head.
Now, from the Good Samaritan Hospital, yourself and Sergeant Buchanan, what, if any, items did you secure in evidence from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
So after we viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body, we observed a pile of clothes in the corner that hospital staff had cut off Mr. O'Keefe and kind of piled into the corner. The one thing that had jumped out to both of us was one sneaker. And it's fairly common in a motor vehicle pedestrian strike that...
Sustained. Next question. I'll strike from fairly common. The observations.
As far as the clothing that you observed, can you describe the clothing that you observed?
Yes. We observed one black sneaker with a Nike logo, a pair of blue jeans, a belt, boxer shorts, an orange T-shirt, and a two-tone gray light.
The doctor told me I had beautiful cholesterol. I guess that's a good thing. 200 milligrams DL. Yeah, HDL is good and LDL is the bad one. Okay, yeah, I remember that. All I remember was at some point I think my number was like, I think 130 is considered high. That was when I came back from Korea and I didn't want to cook for a while. So I just ate boiled eggs with rice and, like the yolk has high cholesterol. That's all I ate because I didn't want to cook and I was like very jet lag. I would just eat that with soy sauce and rice. Oh God. But I think 130 was considered high, right? Like 120, 130.
Kind of hooded sweatshirt type of material.
Now, Trooper Proctor, over the course of your career responding to unattended deaths or death investigations as a member, as a detective of the unit, how many of those?
That was like back in, what was that? 2019, I think? Yeah, it was 2019. Oh, God, that was like 5 years ago. That was a long time ago.
Have involved situations where a pedestrian was struck by a motor vehicle?
Well, I've been in the unit, maybe 3 or 4, and then I've had other experiences on the road.
And as far as the other experiences on the road, can you expound upon those as far as how many or what time period we're talking about?
About 6 years I spent on the road, so maybe another 3 or 4.
And with reference to those pedestrian crashes, what, if anything, have you seen in those prior investigations in regard to sneakers or footwear of pedestrians involved in motor vehicle crashes?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
What, if any, observations have you made on those prior occasions in regard to the footwear with respect to the pedestrians in motor vehicle crashes?
Oh, he won that?
In those experiences, I've observed one, if not both, pieces of footwear remained at the point of impact.
And so with respect to your observations of the clothing, there only being one sneaker on Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as the sort of steps you took subsequent in your investigation?
That was just a little piece of evidence that Sergeant Buchanan and I picked up that only one piece of footwear revealed the potential of a vehicle strike.
Now, in addition to Sergeant Buchanan is one of your supervisors within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes.
And there's another one, a Lieutenant Brian Tully.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the one sneaker that was found in Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if anything, with regard to that, did you communicate to Lieutenant Tully?
Objection.
As to how it goes to the investigation?
Yes.
I'll allow it.
So Sergeant Buchanan and I informed DLT Tully that there was one shoe at the hospital.
And with respect to Detective Lieutenant Tully, are you aware that subsequently in the afternoon that there was a search that was conducted in the area of 34 Fairview Road where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
And are you aware of what, if anything, was recovered in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found on that day?
I'll allow it as to the investigation.
Yes.
And what are you aware of?
We were informed, Sergeant Buchanan and I were informed that CERT team and Detective Lieutenant Tully discovered a black Nike sneaker with a white swoosh logo that was a match to Mr. O'Keefe's shoe at the hospital.
Now, from these items of clothing, sorry, let me just look up, and the clothing and the condition of the clothing that you observed in the hospital.
The clothing seemed, it was wet. It was pretty well saturated. The right sleeve had some cuts to it, like tears to it. There's blood and vomit on it, if I recall. Those were the observations I had made of the clothing. And they had been cut due to rendering first aid as well, the pants area.
Now, subsequent to viewing these clothing items at the hospital at a later time.
Oh my God, when we do like Korean barbecue and we eat like a fuck ton of red meat, oh God, the sleep is always like so bad because we usually will eat Korean barbecue like for dinner and then you would go to sleep. I don't know, I feel like I sweat so much. You get like the meat sweats, you know, and you feel so like, I don't know, like afterwards. So yeah, I try the same thing too. I try to eat more like chicken and shit like that. I mean, it's cheaper too. I certainly don't go out of my way to go out and buy steaks because although I like cooking it and like eating it, it's just more expensive.
I do have occasion to observe surveillance video from a variety of places on the evening of January.
Yeah, the meat sweats. Oh, so gross.
28th into the early morning of January 29th, depicting Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you know with regard to the clothing that you observed at the hospital and the clothing that you observed in the video?
So the videos I reviewed at C.F. McCarthy's bar and the Waterfall bar were the same clothes Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that Sergeant Buchanan and I had secured at Good Samaritan Hospital.
Okay.
Now, Trooper, I'm going to ask you some questions just in regard to securing these items.
Oh God, there's a lot of activity going back there. You need more fish in your life. I hate eating salmon. Like I try to get my fish from salmon or like sushi, I guess. I like eating whitefish, but cooking whitefish, I don't know how to cook whitefish.
Specifically as evidence, but in general terms, as far as securing items and evidence within your unit. How is that accomplished? How is that done? What do you do with items that you deem of evidentiary value that you then secure?
Generally, if we take an item for evidence, we'll put it in a brown paper bag, document it, time, date, who secured that item, address, where it's discovered, and then we'll bring that back to our office, to the evidence processing area.
Now, remember, they double bagged it because it was like soaking wet. They brought it to the office. They laid it out to dry. However, the previous witness, Buinik, wasn't sure after it dried who took care of it afterwards because it was like 6 days later until it was actually like, I guess, repackaged and dated. But he doesn't know if it was repackaged before and it was just dated later, which wouldn't make sense to me. We're thinking maybe it was Proctor who did it. So I guess we'll hear from Proctor to see if he was the one that bagged it 6 days after it dried or after when they brought it in to have it dried.
From there, it'll go to a permanent evidence room that has triple retention. It has an actual key, a key card, and an actual access code. And only 3 members of my office have access to that room, the 2 evidence officers and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And at this time, on January 29th, 2022, who was assigned as the evidence officers who had access to that room?
So that'd be Trooper David Achico and Trooper Jeffrey Kukowski.
Did either yourself or Sergeant Buchanan have any access to that evidence source?
No.
Now, with reference to these items that were seized and, say, items that were seized subsequent during the course of your
So he
investigation,
doesn't have access to
Jeffrey,
it?
2022, who was
evidence officers and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
and at this time, on January 29th, 2022, who was assigned as the evidence officers who had access to that room?
So that'd be Trooper David Achico and Trooper Jeffrey Kukowski.
Did either yourself or Sergeant Buchanan have any access to that evidence source?
No.
Now,
How the fuck do you spell DeChico? DeChico and Kukowski.
with reference to these items that were seized and, say, items that were seized subsequent during the course of your investigation, did they go through that same sort of evidentiary storage process that you were speaking about before?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, in addition to the clothing items, at some point did you come into possession and seize Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
And do you recall where it was that you received or retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's phone from?
We received it at the Canton Police Department.
And was that prior to you going to the Good Samaritan?
After, I believe.
So following the Good Samaritan, where did you go from there?
So after the Good Samaritan Hospital, Sergeant Buchanan and I traveled to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dighton.
And why did you go to that location?
That was the residence of Miss Reed's parents' home, and having a brief conversation with Miss Reed on the phone, she informed us she was at her parents' house.
So you had called Miss Reed, spoken to her, and informed her that you were coming there to speak, correct?
Correct.
And just as you had done with Miss McCabe, Miss McCabe, you spoke to Miss Reed within her home?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, did you reach out to?
That's what I do to steaming, but what kind of fish do you get? Because usually I'll get cod because it's cheapest, but cod sometimes stinks. Like I'll put sake on it to kind of get rid of the smell, but I don't know. Something cod be stinky, man. And then salmon is the easiest for me to cook, but I don't like eating salmon. And then, sea bass, forget about that. That shit's expensive. I don't know. What other fishes do you guys eat? Tilapia? Like, I don't like cooking tilapia, man. Any recommend? Send me some recipes for fishes.
To on your way there with regard to local law enforcement as you were driving to Dayton?
We contacted the Dayton Police Department just for a couple of reasons. One, it's a common courtesy. If we're in another town, we just kind of give the local PD a heads up. But also, we needed to coordinate a plow truck and potentially a tow truck as well.
And why did you need to coordinate those?
At the time, there must have been at least a foot of snow on the ground, more. And it was a dead-end cul-de-sac, which made it difficult to navigate. So we requested the plow to clear a path for Sergeant Buinik and I to get down the roadway, as well as clear the driveway of the residents, so the tow truck could pull into the driveway.
Now, as far as the drive from Good Samaritan, that's in Brockton, is that correct?
Yes.
As far as the drive from the Good Samaritan Brockton to the defendant's parents' home in Dayton, about how long a drive was that, and how would you describe the weather conditions along the way?
Yeah, the weather conditions were whiteout, high winds, blizzard conditions. We had to travel very slow. It was almost about an hour to get there.
And when you arrived there, you were in Sergeant Buinik's truck, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did Sergeant Buinik position the truck in relation to the house at 345 Country?
From what I recall, Sergeant Buinik went down the cul-de-sac and turned around.
Oh, I used to watch salmon mukbangs where the dude just eats the huge chunks of salmon. Nah, I don't like salmon. Like raw or cooked. Raw because it's too slimy and it's like more on the fatty side. I like lean fish, and then cooked, it's just like I'm just sick of it. Like I guess I could eat salmon, but I'm usually just like
around, and he actually had to let me out first because of the high snowbanks, and then he parked kind of along the snow, pointing essentially to Mr. Reed's house.
And at some point, did members of the Dayton Police come along and join?
Yes.
And do you recall who those people were?
I believe one of the officers' last name was Barrios.
And had you ever met that officer before?
No.
And we heard of Barrels earlier.
Now, with respect to the home, had you and Sergeant Buinik approached the home at any point prior to the Dayton Police showing up?
I can't recall if. No, they had arrived first before we approached the home.
And when you approached the home, you went. What did you traverse? How did you get from the street to the home?
We walked down the driveway, and then we observed Mr. Reed's Lexus parked in the driveway, the front of it facing one of the garage doors. That's when we observed the broken taillight on the right side of the vehicle. We then proceeded to the front door. The snow was about up to our waist, and knocked on the door and was greeted by Mr. Reed.
So as you're walking up the driveway towards the home, you see Ms. Reed's vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a vehicle that you later subsequently found to be registered to Ms. Karen Reed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
Document for Ms. Reed's Lexus.
Is that the plate information that's contained in there? Is that the same plate that was affixed to Ms. Reed's vehicle on that day?
Yes.
And that also details sort of the history or how long she's had possession of that vehicle. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Going back to, I believe, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach her?
Yes.
At some point, you go into the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how do you enter into the defendant's parents?
So Sergeant Buinik and I, after we knocked on the front door, Mr.
Really, you started the try over again? Now I know I know who is who.
Reed directed us around the corner, opened up the garage
If
door
you get confused, I'll try to help you out too.
for us and invited us in.
Now, if I can take you back to, I'm sorry, just as far as when you're coming up the driveway and you're passing by the defendant's vehicle, you mentioned some damage that you observed to the right rear passenger side area. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what it was specifically that you observed as far as damage to that area of the vehicle?
Yeah, the right rear taillight had essentially large pieces missing from it.
So you proceed inside the home, and where is it that you're directed, and where is the defendant?
We're invited into a large living room area. Miss Reed is seated on a couch, and her parents, William and Janet, are present for the conversation and kind of standing off to the side.
Was there snow caked into the taillight?
And that conversation goes on for...
Because he said right rear taillight has large pieces missing from it. The other guy said that it was cracked, but not completely damaged. Cracked, but not completely damaged. And maybe snow caked on it. But then he would have saw it maybe around the same time this guy saw it, maybe a couple minutes afterwards.
Approximately how long?
Approximately half hour, 40 minutes.
And when
I don't know. It could just be depends on who you ask, right?
terminate that conversation, you come back outside of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And where is the vehicle at this point?
That is being put on the tow truck.
Now, in addition to the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything else, was taken and seized as evidence from the defendant on that one?
After confirming the phone Ms. Reed was holding was, in fact, hers, we told her we were seizing the phone and we'd be writing a search warrant for that.
Now, during the course of the conversation that you and Sergeant Buinik had with the defendant that afternoon at her parents' home in Dayton, were there some
Wait, you can see someone's phone without getting the search warrant first?
Some questions in relation to contact information for other people that were at bars or different establishments the night before.
Yes, we asked Ms. Reed specifically for some of the friends that Mr. O'Keefe was with at CF McCarthy's. One person in particular was Michael Camerano. So we observed Ms. Reed enter the passcode on her phone, retrieve Mr. Camerano's phone number for us, provided to us, and that just further confirmed that was her cell phone.
Now, through your training experience, when a cell phone is seized from a person, what, if anything, is it that you do with regard to that cell phone to preserve the information on?
Well, first thing we do is we put it in airplane mode, and then we give it to a cell phone expert in our office, Trooper Nicholas Garino, and he essentially tries to access the data in that phone once a search warrant is obtained.
Now, as far as putting that cell phone in what you described as airplane mode, what is the purpose of that?
It's to avoid if someone wants to go on a tablet or a laptop and access the information on their phone, and they can start deleting stuff off their iCloud. This prevents that.
So you secure the phone, you secure the vehicle on the tow truck, and then where did you and Sergeant McKenna go from there?
We followed the tow truck from the address in Dayton to the Canton Police Department. We're secured in the Sallyport Bay.
And if you know approximately what time was it that you arrived at the Canton Police Department and secured the defendant's vehicle in the Sallyport?
So we left Dayton around 4:16 p.m. and arrived in Canton at the police department at approximately 5:31 p.m.
And with reference to the Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage, why was the vehicle taken there?
I wasn't part of that decision, but it's my understanding that it was
the Canton Police Department's
I was p.m.
And with reference
5:31
in Milton, but that's not large enough to house a vehicle that size, and it's not heated.
And in regard to the heated, what was the sort of purpose or utility of storing it in a heated set?
Ms. Reed's vehicle was covered with snow and ice at the time. It was transported from Dayton to Canton.
And with regard to the Sallyport garage area of the Canton Police Department, at some point were you inside that area?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations
Smoked salmon? I can have it sometimes. Like here and there.
did you make as far as the temperature or the heating within that facility?
I don't remember the exact, I couldn't put a ballpark on temperature, but it's certainly warmer than outside.
Now, as far as the vehicle was concerned, either on scene, either in Dayton or at the Sallyport garage, or at any point in time that you were in the presence of that vehicle, what, if any, contact did you have? What, if anything, did you do or observe Sergeant Mechanic to do with regard to that damaged area you described on the right rear passenger side?
Yeah. Sergeant Mechanic and I never touched any part of that vehicle.
And as far as the moving it from sort of the tow truck into the Sallyport area, how was that accomplished?
The tow truck driver removed it from the tow truck and pulled it into the Sallyport Bay.
Now, as far as prior to leaving that Sallyport area of the garage where the vehicle was, what, if anything, did you and Sergeant Mechanic do with reference to securing that vehicle or coordinating it off in any way, shape?
We tried to set up a perimeter as best we could using caution tape, just kind of sectioned it off with caution tape.
Now, at some point, you leave the Sallyport area of the Canton Police Station, and where did you go from there?
We had a debrief meeting, so there's other troopers. There's troopers at scene on 34 Fairview Road. There's other troopers conducting interviews. So at the end of the night, members of my office met in a conference room at the Canton Police Department to exchange information as far as what everyone had learned throughout the day.
And as far as that meeting is concerned, that's just troopers from your unit, from your office, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so there were no members of the Canton Police Department that were present for that, is that correct?
No, correct.
And do you know why that was?
They had taken a step back from the investigation. They weren't going to participate in any interviews or anything of that nature.
And how was that communicated to you and Sergeant Mechanic?
The best of my recollection was that debrief meeting that we were informed that essentially Canton PD would be taking a step back from the investigation, and that now this is just solely a Norfolk State Police investigation.
So before we get to sort of the debriefing and all that's covered in that, as far as when you're on call, you get a call for any kind of sort of homicide or unattended death or anything like that. You then become what's called a case officer for that investigation, is that correct?
Correct. And
can you describe for the jury sort of what the duty or the role is of the case officer vis-a-vis the rest of the members of the unit?
So essentially, a case officer is more of a facilitator. You kind of delegate out tasks, coordinate interviews. The case officer isn't the sole decision maker. I have supervisors. I have that we bounce ideas off of. I get feedback from. I also keep them updated. It's a collaborative effort in each investigation. We're a small office, so when a homicide comes in, everyone essentially drops what they're doing, and we all work on it together. So it's a collective effort to work on these cases. And essentially, the case officer is just kind of the record keeper of all the reports that come in and video that comes in. But when it comes down to decision-making time, it's a group effort.
Now, with reference to that collaborative effort that you were just discussing in this sort of debriefing meeting, so there were other troopers doing other things or other tasks throughout the course of the day of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And so what was sort of the purpose of or not specifically what was discussed, but in general terms, what was discussed during the course of this debriefing?
I wonder if they're going to call the other... I wonder if they're going to call in the other troopers. We've only heard from him and Buinik so far.
The taillight pieces found at 34 Fairview Road by CERT, the one sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road, interviews conducted, and then Sergeant Buchanan and I have shared everything we had kind of learned throughout the day as well.
And that debriefing meeting, if you know about how long approximately did that take in this case?
I can't recall, maybe half hour.
And so following that meeting, where did you go from there?
Sergeant Buchanan and I had secured some evidence, the clothing from Good Samaritan Hospital, the additional sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road, as well as the taillight pieces discovered at 34 Fairview Road, and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone and Ms. Reed's cell phone, and him and I transported those to the office in Canton.
And when you transported them to the office in Canton, what, if anything, did you do with those items?
The two cell phones were given to Trooper Nicholas Garino, and the clothing was laid out on top of butcher paper to dry out in our evidence intake area. And then the bag taillight pieces were set aside in the evidence intake processing area. Sergeant Buchanan and I didn't have access to the permanent evidence locker area, so we just secured them in the temporary intake area.
And that leads me to my next question. As far as the area that you're talking about with regard to the clothing items and the other items that you secured beyond the cell phones, that was in a secure area of your office, is that correct?
Correct.
And by secure, I mean restricted access to the troopers within your unit, correct?
Correct. It's a key card, and it's also equipped with an alarm.
Now, following that, as far as these items of evidence and other items of evidence that seized throughout the course of an investigation, how is it that they go, or what?
Do you think there's footage of the secure areas where they put the evidence and stuff like that? I'm assuming there might be footage, right? Hey, lady, how's it going? How are you doing today?
Anything is done, if you know, between the time that they go from this temporary storage area to the permanent storage area.
Yeah, I'm not an evidence officer. I never have been. My understanding is once it's in the evidence processing area, it gets put into the permanent evidence room that only, like I said, two troopers and the detective lieutenant have access to. And it's the evidence officer's responsibility to process that material when they see fit.
Okay. So they laid the clothes out to dry and would have been on the evidence officers who we heard from earlier. Their name was mentioned in Proctor's testimony. DeKichio and Kakowski. DeKichio and Kakowski. So I guess they would be the ones that would take care of the clothes after it's dried and then bag it and then process it, I guess?
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to February 1st of 2022. Were you working in regard to this investigation on that day as well?
Yes.
And at some point, did you have a case?
But I know like some of the evidence bags had his name on it. Fuck, I forgot which was which though.
To go back to the Canton Police Department, specifically in the Sally Port Garage area.
I did.
And what was the purpose of you going out to the Sally Port Garage on that?
Pursuant to a search warrant, we were processing Miss Reed's Lexus SUV.
And when you say we, who, if anyone else, was present with you, or who, if anyone else, did you contact in reference to the processing pursuant to that search warrant of the defense?
So we had a chemist from the State Police Lab, Ms. Maureen Hartnett, as well as a trooper from Crime Scene Services, Trooper Zachary Clark. And then later in the day, the accident recon team, Trooper Joe Paul, had arrived as well.
Now, if I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to Crime Scene Services section. Can you describe for the jury sort of what their role is in regard to investigations that you do and how they're sort of contacted?
So in any scene, if it's required for it to be documented, Crime Scene Services will arrive. They'll document the scene with photographs. In more serious situations, in a homicide, for instance, they'll actually take video as well as desk fingerprints.
You're good? You cut the grass, trim the bushes? Oh, I have to fertilize my flowers. I'm so lazy. They're like struggling right now. They had such a good bloom, and then now they're like, okay, I'm hungry. I'm like, I'm too lazy to fertilize you.
Now, with respect to this particular investigation, there were a number of different areas or different times when Crime Scene Services was contacted to document things, correct?
Yes.
And that would include a Good Samaritan when you observed injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct.
That would include the autopsy that was performed on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
That would include February 1st in the Sally Port Garage when the search warrant was executed on the defendant's vehicle?
Correct.
That would include subsequent searches that occurred at Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of those instances, if you know, was it ever the same trooper from Crime Scene Services section that came out and memorialized each of those respective areas?
There was a different trooper each time.
And is that something that you or any member of your unit has any control over whatsoever as far as who shows up from Crime Scene Services to memorialize or document a scene?
No.
Now, with respect to the search warrant execution on February 1st, what I want to ask is between the time that you were in the garage on January 29th, 2022, and the time that you're there for the search warrant execution on February 1st, had you been in that Sally Port area of the Canton Police Station at any time in between?
No.
Now, with respect to the taillight area on the passenger side of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, differences or what, if anything, did you note sort of between your observations of the taillight on the 29th versus your observations on February 1st?
Yeah, the only difference from the 29th to the 1st was snow and ice had melted from the taillight.
So as far as the condition of that particular taillight, was it in essentially the same condition that you observed it on the 29th when you observed it on the 1st?
Yes, it was still broken and large pieces missing from it.
But as far as the broken status of it and the pieces that were missing, was it any more broken or any more pieces missing from it when you saw it on the 1st versus when you saw it on the 29th?
No.
And with respect to the taillight housing for that vehicle on that particular day, what, if anything, happened with it on that day, if you know?
The state police chemist, Ms. Hartnett, had it removed, which she brought to the lab herself.
So she had it removed it herself, and then physically took it with her when she left to the lab?
Yeah, it was with the assistance of a Canton police officer who had an auto body shop, so he's kind of well-versed in cars, so he was able to assist the chemist with removing the housing unit.
Now, at any point in time on that day of February 1st, 2022, did you come into contact physically or otherwise with that tail light? Did you handle it in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, I would request to publish. Give me one moment, Your Honor. Permission, if I could publish a portion of Exhibit 34, approximately.
Oh, we have a better. This one's not like all fucked up. It's still kind of dark though. What is up with this footage? It's better than the other one.
You can just pause it right there. Okay. Your Honor, if I may, it may be easier and more visible with this particular video with the lights on.
Okay,
Right up.
sure.
Trooper Proctor, directing your attention to what's up on screen as Exhibit 34. Do you recognize what's depicted on screen?
Yes, that's the Sallyport area Canton Police Department and Miss Reed's Lexus kind of roped off with yellow caution tape.
And this is the execution of that search warrant that you were speaking about before, as far as your presence and some of the other members of the state police and state police lab that you were talking about.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could run from here for just a minute.
Can't we see timestamps? Wah.
So while this is going, if I could just ask a couple questions as far as people within this video, do you recognize anyone in this video?
Yeah, myself, kind of the top of the screen. Trooper Zach Clark, we the one with the camera taking photographs of the vehicle.
Now, with reference to this video,
Yeah, so same thing with the other footage with the motion capture, right? Where it's like not really recording a continuous footage. It's kind of like choppy.
from the Sallyport Garage Canton Police Department, what, if anything, did you learn over the course of this in regard to
What if the technology just sucks? Like really, this is like really bad.
how that video is reported or how it's, what, if anything, sort of activates that video?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Miller.
As far as this video is concerned, is this one continuous time frame that we're looking at, or how is it?
Objection.
Sustain.
My understanding, it's motion
That
active.
means you can't answer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can ask it differently.
I'm not sure what's anything said.
Oh, right. I'll strike if there was anything. But Mr. Lally, just ask a question, please.
With respect to this video, as far as the recording is set up, how is that activated, or how does it record?
Objection. Same question.
Yeah. How does he know that? It's sustained.
Have you watched this video or other videos from the Canton Police Department, Sallyport Garage?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to timing? As far there's a timestamp on the video, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to the timestamp on this video or the other videos that you observed with regard to how time moves relative?
The timestamp on the video tends to pause, indicating it's motion activated.
It tends to pause. I'll strike after.
It's going to run to about 9:24. Ms. Gilman, you can take that.
Yeah, this shit like really
Fair enough.
skips.
Now, Trooper, with regard to that taillight that was then taken by Ms. Hartnett to the lab, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point that was returned to the custody of the state police, your detective unit?
Correct.
And do you have that taillight housing with you today in court?
I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the trooper could.
Oh, are they gonna take it out? Sorry, I'm gonna get a protein check real quick. I'm getting kind of hungry. You guys talk about food making me hungry. Oh, did you guys see my Instagram? I got this cute, like, quilted Hungry Caterpillar. You guys familiar with the Hungry Caterpillar? It's a children's book. I got this cute Hungry Caterpillar. It's like a quilted blanket. It's so fucking adorable for our non-existent child. It's so cute. I had to buy it. I'm like, well, you know, maybe one of my siblings will have kids in the future. We'll see. But I bought the blanket just to keep it. It was so fucking cute. Don't forget to like the video. Thanks, Nicole. I appreciate it. For real, what should I get for lunch? I'm so hungry right now. I can give you a plethora of recommendations. Pho, tonkatsu curry, rice, miso soup, some Korean food, sundubu. Oh, yum, yum, yum. What else would I be eating right now? Taco. No, I don't. Nah, I already had tacos. I don't know. I'm like craving Asian food right now. It brings me joy. But I'm not going to be using it. I don't think Marie Kondo would approve, though. It's like one of those things where, like, it brings me joy, but I have no use for it. I did buy another quilted blanket, though. I bought two. So one I'm going to actually use and put in my living room, which I'm really excited for. I don't know. I just love quilted blankets. They're so cool. All right. Well, the Karen retrial is, what is this? Wait. Oh, good. Joy is joy. I love the art style of those books. I had a I had a tote bag. Oh, to see. When Chris Albert was 23, he committed vehicular manslaughter. Chris's public defender is we heard about that, yeah. I think there's a little bit of a difference though. So when Chris Albert was I don't know how old he was, I don't forget. But I think there was like a hit and run. He fled the scene. Not a good look. But he hired a... This is what I've heard, so I don't know what's fucking true and what's not. But apparently, he had a lawyer who's not a public defender, though. His lawyer was maybe Judge Cannoni's brother. Their father is a public defender. I don't know if any of it's true, though. I just remember we talked about that like last stream, and I read whatever it is you guys sent me. What? What are you guys talking about? Hi, Bleep. How are you doing today? So, Moondog, what are you going to get for food? I look over and I see something about squirting. My orange squirt on my glasses. Oh, geez, Jan. AI true crime voiceovers. I think there's a lot of them out there. And some of them are good, though. Some of them sounds like people. But then when you listen to it, you're like, wait a second, this sounds like AI. I don't know.
Retrieve that.
Okay.
Yeah, go John.
Yes.
Probably easier that way. So you can stay right there. Anything of an item, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
I recognize that to be the housing unit.
And as far as you're recognizing the housing unit, is there any sort of denotation or anything on the outside of that box indicating what's contained therein?
There's a State Police Crime Lab sticker with a number associated with it.
Oh, we can see the tail light. All right, let me see. Taped up. Got some gloves on. Here comes the tail light. Bro, it's upside down, I think. Right? I think it's upside down.
Trooper, you can go ahead and put that back in the box. Thank you very much.
No, I think it's upside down. Hold on a second.
Thank you, sir.
It's upside down. I got you. Let's take a look at it. All right, Mr. Buinik. Let me save this. Funny, 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 funny. All right. Here we go. Sorry, I have so much garbage on my desktop right now, but let's do this. There you go. Now it's not upside down. So here's the tail light. That's the clear piece, I guess, that they haven't recovered yet. This is the clear part that's there, I guess. And it's just the red that's missing, right? So I guess, like, when you're looking at this, what would you think? Would it be closer to what Kerry Roberts said? Would it be closer to what the Dighton police officer said? Would it be closer with what Proctor said? Does it look like it's cracked? Does it look like the whole thing is gone? Does it look like it's missing? I don't know. I don't know. But I think this is the right orientation.
Trooper, you can go ahead and put that back in the box. Thank you very much.
I'm going to mark the bag within the box, and we'll mark
44 is back.
Shove it in there.
on the bag.
Marked as
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen that's been marked as Exhibit 147?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the right taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus SUV. And you can see large pieces of it are missing.
Again, is that the same condition that you observed it both on February 1st, as well as January 29th, obviously minus the snow and the ice?
Yeah, minus the snow and ice, sorry, yes.
Can we see what the other taillight looks again? I forgot where the clear pieces are supposed to be.
Thanks. Just going to take that down, Mr. Officer. You can have the lights back up. Thank you.
Just kidding, we're not going to get it.
Now, if I could turn your attention to February 3rd of 2022. In the morning hours of that date, where did you go in regard to this investigation?
Sergeant Mechanic, Trooper David Achico, and myself went to 34 Fairview Road along with Trooper Evan Brandt from Crime Scene Services to essentially dig out the snow in pursuit for more evidence.
Now, as far as you mentioned, as far as dig out the snow in pursuit of other evidence, what, if any, tools or implements did you and the other troopers bring with you in order to effectuate that on February 3rd?
We just had kind of standard snow shovels.
And with respect to that, as far as going back to 34 Fairview Roads, and let me clarify as far as that.
Sorry, I'm having issues with the... No. I'm having issues with the live stream thing. It's... YouTube is not liking me right now. See, Jan, this is what I'm talking about. YouTube just does this. Is it Chrome? Hold on. If I click on it, oh, is it okay? I don't know. It's broken. Whatever.
Prior to that date of February 3rd, 2022, had you been to 34 Fairview Road at any point in time?
Now there's a gap here.
No.
So that morning of February 3rd, that's the first time that you went.
Correct.
Now, with respect to, is that, how many times did you go to the area of 34 Fairview Road over the course of the next sort of days and weeks in regard to potential recovery of items?
So February 3rd, I retrieved items on the 8th, the 11th, and 18th, and we was out there on the 10th with Sergeant Mechanic as well.
Now, as far as any of those occasions that you just described, that you went to the area of 34 Fairview Road, on any of those occasions, were you by yourself?
No.
And with respect to those other occasions, what type of people, who was with you? I know you mentioned on the 3rd, but beyond the 3rd, those other occasions that you described, who was with you?
He looks like he's in his 40s or something.
On the 18th, I believe it was Trooper Chico, based on the handwriting on the evidence bag, kind of recognized his handwriting. And the other 2 dates, I don't recall who was out there with me.
Now, with respect to items that were located, starting with the 3rd, do you recall specifically what, if any, items were located on the 3rd?
We've located a black drinking straw, consistent with the one seen in the waterfall video of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the bar holding the glass. We located his hat that had the American flag that was deep underneath the snow. As we were digging, we discovered that. We further discovered other pieces of plastic as well.
Now, as far as these return trips on successive dates to 34 Fairview Road, what was the reasoning behind that, or what was sort of the plan in reference to why were there so many different dates that you returned to 34 Fairview Road with other troopers?
So after the 29th, there was close to 2 feet of snow that had fallen. And in the days and weeks that had followed, the temperatures ranged from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees. And there was about a half a dozen days.
Jesus, 60 degrees? Oh my God, I don't miss living on the East Coast. Imagine being like in the teens and then, all of a sudden back to 60 degrees. Jesus.
Mixed in of heavy rain. So as the snow started to melt, more evidence started to present itself.
So there were items that you recovered on the 3rd and then items you recovered on successive dates that weren't visible or you didn't see on the 3rd, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could, keeping you on February 3rd, you mentioned that there was a Trooper Evan Brent that was present with you during the search on that day as well?
Yes.
Now, in addition to going to 34 Fairview Road, where else did yourself and Trooper Brent go on that particular day?
We traveled to One Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
I'm trying so hard to not tune some of this out, but a lot of this is like so redundant.
And is that the first time that you had been to One Meadows Ave or Mr. O'Keefe's residence?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that residence, why is it that you and Trooper Brent went there on February 3rd?
We wanted to document Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle to show that there was no damage to it, as well as the garage doors.
And why did you want to document that?
Do we have pictures? This is exactly what I was looking for. Are there pictures?
Review of Mr. O'Keefe's ring video, particularly the one above the garage that displays the driveway. On the 29th at approximately 5:07 a.m., Ms. Reed's pulling her vehicle out of the garage door, backing up towards Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, and comes extremely close, if not slightly hitting the vehicle. So we want to at least go document that there was no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's car.
Pictures?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish that for the jury as far as what's been marked as Exhibit 6.
And they better not be blurry, shitty photos, okay?
152.
Okay. All right. No.
Trooper Proctor, with regard to this ring video, how was this
we don't need to see this fucking video again. Just show us the fucking pictures.
obtained, if you know?
So we first observed it through Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on the Ring app, and then I wrote a search warrant for Ring itself.
And as far as the videos that you received,
Wait, what?
if you know?
So we first observed it through Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on the Ring app, and then I wrote a search warrant for Ring itself.
And as far as the videos that you received from Ring, did they match what was on the, or what was viewable in the Ring app on Mr. O'Keefe's cell?
The videos on Mr. O'Keefe's app, yes, it was what Ring produced, matched.
So as far as any videos that were present that you received pursuant to the search warrant, or any videos that were not present, that was consistent with what you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's app on his phone?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could,
Yeah, poke with cooked fish sounds. Ugh. I have seen they do. I have seen them do poke with octopus, but Jan doesn't like octopus. Don't even do poke, Jan. I mean, you could do like crab meat. I don't know. I just feel like it just wouldn't be good. Crab meat, eel, but that's not even poke at that point. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could do like not poke, but like a cooked chirashi-ish, like, you know, shrimp, crab meat, connie, egg, veggies.
Wait from here.
Okay, we've seen this before.
That vehicle is.
Based off the attire, Ms. Reed driving.
Now, you observed this video and whose vehicle? Now, O'Keefe's vehicle is.
There's some snow. You can see on the back window here, the bumper and the windows here is starting to be covered in snow.
And as far as when that vehicle comes close to or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, do you observe the snow come off of the car at that point?
I do not know.
Now, with reference to the back area.
Oh, this was mentioned earlier. I guess Lolly's trying to say that like the car didn't hit hard enough for the snow to come off the windshield, and so the car probably didn't hard enough for the taillight to crack, I guess.
In reference to the red pieces or any pieces of taillight or plastic or glass or anything in that area that you observed.
Hey, Messy Ball, how are you doing today? I have the live stream playing on my iPad, but it's muted though, so I can see the chat like.
So this area here is, you can see the white snow. There's no red pieces of taillight, which would show up in the contrast of the white snow.
How was your weekend? Or how was your weekend?
Now, as far as the damage area that you were discussing previous that you observed in the January 29th in the Sally Port, February 1st in the Sally Port, and then the item that was just marked as evidence, what, if anything, do you observe in the right rear passenger side taillight area of the defense vehicle from this video?
You can see the inconsistent lighting. If you compare it to the left versus the right, there's a gap right there.
If what you observed from that video, does that appear to be consistent with what you observed on January 29th at the Kent Police Department, February 1st, and in the item of evidence that was just marked?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
It's hard. It's hard to tell, okay? Depending on where you pause the video, it looks like there's a chunkling missing. But pausing it right here looks kind of red. I wonder if Lolly's like, oops, I shouldn't have paused it here.
Department February 1st. And
Because there's another still shot that we have where the video was paused earlier, and it looks like the clear part, and there's like a little like missing. It's a chunk that's missing. But pausing it right here, fuck, I'm looping. I think I'm just really fucking hungry. I'm sorry. I'm saying the same thing over again. I'm looping.
The item of evidence that was just marked.
Yes.
I'm looping.
Ms. Gilman, is that correct? May I approach?
Yes.
Okay. Show us the pictures. Is this John's car?
Do you recognize what's up on the screen? It's not marked as Exhibit 546.
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse vehicle.
And with respect to this particular foreground here, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at there.
So that is Mr. O'Keefe's driveway. You see two garage doors there that lead into the house. And above those garage doors is the Ring camera.
Now, with respect to the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, from your viewing of the video,
So the damage to John's car would be right around here. It's dark right there. Can we please get more angles? I'm sure they'll have more angles. Angles, close-ups would really help. Because looking here, I don't see damage on John's car, but maybe there's a more zoomed-in version of this.
the ring video, video number 153. If you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where it is.
I did hear Officer Barrels from Dayton PD. I did hear that. So we have different testimonies of what people saw about the taillight, right? We have like Carrie Roberts, we have the Dayton PD, Proctor.
It's on this vehicle that there's contact again between this Reed's vehicle and this Rookie's.
It would have been in this general area here.
As far as your observations on that date,
What's the, hold on. Okay.
I guess we talked about this, but it'd be cool to have an expert that can do a reenactment. So Karen's car backing up into John's car. Where would it make contact? Blah, blah, blah. Is a taillight can crack? That'd be kind of cool to see too. Yeah, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about the taillight thing. To me, it's kind of just like a wash. So he said that it was cracked. Oh, fuck, what did he say? I have it here. He said that damage to the right rear taillight. Taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked, but not completely damaged. And there was a dent on the rear quarter. And then later on, Lolly was like, well, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but would you say the snow was caked on the car? And he was like, yeah, I guess the snow was caked on. So I don't know if like the snow was caked on the part where the giant chunklings were missing. But then Proctor, before that, said, oh, no. Like rear taillight had large pieces missing from it. I don't know. And then when we're looking at the pixelations of these surveillance, it's just like, I mean, I don't know. It kind of looks like a chunk is missing, and then it kind of doesn't look like a chunk is missing. I haven't seen anyone talk about John's brother.
What I placed before you.
What were they saying about John's brother? I haven't heard anything about him.
You had a chance to review those?
Yes, sir.
Just a few of those. That's on the driver's side or passenger side?
The driver's side.
Oh yeah, I don't see no damage. Also, oh, is this just the courtroom? Because I feel like sometimes when we look at, oops, let me take a better picture. I don't know if it's blue tinted because the pictures are tinted blue, or if it's just like the courtroom camera capturing the footage on the projector or whatever the fuck it's on the screen, the monitor, and then it's like the lights are dimmed or something.
And what if any damage did you observe that area of the vehicle on February 3rd when you were there?
No damage.
Oh, really? I haven't heard anything about John's family.
If I could have photograph 7780, that's my actual. And sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what's now been marked as Exhibit 560?
Yes, those are the two garage doors of Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And what's contained up on that screen is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's garage doors on February 3rd?
Yes.
And with respect to those garage doors, what if any damage did you note or observe on those garage doors at any point when you were there on February 3rd?
I did not observe any damage to the garage doors.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Okay, so we have pictures of John's car.
Now, Trooper Proctor, Subsequent dates following February 3rd, specifically February 8th, 11th, and 18th. Did you have occasion to return to 34 Fairview Road on those days?
I did.
And you had mentioned a little bit about sort of changes in the weather. What, if anything, sort of evolved as far as the weather was concerned between the dates of February 3rd when you were there and February 8th, 11th, and 18th?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the weather pattern had kind of fluctuated from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees with a handful of days of heavy rain mixed in. So that caused a lot of snow to melt as well.
And with respect to each of those respective days of February 8th, 11th, and 18th, what, if anything, did you observe or recover, you and the other troopers that were present on those days?
Yeah, it was further evidence that was originally buried under the snow because of the warm temperature and the rain and the snow melting kind of revealed itself. More pieces of plastic clearing red.
Now, with respect to the residents at 34 Fairview Road, each of these times that you were at the residence, including February 3rd, where in relation to the house were these items observed and recovered by you and the other troopers on those respective days?
So if you're looking at 34 Fairview, looking at the front of the house, it's to the left side of the property, between like the flagpole and kind of the fire hydrant, that general area, the front left of the property.
Now, with regard to these three subsequent dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, these items that were observed and recovered on those dates.
Right. I wonder, because Lolly didn't ask him. So there's a surveillance footage where the brother is like, doing the driveway stuff, and he's like kind of cleaning the snow off the vehicles, like Karen Reed's car a little bit. He doesn't really touch the right taillight, but I wonder if he saw there's any damage to the right taillight or not. But they never asked that. So maybe he never saw damage to the right taillight. Maybe they already covered that in like deposition and like previous, in like the grand jury stuff and the federal stuff. So maybe the brother didn't say anything. That's why Lolly didn't ask.
Where were they in relation to the roadway? Where were they in relation to the hydrant, the flagpole, other sort of markers in the area?
I don't specifically remember exactly if they were around the flagpole because the CERT team had came and shoveled an area around. So that stuff had melted first.
Wait, Jan. Tokyo Central? Go to Tokyo. Oh my God. Go to Tokyo Central in Torrance. Oh my God. You have to get the tonkatsu. It's the best tonkatsu ever. Like the best. And it's not like super expensive or anything. Dude, go to Torrance. If I was a streamer right now, I'd meet you there. Wait, do I have a doctor's appointment today? No, it's on Wednesday. Oh my God. I was like, holy shit. Did I miss something?
First, because there was a lot less snow, and then they created more piles. But as far as the general area was by the flagpole and fire hydrant, it wasn't like on the other side of the property. It was in that general area.
Because that's where they have the food court.
Just with respect to those items, were they generally found, or were they specifically found either on the grass or the roadway area?
Grass.
Asphalt or grass is basically what
I'm sorry, grass area.
And with regard to each of those items that were recovered on those three successive dates,
like the Tokyo Central that's out in the east side, I forgot what it's called, like in Rosemead or something, sucks.
as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th,
And they
did
don't
you
have
bring
food court.
those items with you to court today as well?
I did.
Yeah, Coach Ron.
Yes.
So, you could back from the session. If I could ask you to please open the bag with respect to February 8th first.
It's like juicy, crunchy, like, oh, it's so
Before you
good.
do
And
that,
it's
I
chicken
apologize.
breast.
Taillight, one large piece of plastic, 34.
All right, so a bunch of taillight pieces. We're just going to take them out of the bag.
If I could ask you, 11th.
Taillight pieces. Taillight pieces. Do we need to open all these? More taillight pieces. Taillight pieces. Taillight pieces.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And
Yes.
now, if I could turn your attention just briefly regarding the search warrants in regard to the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house. Was that one search warrant or more than one search warrant that you did in respect to those ring videos?
There was a second search warrant for the ring videos for Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And if you recall, what was the general time frame that was asked for in that warrant as far as from what date to what date?
The second one, I believe, was January 30th to the 3rd or the 4th, I believe.
Was the first one essentially from the 24th to the 29th?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the video that you received in regard to the first search warrant to Ring, what kind of information did you receive from Ring as far as what beyond sort of the video itself? What, if any, other information did you receive as far as accounts or activity or anything like that?
It was just confirming that the user account was under Mr. O'Keefe's email.
So since people already don't trust Proctor, like I said, like, do we get to hear from like the Ring people or nah? Like the Ring people, and then maybe like some other experts that saw the footages.
And then there was an Excel file where you kind of have to transcribe. So that each video has about a 17-digit number associated with it, unique identifier. You take that 17-digit number and you got to convert it using these Excel files to get the date and time.
Now, with respect to what you received pursuant to the search warrant from Ring, was there any kind of activity log. What I mean by that, what, if any, information did you receive as far as what sort of devices or how many different devices were able to access that footage?
Yeah, I wasn't able to obtain a activity log of who was using the device, what device was accessing the system. Something, if someone logged in, was not provided with any record of who was logging in and what day or time.
Now, are you familiar with the term, just as far as videos are concerned, or electronic devices, what's referred to as a digital footprint?
Yes.
Now, with respect to some of these, or the ring videos in totality that you received and that you also viewed pursuant to the app on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, were there certain time periods where you would have expected to see video in which there was no?
Yes.
And can you describe to the jury sort of when those time periods were?
So the ring camera above Mr. O'Keefe's garage, pretty sensitive, so it does not have Miss Reed arriving back at Mr.
Oh, I forgot about that. You could also set sensitivity levels too. You can set sensitivity levels. I don't know about like the one that's in the Sally port. But with the ring one, yeah, you can set sensitivity levels, and then you could set certain zones as well. Forgot about that.
Mr. O'Keefe's house around 12:34 a.m. is approximately was when she should have arrived. The only video, there's a gap from approximately 11:45 p.m. on the 28th to about 5:07 a.m. on the 29th when Miss Reed's backing out and never has her pulling into the garage. And there's also a second video of Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, and Miss Reed looking at the broken taillight in the morning.
What, if any, follow-up or inquiry did you make of Ring in regard to those missing videos?
I've inquired several different times as far as if a video is deleted, is there some type of a record?
That was his inquiry, but next question, I'll allow that.
Now,
Yeah, that's what I want to know. Like, is there a way to find out, what happens to deleted footages, and then does it show that there's activity that something got deleted?
as far as that term that you used before, as far as a digital imprint, can you explain to the
Drive
jury what you
safe.
understand that term to mean?
Essentially, a digital footprint is if a video is created, it's going to leave some type of a record in the archives.
And what, if any, information did you receive from Ring as far as their videos system is concerned in regard to a digital footprint?
Objection.
Not what anybody told you, but what you received.
That if a video is deleted,
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
We're going to strike that.
Upon your further inquiry,
back a little bit.
the videos system is concerned in regard to a digital footprint.
Objection.
Not what anybody told you, but what you received.
Oh, okay, got it.
Where you anticipate a video would be.
no.
January 16th, 2024. Do you recall that date?
I do not, sir.
At some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware of
Oh, the cheek swabs?
forensic evidence in relation to the taillight housing that was introduced earlier as an exhibit?
Yes.
And with respect to that, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with a Sergeant Brian Gallerani of the Needham Police Department?
Yes.
And where was that?
In the DA's office.
And who, if anyone else, involved in this investigation as far as yourself, was Sergeant Buinik with you there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did Sergeant Gallerani do with respect to yourself and Sergeant Buinik on that date in January of 2024?
Sergeant Buinik and I voluntarily provided our DNA for comparison testing.
And again, taking me to my next point, that was a voluntary decision that both you and Sergeant Buinik made as far as availing yourself or availing of that particular testing.
Correct.
And as far as the testing, or this, you know how that was, or can you describe to the jury sort of how that sample was collected or how it was conducted?
Essentially, it's just a swab of the mouth under the tongue with it's basically just like a little pad on a stick, and you get swabbed, and that's how the DNA or saliva is collected.
And as far as those samples that were collected from both.
Anyone else having really bad allergies this year? Dude, I don't know. My respiratory system sucks. It sucks so much.
Yourself and Sergeant
Right
Buinik
now.
on that particular day.
It's annoying.
Where did they go from there as far as you know?
It was my understanding, went to the Bodie lab in Virginia.
I'm sorry, but I should have asked prior to that as far as when they left from the room that you were in with Sergeant Gallerani, did you take those swabs or did Sergeant Gallerani take those swabs or where did they go?
Sergeant Gallerani took possession of those items.
Thank you.
A lot of names that I don't know how to spell. Gallerani?
Your investigation, you interviewed a number of different witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And from the witnesses that you, were there witness interviews that were conducted outside of your presence in the sense that you weren't there for those particular witness interviews?
Yes.
And each of the interviews that you're aware of, whether they were conducted by you or outside of your presence, were done, with the exception of the currents, done with more than one trooper present, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to
I wonder if they wear body cams now, because it would probably be good to have them.
witness interviews that you were present for, from the witnesses that you spoke with, along with other troopers that were present with you, who, if any, of those witnesses had you met or were you did you know prior to the interview that you conducted?
Yeah, so all the witnesses that I interviewed, the only individuals that I know or met prior to this investigation was Julie, Chris Albert, and Colin Albert.
Okay.
And how is it that you knew Julie Albert, Christopher Albert, and Colin?
So my sister, Courtney, her friend growing up, Jillian's sister's Julie. My sister got to know Julie Albert, Julie Daniels, her maiden name, through her friend Jillian. Julie married Chris Albert. So my sister got to know Chris through Jillian and Julie. And then years down the road, my sister.
Oh, fuck. That was so confusing. Sorry, let me slow it down. There's so many names. Okay.
Was Julie, Chris Albert, and Colin Albert.
Okay. Sister Courtney.
And how is it that you knew Julie Albert, Christopher Albert, and Colin?
So my sister, Courtney, her friend growing up, Jillian's sister's Julie. My sister got to know Julie Albert, Julie Daniels, her maiden name, through her friend Jillian. Julie married Chris Albert.
Oh my God, wait. Okay. His sister Courtney is friends with Jillian. Jillian's sister is Julie. Julie's the one that married Chris Albert, right?
So my sister got to know Chris through Jillian and Julie. And then years down the road, my sister had Julie babysit my nephew. Julie would come from time to time and pick up my nephew from school. So that's how they kind of became friendly. And on occasion, they would be over my sister's house or at my parents' backyard, Julie and Chris and their kid Colin, and I would happen to be there.
Let me ask it this way, as far as...
I'm actually surprised that Lolly's like getting ahead of this. I thought he was just going to let him just burn on the stand.
where did you grow up?
Canton.
And did you...
Matt, Jen, and two others. Yes. So we did a street view. There is no street lamp where John's body was found. There is a street lamp by the mailbox, though. But the jury, when they went to go view 34 Fairview, they went there during daylight. It'd be interesting to see how it looks during nighttime to see if the street lamp indeed does illuminate where John's body was found. I'm thinking maybe not. But there was someone in the back seat who was looking towards the direction of John, and she said that she thought she saw like a black blob. But there were issues with her because she said she was really drunk. She said it, but no one really heard it, and they kind of just like moved on to the next topic. But my thing was, why didn't you tell law enforcement when you knew there was a body found on the lawn? Right? I don't know. So that wasn't mentioned until like months later. And I think she wasn't interviewed until like months later. But yeah, I don't know.
You graduated from Canton High School?
Yes.
And as far as any of the witnesses that you interviewed, even the Alberts that you were just talking about, Christopher, Julian, and Colin Albert, were they around the same ages as you or went to high school with you at the same time?
No.
How much older than you would Julie and Chris Albert?
At least 10 years.
And as far as
10 years?
Colin Albert, what's the age difference between yourself and him?
Wait, what? He looks younger than them. How much older than you? Oh, okay. So he's younger than them by 10 years. Got it. Okay. The way that was asked was kind of weird. Okay.
Or went to high school with you at the same time?
No.
How much older than you would Julie and Chris Albert?
At least 10 years.
And as far as Colin Albert, what's the age difference between yourself and him?
At least 20.
Fair to say around this time of January 2022, do you know how old Colin was or what level of school he was at that point?
Senior in high school, I believe.
Is that something that you learned through this investigation or something that you knew independently?
Something I learned through this investigation.
Now, obviously you grew up in Canton and your sister did as well?
Yes.
And your sister's name is Courtney, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the age difference between yourself
Yeah,
and
because Courtney's probably an older sister then.
your sister?
She's 2 years older than me.
And
2 years.
how close are you and your sister?
She's probably one of my best friends. We talk about 5-6 times a day about anything and everything as far as like mostly our children.
And she has, how many children does your sister have?
You got 2.
And about how old are they?
10 and 7.
And you have children as well?
I do.
And how old are they?
2 and 4.
Now,
Young babies.
with respect to the conversation that you have with your sister about 5 or 6 times a day, how do you have those conversations? Is it via voice call or in
Yeah,
person?
maybe he's not in his 40s then. Maybe he's like around my age. Late 30s? Early 40s maybe?
Or text or if you know?
Everything, FaceTime, phone calls, text messages. We're always kind of keeping each other up to date on mainly our kids.
Now, as far as Julie and Christopher Alberts, when did you interview them in relation to this incident?
Sometime in February. I'd have to look at my report for the exact date.
Sometime in, say, early to mid-February?
Yes.
And with respect to them, who, if anyone else, was present with you when you interviewed?
Sergeant Buinik.
And do you recall where the interview took place?
Yes, it was at their home.
Now, prior to this date that you went over to interview Christopher and Julie Albert, had you ever been over to that house before?
No.
Had you ever been over to any home where Christopher and Julie Albert had resided then or previously prior to that date?
No.
Had Christopher or Julie Albert, to your knowledge, ever been over to your house?
No.
Now, with respect to Christopher and Julie Albert, and Colin Albert, will throw him in there as well, how would you sort of describe your relationship with them prior to January 29th, 2022?
I classify it as acquaintances.
All right. Mr. Lally, why don't we take our luncheon break?
He's 35 years old, maybe. That's possible. Wait, I guess we get a lunch break too, right? We get a stretch break. Not a lunch break, just a stretch break. All right, get up and stretch. Oh my God. Oh. Oh. Now make sure you stretch your hips. Do your calf stretches. I'm stretching my... What am I stretching right now? Right here? The hips? How's it going, good guy? How are you? Hello, hello.
So, jurors, before we begin, Mr. Lally, as you approach the podium there, when I tell you that I strike something from the record, I know I've told you before, that means you're not to consider it, okay?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, before we broke, we were talking a bit about Julie Albert and Christopher Albert, correct?
Yes.
So how would you describe your relationship, if any, between Julie Albert and Christopher Albert prior to January 29, 2020?
Loose acquaintances.
People that you knew through your sister, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to the occasions that you had said where you may have been at the same place at the same time, at a family function or something like that, over what period of time are we talking about, and about how many different instances of that occurred over those years?
Like I mentioned, they had never been at my house. It was either at my sister's home or at my parents' house. Over the course of maybe 10 years, I might have been at the same function half a dozen times.
And at those times that you were at the same function a half a dozen times or so, how much interaction would you have with either Christopher Albert or Julie Albert or even Colin Albert at those functions?
Just casual conversation, be cordial, and just typical conversations, hi, how's it going, things of that nature.
Now, with reference to these experiences or relationships, or lack thereof, that you had with Christopher and Julie Albert, what, if any, conversations did you have with your supervisors as far as superior officers within your unit in regard to this?
I explained the connection with my sister to the Albert family.
And who did you explain that to?
That would be Sergeant Buinik, Lieutenant Fanning, and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
All right, Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, maybe approach the microphone a little closer.
And just with respect to those disclosures, what specifically did you tell either Sergeant Buinik, Lieutenant Fanning, or Lieutenant Tully?
Basically, that the Alberts are my sister's friends, that I've been at some functions with them, and the only kind of connection with the Albert family is through my sister.
And just when you say the Alberts, as far as who specifically within the Alberts are you talking about that had a friendship with your sister?
Julie, Chris, and their son Colin.
Now, with regard to the investigation that you were conducting and the interviews that you conducted, what, if any, impact did those relationships have with regard to your interviews of them specifically, or the investigation in total?
Zero. Absolutely zero impact on this investigation.
You want me to approach?
Yes.
In the course of
Are these the text messages?
your investigation over the course of this case, are you aware that there were iCloud data that was obtained from your personal cell phone?
Yes.
And different text strings from that iCloud data from your personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to what has just been placed before you, is that an excerpt or a piece from those particular messages?
It is.
And from the front page of that, can you tell the jury who are sort of the participants in this particular text communication?
There's several
Group text?
numbers that aren't identified. The three that are under kind of nicknames me and my buddies have for each other.
And generally speaking, just as far as the participants in this text communication, who are these people to you, and how you know them? How long have you known them? Who are
The members on this text thread are close friends from junior high, first grade even.
Oh God, was he on a text thread with his friends giving like information about the case that he's investigating?
So people you've known for years, is that correct?
Correct.
And do each of them
I
live,
wonder if one of them snitched on him.
or do any of them live within the general area at this time?
Some of them do, yes.
And so when some of them do, some of them do not, is that correct?
Correct.
And the ones that do not, how far away do they live?
As far away as Tennessee.
Now, with reference to this, there's an indication as far as the first message sent or last message sent.
Hey, Hydrosphere. I don't know anything about Young Thug's trial stuff. Did you see Young Thug's lawyers were held in contempt because they wouldn't reveal their source of the judge and the prosecutor meeting a sworn-in witness in a meeting, looking like a mistrial?
From this particular text chain, correct?
Sorry, repeat the question, please.
Sort of towards the middle of the first page.
I mean, Yannetti was talking about the nudes thing, so I knew it was going to be bad.
I'll direct your attention to that area. Is there any indication as far as the first message sent and the last message sent with respect to this
Should I slow it down a bit? I'll slow it down a bit.
text chain?
On the first page, yes.
And what is indicated as far as the first message and the last message?
The first message is, I need to brandish a gun more often. The last is, Chip, name of that BPD cop.
No, I'm sorry, sir. If I could direct your attention to the first page in this packet, page 2527.
Can we just see it on the screen?
Do you see conversation details? Sorry, may I go?
Yes.
If I could direct your attention to the right. Okay. Date and time and the last message sent, date and time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What is the first message sent, date and time?
It's 10/18 of 2021 at 8:48 a.m. The last message sent is 8/31/2022 at 11:19 p.m.
And is there also within that conversation details an indication as far as number of messages over that time frame within this communication?
There is.
And what is it?
I'll slow it down because I'm trying to write everything that they're saying. So I'll slow it down.
The last message 2021 at 8:48 a.m. The last message sent is 8/31/2022 at 11:19 p.m.
And is there also within that conversation details an indication as far as number of messages over that time frame within this communication?
There is.
And what does it list for number of messages?
It's 38,707.
The fuck?
It's fair to say the packet that you have before you does not contain all 38,707 messages, correct?
That's correct.
No.
The first message that you had, I believe, alluded to in reference to the first one listed within this communication. What date and time is that?
That was January 29th, 2022 at 10:36 p.m.
And who is that message from?
My friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what, if anything, did he send to the group?
I need to brandish a gun more often.
And if you know, what is that in reference to?
He just recently moved to Tennessee, and he was kind of, I think, making a joke as kind of.
Oh man, imagine having to explain your private group text message to everyone. Oh gosh.
The lifestyle down there where guns are more prominent or more common to be carried around there. So I interpreted that as a joke in that nature.
And the next message, sir, from that same page, 2527.
The next one is, it's bold.
And is there a name associated with that number that's in these?
No,
Do you know who that person is?
I don't.
And the next message, sir, from 10:52 p.m.
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And Chip, who is that referring to, sir?
That is one of my nicknames I've had since maybe high school.
So a nickname that would be familiar amongst these group of friends in particular?
Yes.
And this time period when these text messages begin, sometime after 10:30 or 10:50 p.m. on January 29th, where are you and what are you doing in reference around that time period?
At this point in time, on the 29th, I'm home.
And that last text message, do you respond to that at approximately 10:53 p.m.?
Yes.
And what was your response?
John O'Keefe.
And the next message down from there, also at 10:53 p.m.?
Yes. He took custody of his sister's kids.
That's your response. There's another response above that, is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that say?
How old?
And you respond as far as he took custody of his sister's kids, correct?
Correct.
Skipping down a couple, do you see an entry at 10:53:49 p.m.?
Yes.
And that's from a 617 number, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the response there?
Oh man, that's rough.
And following that, do you respond to the earlier query as far as age?
I do.
And what did you say?
Mid-40s.
Now, the next message below that, as far as indication of mid-40s, what is that?
His age.
No, I understand that. I'm sorry. The next message underneath that, sir.
I'm sorry. It's a Facebook link.
And do you recall what that Facebook link is to?
It's to John O'Keefe.
And is that something you sent or one of your friends sent?
One of my friends sent.
And the next message below, turning to now page 2529 at the top there, what is the next message that's sent?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
And as far as the book, what did you understand that to mean?
Facebook.
May we approach?
Sure.
Can we just see the messages? Please? It'll be easier. I think they have another recess. Yeah, they got another little recess thing.
Google
Got
users'
some fan
privacy through their
action going on. Okay, they're back in court. I guess to do some sidebars.
Proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Trooper, if I could direct you back to page 2529 within that packet before you. And below that text stating what's that, I don't have the book anymore. You respond, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you say there?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And sir, if I could direct your attention again within that same packet to 2532. And there's a message there sent at 10:56 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who's that from?
A friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what does he say in that text?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And you respond at 10:56 as well as 10:57. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is it that you respond?
My first response was nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
And what, if anything, were you saying, or what was the purpose of that text in regard to the homeowner?
I was just letting him know that essentially Mr. O'Keefe is a Boston cop and the homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
Now, if I could turn your attention to 2533. And top
I
of the
thought
page,
that was worded differently. Maybe it comes up later on.
sir, if you could read through that page as far as who's
I thought it was
texting
worded like, no, the homeowner won't catch anything because he's a Boston cop.
and what are they saying?
Again, for my friend from Tennessee and myself, I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital. He was banged up.
Now, as far as the next text from a 781 number, what does that say?
Did he get beat up?
And you responded to that, is that correct?
I did.
The objection is sustained as to form.
What, if any, response did you provide to that?
Nope.
Objection. The objection was to the former question and the answer.
I'll strike it.
Now, turning your attention to 2534.
So this is their conversation from that night. At first I was like, going through these text messages can look really bad for him. Is Lolly doing it to get ahead, you know? Just to get ahead of it, get ahead of the story, I guess, and try to get Proctor to explain it. But Lolly's other angle could just be like, oh, see, from the very beginning, he already thought that it was Karen who did it. Why lie in the private text messages?
And from this page, sir, if you could, again, just read through as
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. I feel like Lolly, there's so many times when Lolly could have got ahead of things that he just didn't. So now I'm like, okay, Lolly's trying to get ahead of things. Okay. He doing stuff.
far as indicating to the jury who's speaking and what is being said.
From the start of the first text, so
time
the
is
owner
it?
of the house.
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him? That's what I initially thought after talking to Can paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
Let's just slow it back down.
So the owner of the house?
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him? That's what I initially thought after talking to Can paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
And those last two are your responses, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the following text messages are from your friends, is that correct?
Yes.
What do they say?
Bear, let's focus. What does she waffle to mean? What's the story? I responded, she hit him with her car.
And the she that you're referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed.
Is that like a Boston thing? Waffle? I've never heard anyone say waffle before.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2535.
Like local
again,
dialect
if you
thing?
could start at the top of the page and read through that page and just
Well,
indicate
he's just bad at his job.
who is talking and what is being said.
Okay. My friend in Tennessee states, okay, that's fucked up. I respond, intentional or not. Then another response, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him, question mark. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. And then I respond, they arrived at the house together, gone to an argument.
I don't want to speak out loud or out of turn.
The objection's overruled.
Your Honor,
But
if I could say this, there needs to be an identifier of who's speaking.
I understand what you think the mix-up is. So, Mr. Lally,
Yeah, could we make it a lot clearer, please? I'm trying to figure out who's saying what here.
go back.
Thank you.
Sir, if you could please, again, start at the top of the page and just indicate.
No, just after the gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway, correct, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
I respond, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. I follow that up. They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left. 781 number responds with, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
Oh, that's not an animal we won't be able to prove. Okay.
Responds with an argument.
Because maybe initially he also thought it was an animal attack too.
I follow that up. They
Thank you,
arrived at
she-
the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left. 781 number responds with, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
And how do you respond to that, sir?
There's several other messages before I issue a response.
Objection again. Bottom of the page.
So it's not an objection, but Mr. Lally, why don't you point him?
So, sir, at the bottom of page 2535, you have a response, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that response?
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
What? Did we already do that?
Objection.
So it's going to be a matter you can address on cross.
There has to be some accuracy. The reading.
So I understand. So, Mr. Lally, why don't you go point for your witness?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
I mean, we're not at the bad shit yet.
It's a HTML link, whiteout / Proctor iCloud / group chat Feb 2022. So you point out.
No. Lolly, get back up here.
Why don't you go show your witness?
Excuse me. You indicated Biff asking you about his bottom.
Tell us who you attribute it to.
Sure. So, sir, what I'm asking you about is the bottom of page 2535, excuse me, 26.
Hi, Dave.
2535. You indicated Biff him, correct?
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
That Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
What you indicated?
That
Correct? 2535. you indicated biffed him, correct?
You indicated what?
2535, you indicated biffed him, correct?
Correct.
I don't know what he said.
What did you mean by that?
That Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2537.
2537.
Now, do you see a response toward the bottom of the page from yourself, January 29, 2022 at 11:04 p.m.?
Yes.
And can you read that response for the jury?
Yeah, but there'll be some. Yes.
And can you, January 29,
11:04 p.m.
Yeah, but there'll be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And what did you mean by that, sir?
That throughout the course of the day, we had compelling evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
And you have two responses from friends, the same friends at the bottom of that page, 2537, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are those?
Did Lolly say biffed him? I don't know. I have no idea what he said. I couldn't understand.
Friends at the bottom of that page, 2537, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are those responses?
Keep your voice up loud, please. Trooper Proctor, jurors can't hear you.
Yes, Your Honor. Number ending in 5051. Got to be. I could only imagine what internal affairs of the BPD are trying to get out there. The second response, same number. She hot at least.
Oh God! Gotta be. Can only imagine what internal affairs BPD.
Second response, same number. She hot at least. Get out there. The second response, internal affairs of the BPD are trying to get out there. The second response, same number. She hot at least.
And turning your attention to the next page, 2538, at the top, if you could just read a series of responses from yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Read from those, sir.
Yep, so these came from me. From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. CUNT.
Objection.
So don't spell it. You have to. So
Say
these are
cunt.
your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Cunt. Yes, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. Though. No ass.
And sir, what is it that
God, dude, he has to read this in court. Oh God. I'm trying to type this out.
The babe. Weird Fall River accent, though.
Weird Fall River accent, though.
Though. No ass.
No ass.
And sir, what is it that you were referring to there, or why would you text that?
These were, from all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. Is talking about the homeowner, Mr. Albert. I had mentioned the compelling evidence against Miss Reed at this point indicated that Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death. The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of, and I shouldn't have wrote in a private or any type of setting.
Like locker room talk, but in text messages.
Sir, at some point, if I could turn your attention to page 2540.
Hey, Patty, how are you doing today?
And there's a photograph that's shared within this text communication, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does it indicate who shared that photograph? From the prior page, possibly.
The number ending in 5051.
And who is depicted in that photograph that was shared within the group text?
It's Miss Reed being escorted out of the State Police Milton Barracks.
And these are all from February 1st of 2022, around that time frame, is that correct?
Yes.
Who
Now,
took
sir,
the
if I could direct you
picture?
to page 2543. And sir, if I could direct you to the top of the page and ask you to read through that page indicating who's speaking and what the content of those communications are.
Okay. Number ending in 4146. Question is that chick a smoke? Again, 4146 question mark. I respond EH. I respond again, nutbag, as Chief would say. I also respond with, she's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to?
Again, to misread some medical conditions there. Again, unprofessional comments I should not have made, that I'm not proud of.
I mean, he's doing the testimony of shame right now. You know, we got the walk of shame. Now we got the testimony of shame. He's got to read his text messages out loud for everyone. Oh, God.
As far as attitudes expressed within these text messages and other text messages, what, if any, impact did that have as far as your investigation was concerned regarding this?
These juvenile, unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence and the integrity of this investigation. They said these are unprofessional comments, but they absolutely do not detract from the integrity of the investigation or the facts and evidence of it.
May I approach this retreat?
Yes.
But we haven't gotten to the nudes part yet.
Now,
What
to
am I
the
listening to? He's the lead investigator for this case.
Saying within, you've seen text messages amongst yourself and a variety of
Like, I tend to be quite, I don't know, lenient, forgiving when it comes to people talking in their private group text messages or how they banter with their friends privately and stuff like that. It just looks really fucking bad, though. He's the lead investigator. They're talking about Karen Reed. He's making fun of her medical condition, saying she's got a leaky door knot, whatever. Like, this just looks so bad.
different people from that same sort of iCloud area of your personal phone, correct?
Correct.
And among those, are there communications that you had with members of the Kin Police Department?
Yes.
And how would you characterize, or what was the general content of communications that you had with members of the Kin Police Department?
One communication was to coordinate interview times for firefighters and police
Oh, that's it? That's it for the text messages? He's like, oh, thank God we're done with that.
officers and to set up a conference room where those interviews could be conducted. Obviously, the presence of Canton detectives or any police officers are not going to be sitting in on these interviews. Another communication was to inquire of relevant security videos that are in the area. Their local department, they know the area very well, so I reached out and asked if there's some good cameras in the area that I had of kind of interest in.
Okay, I think we're just moving on from the text messages. Okay, wait until the defense gets to it. I'm sure there'll be more.
Yes.
Recognize that to be, sir?
Text communications between my sister and I.
Oh, more text messages. Okay. Text messages with Sister Courtney. Hopefully these will be better. I would assume probably no or maybe less locker room talk.
That's your sister Courtney, is that correct?
That's correct.
They're
And
best friends,
similar
though.
to what I'd asked you about the prior packet as far as a first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, what is indicated on this first page?
First message sent, date, time, December 10th, 2021 at 9:33 p.m. Last message sent, 8:30, 2022 at 8:48 p.m.
And 8:30, that's August 30th, is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, August 30th, 2022.
And similarly to the other messages, is there an indication as far as how many number of messages were sent between yourself and your sister over that time period?
2,865.
And fair to say that the documents in front of you do not contain 2,865 messages?
Correct.
Now, just in reference to the first message on page 2662, the first page in this.
Commentator for Cincinnati Reds apologizing for a hot mic incident. I don't think I ever heard of it before. What happened there?
Packet, do you see that from December 10th of 2021 at approximately 9:33 p.m.?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
A text message from my sister.
And what does it say?
I called earlier, Dolph earlier, and Mom was puking in the background.
And do you recall what that was in regard to?
From the sounds of it, my mother had the stomach bug.
I guess it sounds better to have someone read the text messages and to see with their own eyes.
And sir, if I could direct your... And these are text messages from January 29th, 2022, between yourself and your sister Courtney, correct?
Correct.
And if you could read from the top of the page through the end, and please indicate to the jury as far as who's talking and who's saying what.
So I texted my sister at work, "What's up?" She responds, "What? Why?" I respond, "Or just found it frozen to death on a front lawn in Canton this morning. Actually just interviewed Jen McCabe, said she knows you."
And the knows you, who are you referring to?
My sister.
And how did your sister respond to that?
Cut the shit. I responded, "You." There was a typo correction with my response to you. She responded, "Yeah, she knows Jack very well. She's really good friends with Julie." My sister continues on. Her sister is married to Brian Albert. My sister asks, "You still working?" ? I says, yeah, gonna be out for a while. Homicide.
And as far as your answers to those questions, or as far as your communications that you had with your sister at this time on the afternoon of
Grits.
January 29th, what were those in regard to, or why were you communicating that to your sister?
At that time, it was just kind of in the news. I was just kind of letting her know I was out working. She didn't share anything specific. I wouldn't share anything specific on cases with my family or anyone. It was just kind of an overall innocent conversation.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2669. Again, if you could read from that page as far as who was talking and what the content is.
All right.
What was that?
Again, if you could read from that page.
So off, the Canton thing is a homicide. I respond, this is at 3 in the afternoon on the 29th. Don't say a word to anyone. She said, "Of course not." I respond, in the very least, it's suspicious. She responds, "This is your livelihood." And then I would never miss with that. 3:07, I respond, "Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them."
If I can direct your attention to page 2672.
Did I write that right? So I'm just trying to write this.
I'd like to direct your attention to page 2672. Again, if you could read from that page as far as who was talking, what the content is.
All right. My sister starts off, "The Canton thing is a homicide." I respond, this is at 3 in the afternoon on the 29th. Don't say a word to anyone. She said, "Of course not." I respond, at the very least, it's suspicious. She responds, "This is your livelihood." And then I would never miss with that. 3:07, I respond,
It's your livelihood. I would never mess with that. Okay. Remember, 3 p.m. 3 p.m. Is this when they were on their way to Karen Reed's, or they got to Karen Reed's parents' house?
Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got in.
With the victim and girlfriend.
Interview them.
Okay.
Page 2672. These are messages from February 1st, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the one at the top starts about February 1st, 5:57 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read through as far as who's speaking and what the content of those messages are.
I texted my sister, "What's up?" She responded, "Nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift." And I respond, "Get Elizabeth one." Elizabeth's my wife. And my sister responds, "Because I guess her and Chris were friends with John, and she's so proud of you for leading this." And then she writes, "Elizabeth, question mark?" I respond with, she's been stuck with the kids for the last 10 nights. My sister responded with, yeah, but she knew what life is like married to a cop.
And sir, as far as the gift that's mentioned, as far as Julie Albert, is that anything that you have received at any point in time?
I never received a gift. I never asked for a gift. My wife never received a gift. She never asked for a gift.
So how would you describe this context of this conversation, or why that's being discussed at this time?
Again, I don't know
When I first heard about the gifting, I was like, okay, that could kind of sound weird. But I don't know, these text messages, I don't know. I could see how it could go both ways, but I don't think it's that bad.
thought process of my sister and Julie as far as bringing that idea of a gift into play. Like I said, I didn't ask for one. I never received one. The same with my wife.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2676. As far as who is saying, who is speaking and what they're talking.
I start out, we write like 8 to 12 warrants on each case. My sister responded, no, I have no idea what the hell you do or how it works. I responded on the 10th at 7:36 p.m. I'm starving, but I also just want to go home. Thanks, though. My sister responds, yeah, but is dinner going to be waiting? She responded with, ha, ha, ha. And then I responded, yep. And then my sister responded with, okay, it's fine. Mom and I just don't want to go home.
At least the text message with his sister aren't saying inappropriate shit about Karen Reed.
Mm-hmm.
And another document, sir, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is private messages between my wife and I.
Oh, gosh.
Again, what is your wife's name?
Elizabeth.
And what, if anything, does that indicate as far as dates and times and
I
number
wonder
of
if Elizabeth is pissed.
messages involved?
Okay, so the first message sent 5/20/2022 at 6:19 p.m. The last message sent 8/31/2022 at 9:16 p.m. 5/20/2022 at 6.
5/20/2022. 5/20/2022. Is that right? Okay, I'll just write it down.
19 p.m. The last message sent 8/31/2022 at 9:16 p.m.
And what, if any, indication does it give as far as number of messages within that?
Why is it all the way in May, I guess?
Text chain.
1,632.
And of those 1,162, there's one message that's listed on that. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time of that message, and what does it say, and who's speaking?
This is me speaking on June 9th, 2022 at 4:56 p.m. I text my wife, waiting to lock this whack job up.
And what are you referring to in that text, sir?
I'm referring to the arrest after Ms. Reed was indicted by the grand jury.
And again, as far as the terminology that you use in that text message to your wife, why is that?
Again, unprofessional messages I should not have sent. I don't have an explanation other than they're regrettable and it's something I'm not proud of, the language I used.
I approach to retrieve your.
Yes. All right, so Trooper Proctor, the jurors can't hear you. So speak directly into your microphone the way I'm doing, okay?
Wait, are the jurors telling the judge that they can't hear? I wonder how much of this trial can they not fucking hear? Can they like do something about this instead of just telling people to speak up louder? Can they do something else about this?
Your Honor.
I mean, honestly, I think he should just go up there and just be like, you know, I don't regret with how I communicated. These are my private messages with people who are close to me. You know, my wife, my friends. Now, should I have really been saying things about Karen Reed and being that mean? Yeah, probably not. You know, a good person wouldn't do that. Should I be leaking about certain things about this investigation or talking about it? Probably not.
Conversations. Now, Trooper Proctor, familiar with conversations that's within the same.
She told him to raise the hand. Okay, got it. Because before I thought the judge was just thinking for the jury, and if she thought that maybe it wasn't loud enough, she would speak for them and tell them to speak louder. But if the jury keeps raising their hands, saying they can't hear, I don't know. Can they just do something about this courtroom setup then? Besides turning off the AC? Is there a way to have some technician to go in there and boost the microphones or something?
Same text communications from your personal phone with colleagues of yours at the state police?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Who is this a picture of on the laptop? Who are we looking at here?
On the language used in the January 29th and February 1st or 2nd text communications among your friend group. With reference to that particular time frame in the language that you used, what sort of information had you gathered to that point, and why would you say or use that particular language in your, particularly in your descriptions of the defendant?
So this is, 16, 18 hours later, and we conducted multiple interviews.
Speak up.
Conducted multiple interviews. We knew Mr. O'Keefe never went into Fairview Road. We knew there was one shoe at the scene, one shoe at the hospital. Based off Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, Miss Reed's statements when Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed her.
Oh, we must be wrapping up direct examination.
Broken taillight, the missing taillight, some taillight pieces found at the scene, the compelling evidence pointing directly at Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle led me to make those comments. Whether, like I said, they weren't professional comments, but based on the day's investigation, it was clear that Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the documents before you, do you recognize those?
I do.
And as far as the participants in that particular conversation, who were the participants listed there?
It's Trooper David DeChico and myself.
And Trooper DeChico and yourself both work within the same unit with the state police, is that correct?
Correct.
And beyond the professional relationship you have with yourself, between yourself and Trooper DeChico, how would you characterize your relationship, generally speaking?
We're buddies, we go all together, hang outside of work, our kids play together, so I'd say, we're friends.
Now, within the, again, as far as the first message sent, date and time, and last message sent, date and time within this conversation, if you could describe it.
He meant it's clear as in after 16, 18 hours after they started their investigation, to them at that point, to him, he thought it was clear that she was the one that hit him with the vehicle and stuff.
After the jury.
First message sent, date
He's
and
not talking about the trial.
time, March 17th, 2022, 11:08 a.m. Last message sent, date and time, August 18th, 2022, 6:08, 11:08 a.m.
March 17. Okay, so more text message. Oh boy, well, let's hope DeChico does better in text messages than Mr. Proctor.
Last message sent, date and time, August 18th, 2022, 6:08 a.m.
And again, the number of messages listed within this text chain?
87.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain 87 text messages, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, just in general terms, if you have an opportunity to just look at the first couple pages there, fair to say those are just sort of jokes that you have going back and forth between yourself and Trooper DeChico, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Oh, what kind of jokes?
Now, if I could turn your attention specifically to page 2632.
Come on, DeChico.
And these are text messages starting on April 28th, 2022 at 10:52 in the morning, is that correct?
Sorry, what was the time again, sir?
April 28th, 2022, 10:52 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And again, sir, with reference to this page, if you could read the content to the jury and please indicate who is speaking at each respective times.
Okay. I said out without a doubt, you get diarrhea of the mouth too. Trooper DeChico, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. I respond, Yuri and I had two.
Oh, wait, should I? Oops, sorry, let me slow it down.
Jury, and please indicate whom is speaking at each respective times.
Okay. I start out without a doubt. He's got diarrhea of the mouth too. Trooper DeChico, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and
What?
Trooper DeChico, rookie move,
Working move, not
going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. I respond, Yuri and I had two conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. Trooper DeChico responds, not good enough, should have had me or Jeff do it. I respond, if you two did it.
Oh, were they having issues with the ME? Is that why we haven't called the ME yet?
Had two conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. Trooper DeChico responds, not good enough, should have had me or Jeff do it. I respond, if you two did it, she would have made it accidental or natural causes.
And can you explain the context of those communications, or what exactly is it that
Is that why we haven't heard from the ME yet? What the fuck? Oh.
you and Trooper DeChico are talking about in that communication?
Okay, so the ME is the medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. Our office, it's kind of a little bit of a locker room.
Hold on, wait for the ambulance, and then speak up. The jurors can't hear you way back where the court officer's standing.
Of Mr. O'Keefe, because I'll address the conference calls Sergeant Buinik and I had with the medical examiner. The doctor had some questions as to the facts and evidence, kind of what had transpired, which is common. You know, even if it's a homicide, I've had many calls with the medical examiner's office. Even if it's a suicide or overdose, I wouldn't say almost, always with a homicide, the doctor wants to know what transpired. Trooper DeChico and myself, we kind of like to bust each other's chops, go back and forth. So that's what he meant by saying, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. The original determination came back.
Sustained. Next question, Mr.
Yeah, that's out.
Now, as far as attending the autopsy, is that something that typically someone within your office would do, within your unit would do with regard to any sort of death investigation?
Yes.
And do you know who attended the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe in this specific case?
Trooper Connor Keefe.
And so as far as Trooper DeChico's reference to you not going in, or Sergeant Buinik not going in, is that what you believe Trooper DeChico was referring to in that message?
Objection. Sustained as to the form.
You indicated that...
I mean, after him, we have to hear from the ME, right? Don't tell me we're going to go to DeChico next. Let's just go to the ME.
When Trooper DeChico bust each other's chops, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And can you describe a little more, expound upon that as far as the nature of your relationship and sort of the text messages that you exchange in this and other communications that you have?
Basically just, kind of needling each other, and him doing that is by saying, texting me, rookie move, not going into meeting with the medical examiner. So that's a perfect example of him kind of just needling me, which we do on a daily basis.
And as far as your interpretation of that, did you interpret that as a serious comment or something said in jest?
I interpreted that as a typical joke from Trooper DeChico.
Now, may I approach to retrieve?
Yes.
And Trooper DeChico.
And again, what is the first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, and number of messages contained therein?
First message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022 at 1:09 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022, 4:45 p.m.
And the number of messages, sir?
4.
And if you could, read the contents of those messages contained there.
Okay.
Please indicate who's speaking.
So I started out, of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job.
What does that mean?
Trooper DeChico responds, "Dear God, WTF, what the hell is inconclusive about the whole thing?"
And as far as your indication there, as far as she was a whack job, who are you referring to there?
Miss Reed.
Now, as far as the undetermined of what you're talking about, what is sort of the content or the context of this conversation?
That would be the manner of death was determined to be undetermined by the medical.
Listen, if you can help it, don't ever put yourself in a situation where you fuck up so badly that your text messages get revealed to the entire world, okay?
Examiner's office.
And so I ask you again, as far as your reference there in the bottom of the first page, as far as she was a whack job, whom do you believe you're referring to there?
Again,
Reed or the medical exam?
Miss Reed.
Oh, I thought it would be against the medical examiner. Like, oh, of course the medical examiner said it's undetermined. She's a whack job.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You're gonna go to jail if your shit leaks?
On this packet.
Yeah, because why would it matter? So it's like, of course it's determined she was a whack job. I just don't understand how that would tie to Karen Reed.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread between myself, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Kukowski.
And Trooper Kaskowski is another trooper within your unit in the state police, is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read from the first message sent, date and time, and the last message sent, date and time.
First message sent, date and time, 5/24/2022, 9:21 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/24/2022, 4:56 p.m.
Hey,
And as far as the
Mad Hatter, thank you so much for the 5. I've been watching you for a while. Only started talking recently. Think you're hilarious. Think he did mean the Emmy this time. I think so too. It would make more sense if he meant the Emmy and not Karen Reed, right? But but thank you so much for your support, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the super chat.
number of messages indicated within this text chain between yourself, Trooper Kukowski.
Wait, Corky, have you gotten to the pause moment yet? No, what's the pause? Oh, wait, the pause, which one? With Lolly? That might have happened like way earlier.
And Trooper DeChico.
494.
Fair to say the documents before you do not contain 494 text messages, correct?
Correct.
Just in reference to that first page, 2635, first message sent, that's May 24th, 2022, around 9:21 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a message sent from Trooper Kaskowski, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that?
Appears to be a picture of a toy Santa Claus.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2644.
And this would have been a couple days after Karen was indicted by the grand jury. No worries. I love your work. I should be shown that to you, and your time is appreciated. Thanks. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much.
If I could direct you to the bottom of the page, sir, and see the text from yourself at June 9th, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
Yes.
Very bottom of the page. And Your Honor, may I approach just to point it out?
Yes.
Yeah, I see it, sir.
If you could read what you wrote on June 9th, 2022, around that time, sir.
If you like women who shit themselves.
And again, sir, what is it that you're referring to there?
Oh,
Again,
God, he's got to explain this.
Regrettable comment I made about Miss Reed's medical condition.
Now, if I could direct you to the following page, 2645.
Oh, with him? No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
And again, if you could read from that page as far as who is, indicate to the jury who is speaking and what is being said on page 2645.
I'm speaking right now. The statement she made tonight at H7 was mental. Thank Christ it was on BWC, which is body worn camera. Trooper Kukowski responds, that's her. Smoke.
Wait, there's body worn. What? Because we haven't.
Who is speaking and what is being said on page 2645?
I'm speaking right now. The statement she made tonight at H7 was mental.
At 8/7, the statement she made tonight. The statement she made. Is that when she did her interview? I don't know. This is at age 7. I don't know what the fuck. It's not right though.
Thank Christ it was on BWC, which is body
Thank Christ it was on. Where's the BWC then?
worn camera. Trooper Kukowski responds, "That's her." Smoke. Trooper Kukowski again. What'd she say? I respond, said the Alberts beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross.
Oh, is that the okay? That was like a horrible audio that like kind of sucked.
Trooper DeChico, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross. Trooper DeChico, oh fuck her, bitch.
Thank you, sir. May I approach to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sir, with
I
reference
wish we could get the entirety of it, unless that's all Karen said and they end it there.
to that last bit, as far as June 9th, 2022, what was going on that day in reference to this matter again?
Miss Reed was being processed at the Milton Barracks.
Thank you. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh man, Lolly.
what do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread with members from my office, troopers.
Oh geez.
And who are the troopers that are listed within that?
Trooper Chris Moore, Trooper Jeff Kukowski, Lieutenant John Fanning, Trooper Dave DeChico, and Sergeant Yuri Buchanek.
And what is the first message sent, date and time?
That would be 5/26/2022 at 8:19 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/26/2022, 5:36 p.m.
And what is listed as far as the number of messages within this chain?
651.
Lolly's trying to say, like, do you see what I have to work with? Do y'all see what I have to work with?
And it's fair to say the documents before you do not contain all 651 of those messages within this chain. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now,
Okay, because I could be a little bit more lenient on his text messages with his friends and stuff like that, but now we're amongst the coworkers, the other officers, troopers who are investigating this case, who are involved in this case. I really want to know what's being said here.
sir, if I could direct your attention to
Why can't you
page
see that Lolly's a
2682.
clown? Then you haven't listened to anything I've said. We've been talking a lot about Mr. Lolly. A lot of criticisms
You
about
see a
him.
message sent from Trooper DeChico on August 17th, 2022 at 9:42 p.m.
Yes.
And is 2022 at 9:42 p.m.
Yes.
And is that an image contained on the next page, which is 2683?
Yes, it is.
And what is the image of?
That is a picture of Mr. Yannetti. Appears to be from quite some time ago.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2684. And there's a response from you, August 17th,
I've made a lot of comments about Mr.
2022 at
Lolly.
9:44 p.m.
A
Is
lot
that
of
correct?
comments about him from the very beginning. Just show us the
Sorry,
fucking
sir.
text
The
messages.
date and time again, please.
Sure. Page 2684, 8/17/2022, 9:44 p.m.
Yes.
You see there's like sort of 3 responses from you.
I have you now.
Reminder that tomorrow there's no court. This is what the jury is going to marinate with during their day off. I mean, we have like another, 42 minutes left? I don't think it gets any better from here.
If you could just read the 3 responses from yourself, sir.
Okay, so these came from me. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Now, with reference to...
Wait a second. This is him going through whose phone? I hate this man. I truly hate him. Is he talking about John or is he talking about Karen?
For me, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that.
Oh, his... Okay. His retarded client's phone. He's talking about Yannetti. Okay.
Man, I truly hate him.
I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Now, with reference to the investigation at this point, when you're talking about his client's phone, who are you referring to?
Miss Reed.
And with regards to the phone at that point, can you describe for the jury sort of what's going on during this time period of August 17, 2022 in regard to Miss Reed's phone?
So after obtaining a search warrant for Miss Reed's phone, we weren't able to extract any data from it until August of 2023.
August 2023, couldn't extract data.
Troopers in my office knew I was going through the phone that evening. I was most interested in location data, text messages, Google searches. That was the update I gave the troopers in the office. It was
The nude stuff better not be in the group messages with his colleagues.
a distasteful joke. I should have gave a proper update instead of that. I wasn't able to go through the phone as thoroughly as possible because I came across some a text between an attorney and Ms. Reed, so I had to stop going through her phone, and I made my supervisor aware of those communications.
Now, just in reference to what you had just said, this is in August of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
So after a search warrant is obtained for the defendant's phone, where did it go? You indicated you gave it to Trooper Garino, and where did it go from there?
Trooper Garino essentially hooks it up to a device called Gray Key, where it tries every possible combination passcodes in order to access the data contained in the phone.
And at that time, when you retrieved it pursuant to the search warrant, you didn't have the passcode to the defendant's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
So that device is designed to sort of go through numbers and try to find a combination to get into the phone, correct?
Correct.
And so from the time that you had seized it in late January or on January 29th, 2022, until this date in August of 2022, had you been able to get into the phone or see anything in the phone in those intervening months or 7 months between January and August?
No.
And so then at this time that you're sending this text message
Wait, it took 7 months?
in August of 2022, is that around the time that you were first able to access the phone?
Objection.
Oh, look who just got on the couch. Look at this guy. It's a bougie little corgi.
I'll allow it.
Yes, that was the first time we were able to have access to the phone.
And with reference to your access to the phone, were you looking for nudes?
God, I don't know. Can you imagine working with him? I feel like working with him, I don't know. I might feel like it's like high school era vibes or something.
Or anything like that in regard to the defendant?
Objection.
Beautiful baby on the couch. He says hi. He's cute. He's a cutie pie.
I'll allow it.
Like I stated, I was most interested in Miss Reed's location data, text communications, Google searches, things of that nature. More evidence contained within the phone.
And so, sir, you mentioned at some point you came across some information that caused you to sort of freeze your looking through the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as...
You're afraid that they're all like immature and gossipy. I don't make assumptions because sometimes you do have that 1 or 2 or 3 people in your office environment that's just like really immature, really unprofessional. It's not really your job to put them into place, especially for all like coworkers. His boss, on the other hand, should probably do a little nudge, nudge.
That specific time period in August of 2022, when was the next time that you or any troopers from your office were able to actually look at any extraction of the defendant's phone?
So once I came across that text communication that took place on the 29th between Ms. Reed and an attorney, the phone had to be sent off to what they call a taint team to remove any attorney-client privilege information from the phone, and then it would be returned to us, as well as defense received a copy of that as well. I'm not positive on the time. It was quite a long turnaround for that process to have been completed.
Sometime at least in the spring or summer of 2023. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
May I approach to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Jesus.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Up your cross.
A lot of people chatting right now in the gallery. How long is this for?
We'll be able to keep moving. All right. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead. That we'll be able to. Right now, it may not. With chart then, so we'll finish it for.
Wait, sorry. I just want to see what the judge is saying.
You are unmuted.
All right, so just before you start then, so we'll finish it for. We're trying to figure out the schedule this time. I'm going to meet with the lawyers and witnesses. We're trying to work all that out, but as it looks right now, I thought it was going to interfere with another day this week. As it looks right now, it may not. At the most, it will be half an afternoon or something, maybe on Friday, but it does now look good that we'll be able to continue with this. We're out tomorrow, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday will be full days. And we'll be able to keep moving. All right. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Honor. Super Proctor, in the summer of 2022, August 17th specifically, you were sitting at your desk, presumably alone at your office, at about 10 p.m. at night, going through my client's personal cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you were sitting there texting with your friends and colleagues at Massachusetts State Police about you going through.
Wait, the nudes didn't come up. Oh, God. Wouldn't they want to clean up the nudes with the direct examination and not have cross-examination bring it up? Or did I miss that? They didn't mention the nudes in direct, right?
Her personal cell phone. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And that included Trooper DeChico. Is that right?
DeChico, yes, sir.
Trooper Fanning, Trooper Buinik, Trooper Moore, and Trooper Kotskowski.
Kakowski.
Tell me that again?
Kakowski.
Kakowski.
Yes, sir.
All right. All the consonants are silent. Fair enough.
Oh, it's probably spelled differently. Okay. All the names are butchered for me right now.
Trooper Fanning and Trooper Buinik are your supervisors.
Yes.
And you were bragging to all 5 of them that you were going through Karen Reed's cell phone about 9:45 at night.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
No, I wasn't bragging, sir.
How did you refer to Ms. Reed in that text exchange where you informed them that you were going through her phone?
I used regrettable language. I said going through his retarded client's phone right now.
You were shown a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Unetti, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yanetti's like, who you call retarded?
Same document on your
Why don't you let Yanetti do the cross-examination?
Your Honor, I think the court has the copy.
I'm just kidding. Jackson's prepared for this.
I thought I gave him back to you.
I don't think they could do like a tag team switch midway.
This document. Recognize this document?
I do, sir.
Same document that you were shown, copy of the same document that you were shown by Mr. Unetti, correct?
Still Lally.
I've done that twice. Mr. Lally.
Correct.
All right. Is that a true and accurate reflection of the text messages that you were exchanging with Chris Moore, Jeff Kakowski, John Fanning, Vito
No, someone said he was like 35 years old. I now want to know, how old is he?
DeChico, and Yuri Buchanan?
Any objection?
Okay, sidebar. Oh boy.
You are unmuted.
5, 6, 7 were.
Okay. And then I would ask you to give it back to the witness, please.
Thanks.
Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico had sent you a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, because of the technical issue, I'm not going to display on the television. May I display this hard copy briefly?
Sure.
Thank you. You see that?
Oh, that's what they were looking at the laptop. I was like, who? There was a picture of someone's face on the laptop. I was like, who is that? It might have been Yannetti on the laptop then.
Gentlemen,
I do, sir.
is that the
Yannetti, is that you? Oh, is that him doing an interview or something?
photograph that you received?
Yes.
Is that what you referred to on direct examination with Mr. Lally about receiving a photograph from of Mr. Yannetti?
Correct.
And then your response.
Hey, Ethan, do I take notes? Yes. Yes. It helps to refer back to notes. My favorite, though, is having the transcripts on YouTube, and then you can search through them. The transcripts are amazing. I hope YouTube never gets rid of them.
Was what?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
Actually, your response was, I'm going through his retarded client's phone right now, correct?
Yes, after the picture, sir, yes.
Who's the retarded client?
I was referring to Miss Reed, again,
Is this asked and answered?
unprofessional language.
I'm asking for who you were referring to.
Miss
I know
Reed.
You got an explanation. Who was it you were referring to as retarded?
Miss Reed.
Karen Reed, the woman sitting to my left.
Yes, sir.
The subject of your investigation as a professional, correct?
Yes, sir.
As an unbiased, objective investigator, the person that you were investigating, you referred to your bosses as retarded, correct?
Again, poor language on my part.
Poor language is one way to put it. Completely offensive is another way to put it, right?
Objection.
I've got to sustain that, Mr. Jackson.
After you referred to my client as retarded, then you decided to make a comment about Mr. Yannetti, her lawyer, correct?
Correct.
And what did you say about Mr. Yannetti again?
I hate that man. I
You missed it? It wasn't mentioned like the defense said? What's up, Big Von? What did I miss?
truly hate that man.
I hate that man. I truly hate him, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say I dislike him, disagree with him. You said I hate him, correct?
Correct, sir.
That's a visceral response to someone who's just doing a job, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Let me ask it this way. Were you upset or annoyed or pissed off that Karen Reed had gotten representation, legal representation, to represent her?
No, not at all. That's her right.
Well, let me ask you this. In August of 2022, you said you absolutely hate it, correct?
I don't know if I use absolutely. Yeah, I didn't use absolutely, sir.
You used truly, correct?
Truly, yes.
How do you feel about him now? He's sitting right there.
I still don't care for him, no.
Right. I'll let it stand.
What did you tell your colleagues that you were looking for as you sat at almost 10 p.m. at night on a Wednesday night, August 17th, 2022, looking through Karen Reed's phone?
I didn't tell them I was looking through anything. They knew I was going through Miss Reed's phone.
The nude stuff briefly occurred on direct. It did? With what group chat?
I provided a inappropriate joke as an update.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Maybe I do remember it. Was it with the friends? They were calling her hot. Whack job. Was it the group chat with the friends? Oh, hold on a second. Did it? I don't have it written on my notes. When? He said there were none. Jesus. Text with the sister. What was it specifically? He said there were none. I think I vaguely remember that. Didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent though. No ass. Picture shared. Is that chick a smoke? Not bad as Chief would say. The leaky thing. No, this is with his sister. This is with the sister. Sister. Wife Elizabeth. This is with the Dequicho. Talking about the medical examiner. Examiner. The toy Santa Claus. I don't have it in my notes. Corgi was at the very end of Direct. Wait, it was? Did I miss it? It was the group that... What? Is it cool if I go back?
Assuming the witness.
Message sent from Trooper DeChico on August 17th, 2022 at 9:42 p.m.
Yes.
And is that an image contained on the next page, which is 2683?
Yes, it is.
And what is the image of?
That is a picture of Mr. Yannetti, appears to be from quite some time ago.
Now turning your attention to the next page, 2684. And there's a response from you, August 17th, 2022 at 9:44 p.m. Is that correct?
How did it go over my head? Maybe I was too busy typing something.
Sorry, so the date and time again, please?
Page 2684, 8/17/2022, 9:44 p.m.
Yes.
You see there's like sort of three responses from you?
I have now.
If you could just read the three responses from yourself, sir.
Okay, so these...
Oh, it was when your dog jumped on the couch. It was very brief, sounded like news. Oh, hi, Mama Jama. How are you doing today?
came from me. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly am.
Oh. I don't have it in my notes. Okay, funny, I'm going through his client's phone. No nudes so far. Yikes. Okay. You know what? I was like, if it was amongst his friends, you know, I don't think it would be as bad. Sounds bad still, but not as bad. But this is with his colleagues, his two supervisors. Oh boy. Holy fuck.
Sorry, so go the date and time again, please.
Sure. Page 2684, 8/17/2020.
I mean, it could be his way of just being funny, but it just doesn't look good. Ay, ay, ay. It doesn't look good, and to have it read to the jury is going to be like, okay, so this is kind of like the atmosphere of how it was within these troopers who were investigating this case.
9:44 p.m.
Yes.
You see there's like sort of three responses from you.
I have you now.
If you could just read the three responses from yourself, sir.
Okay, so these came from me. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Okay, got it. Hi, Troy. How's it going?
Faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties.
All right, Mr. Jackson. Where are we with Mr. Jackson? It could have been a joke, but still doesn't look good either way. Like I said, man. Like I said, don't ever put yourself in a position where your text messages are going to be read to the world. Sometimes you can't help it, though. Sometimes you are sucked into like a, you know, some sort of like trial stuff. But boy, oh boy, you're the lead investigator. Ay, ay, ay. Oh no, what's going on?
Their attorney on January 29th, so I had to stop looking through her phone.
So you got sidetracked before you could get to the naked pictures of mystery.
Hold on, I went a little too far. Oh God, the way that he words it. Hold on. Come on, YouTube, do your thing. Karen's a 7 at best, though. What do you mean, like looks wise? He's having work convos in his personal phone. I thought this was his work phone. Work phone, work group chat. I'm doing good, Troy. What's going on? What's going on? Have you been watching the Karen Reed trial or you're just tuning in now? Oh my God, I'm sorry. YouTube is like, we can't handle all these text messages. Hold on a second. Let me refresh this. Oh shit. Oh.
You are
unmuted. From Mr. Of Mr. Yannet.
Correct.
And then your response was what? Did it?
Again, it was a poor joke.
Is that yes or no?
Did not know.
It did not.
No,
As
sir.
a matter of fact, what did you write after you talked about going through the, quote, retarded client's phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
God, he's got to relive these text messages over and over and over.
No nudes so far.
Okay, all right. I think we're right before this.
Correct?
Correct.
You didn't say I dislike him, disagree with him.
All right, we're right here.
You said I hate him. Correct?
Correct, sir.
That's a visceral response to someone who's just doing a job. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Let me ask it this way. Were you upset or annoyed or pissed off that Karen Reed had gotten representation, legal representation, to represent her?
No, not at all. That's her right.
Well, let me ask you this. In August of 2022, you said you absolutely hate it, correct?
I don't know if I use absolutely. Yeah, I didn't use absolutely, sir.
You used truly, correct?
Truly, yes.
How do you feel about it now? Sitting right there.
I said
Except Trooper Proctor, none of that really professional sounding stuff ended up in your comments to your bosses, did it?
Again, it was a poor joke.
Is that yes or no?
Did not know.
It did not.
No,
As a
sir.
matter of fact, what did you write after you talked about going through the, quote, retarded client's phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No nudes so far.
No nudes so far, correct?
Correct.
And you said that to your bosses.
Yes, sir.
You were looking for naked photographs of Miss Reed on a Wednesday night as you sat in your office at 9:44 p.m., correct?
No, not correct.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever looked for naked photos of a male suspect that you were investigating?
I don't look for naked photos on anyone's phones.
But you said you were looking for nudes of Miss Reed.
Maybe yes.
Like I said, Mr. Jackson, it was an inappropriate joke.
Oh God, Elizabeth Proctor. Poor Elizabeth Proctor.
Sir, this is a citizen. She's a woman. You were supposed to be objectively investigating. Does your text message to your colleagues at Massachusetts State Police reflect an objective investigation
Why, yes, I have actually. I don't discriminate.
of a citizen?
Objection.
You can get part of that question and ask it again.
Do you believe that your text messages were reflective of an objective investigator?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you believe that, Trooper Proctor?
I believe poor jokes have, in unprofessional language, have no bearing on the integrity and the facts and physical evidence of this case.
It's not that they don't have any bearing on the facts and integrity. It's that they have no place in a professional investigation because it shows bias, right?
Objection.
So I have to sustain that as asked. Go ahead and ask it differently, Mr.
Yeah, it looks really bad to the jury right now.
Jackson.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating Karen Reed as objectifying her, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Isn't that right?
Rephrase the question, please.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating her as objectifying
Do you think his wife is watching this trial live right now, or do you think she's like, no, I'm not watching. I know it's bad. I'm not going to watch it.
her in those moments, correct?
Again, Mr. Jackson, it was a poor choice of words and a joke that I should not have texted out. But from the start of the investigation, we didn't know what we had.
And your, Trooper Proctor, your point in saying no nudes so far to your colleagues in Massachusetts State Police was to suggest that you were looking for nudes and you'd update them when you found them. correct?
Incorrect.
Let me ask you a question. Did you find any nudes of
Again,
Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photo, sir.
Did you find any nudes of Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photo, sir.
You weren't successful in your quest.
I came across text messages from Miss Reed to another attorney on January 29th, so I had to stop looking through her phone.
So you got sidetracked before you could get to the naked pictures of Miss Reed. Is that what you're saying?
What a way to phrase that.
Sustained.
Hey,
Those text messages
Elizabeth.
included, as you said, not one but two of your supervisors, correct?
It's a good thing their children are young right now. You know, they'll have a couple years before they realize, oh, my dad was on was on YouTube. Oh, I wonder what for. By then, I'm sure it'll die down.
Were you ever reprimanded for your conduct in sending that text message?
Objection.
So that's sustained. Do we need to go to sidebar based on what you told me earlier?
We do not.
Okay, so.
I'll ask it a different way.
Okay.
Did either Trooper Fanning or Trooper Buinik dress you down in a responsive text message in that text thread for doing something so abhorrent as looking for nudes or referring to nudes of a female suspect or subject of your investigation? Did that ever happen?
Not that I can recall.
As a matter of fact,
You're watching a YouTuber that was making fun of Lolly's hair. I said, looks jokes are cheap, easy and uninspired. Moms jumped on my ass for it, so I left. There's plenty to tease Lolly over. Oh yeah, there's plenty of material that we could talk about Mr. Lolly.
in reference to one of the text messages in the same string, your boss, Yuri Buinik, actually responded to the photo of Mr. Unetti, didn't he?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
He did, sir.
After you received the photo, that's when you said, I'm, quote, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow this, but not too many more.
Sure.
I think we could move on. I mean, we could see how bad it is.
Is that correct? It's on the top of page 685.
That's correct.
And Yuri Buinik liked that comment. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Didn't he?
I see you laughed at an image here, sir. I can't tell if he liked that comment, sir.
Can I approach?
Yes.
I mean, if they showed us, we can just see it for ourselves, you know?
I don't know if it's just because it's faded or... yeah, my copy's faded.
You see on the top of that page.
That Sergeant Buinik liked it.
Like what?
The going through his retarded client's phone, sir.
Can I approach?
Yes.
I'll take my copy.
There you go.
So your supervisors at Massachusetts State Police not only didn't ride you for making comments like this, encouraged it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, this is your direct chain of command. Is that right? Yuri Buinik?
Yes, sir.
Did you believe that your conduct was a misuse of your authority and power as you were going through her phone in August of 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I had a warrant signed by a district clerk, Stone District clerk, to go through Miss Reed's phone. I don't think it was an abuse of power. I had every right to go through that phone.
Did the warrant say anything about looking for nudes of my client?
Objection.
Did it
No,
say anything about that?
God damn, she scares me sometimes when she like interjects like that. Did it? I'm like, holy fuck, Beth. Oh, Judge.
Your Honor.
Okay, next
Scaring
question.
me.
So that would be an abuse of the power that was given to you by the court, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, you'd agree that the hallmark of any good investigation, as you've been taught and others in the Massachusetts State Police have been taught, is that the investigation and the investigator have to be fair. They have to be impartial. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Meaning that the investigation has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes, sir.
The investigator has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes.
The investigation has to be free of bias. Is that right?
Correct.
You can't be biased against the person that you're investigating. That would compromise the entire thing, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Basically, you follow the evidence. You're supposed to follow the evidence wherever it takes you, right?
Correct.
Good or bad, top to bottom, just follow the evidence and report it back. That's how an investigation is supposed to be run, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And these are things that you learn early on at Massachusetts State Police Academy and then in your detective training. Isn't that right?
It is.
Literally, it's part of an oath that you took at the academy that you will, quote, faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent on you as a Massachusetts State Police trooper, right?
Yes, sir.
You swore that oath.
I did.
When you start an investigation, everybody in that investigation should be treated exactly the same. Don't you believe that's true?
Correct.
Everybody, have you ever heard the phrase, everybody's a suspect until they're not? Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's especially important early in an investigation, before all of the facts are known, that the investigator is not compromised by bias, prejudice, right?
No, Nicole was saying that there's someone else that she was watching.
Correct.
Most important early in the investigation, because that's when the most things are up in the air. There's the cloud, the fog of not knowing exactly what the truth is, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, you don't get to pick a suspect and then try to find evidence to support your choice, right?
Correct.
But in this case, it's exactly what you did, isn't it?
Absolutely not.
All right, Mr. Jackson, why don't we end for today?
This is as good a place as...
This is what the jury's going to marinate on for the next day.
Okay.
Oh.
For the rest of today, for tomorrow.
All right, so folks, we're off tomorrow. Those same 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any
Unfortunate for the state.
independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you Wednesday
Man, look at who's smirking now.
morning. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday,
She knew it went really bad for him.
right now. All right.
Nearly 5 years in the dungeon. Can I get eating?
Shut up. Chai, thank you so much for the reset for 59 months on Twitch. Thank you, thank you. You shush your bush, okay? Okay, we have a lot to talk about. I don't even know where to start. Should I do the lolly thing and start from the very beginning? Oh, God. That went so bad for him. Oh, God. I mean, I have so much to say. Okay, they're just chilling there. What is the judge going to say?
All right, thank you very much.
All rise for the court, please.
No, I don't know. That'd be it. Okay, y'all look at the fan real quick. I'm gonna use the bathroom and then let's do a recap and let's talk about this. Oh boy. Let's talk about this. Oh, Shiro, do you have a headache too, Shiro? Did I jump to Twitch just to post this emote? Maybe. Yeah, you sure fucking did. God help me if my messages are ever used against me. Yeah, because, people tend to be more edgy when it comes to text messages, group messages with friends, family, people that you're close with, coworkers. Sometimes, maybe, depending on what profession it is. Maybe, possibly, depending on how old you are. Matt Chatter says, I do have to say that I do like MDD Baker, though. Who do you guys watch for this trial coverage? What are the YouTubers you guys watch? Whether if it's like a live stream, YouTube video, any sort of coverage. Who do you guys watch on YouTube for the Karen Reed trial? Because I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people, because there's so much confusion with this case, if they jump around to multiple content creators just to get a little bit of, I don't know, to see what other people think, I guess, about this case, about their interpretation of some evidence, interpretation of how Mr. Lawley is trying the case, what they think about Karen Reed, what they think about surveillance footage, how they interpret certain, like just the evidence, the taillights, all that stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people jump around a lot. Lawyer, you know, uncivil law, EDB, Emily, lawyer, you know, Natalie, lawyer chick, Andrea Borkhardt, EDB, lawyer, you know. Okay, I know all those people. I've never heard of uncivil law. I don't think I've heard of them before. The Glare, I don't know if I've heard of them before. Emily Baker, Ronco, I've heard of, but I haven't seen their streams yet. I watch a lot of law tubers. No one thinks she's guilty. The CW has not shown a single piece of direct evidence to prove the car hit the guy. I've seen more than a few people get hit, and the injuries on the guy was not typical by any stretch, says Observer. Yeah, this case is wild. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of you guys just jump to different content creators just to get their opinions on this, because it's very confusing. And there's many ways to interpret a lot of the evidence. Oh boy, so where do I even start with this? Oh gosh. Let me go in my notes. Should I get my glasses? Oh, I have my serial killer glasses. Ugh. I call these my serial killer glasses because these are the glasses that I got for free, but they look so bad. Oh god, they look really bad. And they don't have anti-glare coating. You watch Aussie Insider, Natalie, lawyer chick, and uncivil law. His recaps are hilarious. Emily Baker, because she was prosecutor. She knows how the process should be. You know, Rob. Oh, wait, Rob is uncivil law? I thought that was law and lumber. Did they change their name? His dry humor is perfect. Aussie Insider catches the clips from all of them. I jumped to many different content creators to get different opinions on you, Corgi. Yeah, there's so much glare. I know. Should I not wear them then? Fine, I won't wear them. Fine, I won't wear them. Fine. Oh, Kurt is uncivil law. Rob is law and lumber. Yeah, that's what I remember. All good. All right, where do we even... Let's back it up by a lot. So unrelated though, beginning the stream, we covered Paige Hannah's video. She posted her third one in regards to her experience with Jody and Ruby Franke. And she goes into some details about when Jody came to live at her house for 6 weeks. So if you guys haven't seen that, it's at the beginning of the stream, but I should probably, I'm so sorry. I'm because I've been watching these live streams with the Karen Reed stuff, I've been too lazy to cover other stuff and making the YouTube videos on those. So I'll try to be better, okay? Because I have not posted a Sarah Boone video yet, and I completely forgot over this past weekend. I'm so sorry. So I'll try to work on it today. But yeah, if you don't want to watch the beginning of the stream, I'll post the Paige Hanna video separately. All right, after that, we covered day 22 of the Karen Reed trial. And you would think in day 22, we would be like, okay, Karen Reed did it. Let's go. Good luck for you, defense. You know, good luck trying to unravel all of that. But we're at day 22 right now, and a lot of us feel like we haven't really seen much. We've seen some things where we've heard some witnesses, paramedics talk about, I hit him, did I hit him, I hit him, did I hit him? We heard from Jen McCabe, but people don't trust her. We've heard from Carrie Roberts saying sort of what Jen was saying, but not really exactly what Jen was saying. I don't think Carrie Roberts was the one that said, I hit him. Carrie Roberts said, did I hit him? We've heard from law enforcement who came and, you know, they also collected taillight pieces. We've seen some footages of, for example, the welfare check of when they pulled up and then you could see Karen's car at John O'Keefe's house and the taillight does look busted. We've seen pictures at the Sally Port. We've seen footages of Karen Reed's car being towed from her parents' house. We've seen like a lot of stuff. We've heard from a lot of testimonies. I think more than 50, 60 plus witnesses. I think we're right around there. But what's really missing from this picture, and we finally just got to lead investigator on day fucking 22. We haven't heard from the medical examiner. We haven't heard about how the car could have hit him in a way where it'll create this injury or that injury or this injury here or this injury here. Haven't really heard from that. There's just a lot of things where we're just like, we're still waiting in the dark. And like I said, from day 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm like, oh, I'm sure Mr. Lally will get there. We just have to be patient. It's 3 weeks into the trial, okay? 3-4 weeks into the trial, and we're still kind of like, what is going on here? It seems like the prosecution is putting a lot of emphasis and focus on disputing or debating or fighting against all the accusations that are made at some of the witnesses, right? Instead of saying, okay, Karen Reed did this. This is how she did it. This is how the injuries happened. Here are the witnesses, blah, blah, blah. It seems like we spent a huge chunk of time focusing on, okay, well, here's to show Colin wasn't involved. Brian wasn't involved. Jen's not involved, blah, 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 blah. And then we're finally getting to the Karen Reed part. But because it's so muddled with Mr. Proctor's testimony and his text messages, like we're like kind of getting there, but we're kind of like not. I also did want to point out, remember how I said that there was a person or a witness who testified from UC Davis Veterinary School, and I thought their testimony was very out of place. Well, come to find out, in the in the state's motion, there was a little thing at the bottom where it says there was a scheduling conflict thing. So that's why she testified a lot earlier. Because I was like, oh, her testimony came out of nowhere. Anyways, so I was right. There was a scheduling thing. But maybe we'll hear back from them again. But anyways, just to go back from the beginning of today, I know I was doing a recap of like the entirety of the trial, but just to go recap today, Jesus, that's a lot. We started off with some arguments with Judge Canoni and Mr. Yannetti. The judge was being very impatient, and she's being very impatient. She didn't like the way Yannetti was addressing the court because she thinks that Yannetti is talking in such, I don't know, flowery language that is trying to appeal to us, the people that are watching the live streams, right? The court of public opinion. Judge is like, no, cut the bullshit. Just talk to me directly. But the way that transpired, I don't know. It seems really... Sometimes the judge acts in a way where I'm just like, it's just like a little too abrasive. Like, can she just like chill out a little bit? But I get it. She just wants to get to the meat of the argument because, you know, they're on this really weird time thing and the court schedule has been really fucky. I don't know. Anyways, there was a back and forth with her and Yannetti, and they are going to probably do voir dire. I know the judge thought maybe there's going to be a voir dire for the entire day for the witnesses for the defense. We have some people that are going to testify. I think, they're going to be like people who are going to do the crash reconstruction thing. People who are going to talk about John O'Keefe's injuries. I think one specifically was a pathologist who has extensive ER experience. They're going to talk about dog bites, car crashes, stuff like that. But it seems like they're going to do a voir dire process because the state has been pushing on those witnesses, saying they're like, oh, this is a surprise attack. Like, oh, we didn't know about this. Blah, blah. All right. Anyway, so we'll have to hear from the witnesses later on this week when they do the voir dire process. That's going to be outside of the jury. Jury's not going to be in there for that. We continue the direct examination of State Trooper Yuri Buinik, and people were like, well, you know, since Buinik is up there testifying, is it possible that they're just going to have Buinik testify because he was with Proctor most of the time and just not call Proctor? There was a lot of speculation of whether or not Proctor was going to testify. So Yuri Buinik, again, they went back to the Sallyport video. They inverted the video this time. It's been flipped over. And as we're watching the entirety of the footage, you know, there's some stuff with the motion sensors. So it looks like at times people were appearing on the camera and people were disappearing, or people were kind of like blurring in and out and stuff like that. There was some lag. So we looked at that. What else was there? Because I don't want to go over the entire thing because I talked about it earlier. Talk about the Buinik stuff. We had... Shoot, I lost my train of thought. Snow melted, blah, blah, blah. Met with Higgins. Oh, wait, I think I scrolled back way too far. Day 21. Oops. We're in day 22, right? Day 22. Okay. Buinik. Oh, and then we heard from a Dayton police officer. So I know there was like, you know, some theories out there that maybe state troopers have been tainted, maybe Canton PD are tainted, maybe they're involved, they're tied with the Albert family. But we have heard of someone who's not part of Canton PD, someone who's not part of the troopers, who don't know the Albert family. And his name is Officer Barrels from Dayton PD. So that's the area where Karen Reed and her mom and dad live. So, you know, they did a courtesy call. They called him up saying like, hey, you know, we're going to be in your area. We need a local cop to show up there and just be present. So he agreed to do that. Now, he did say this, and you guys can interpret it however you want. He said this: there was damage to the right rear taillight. Taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked, but not completely damaged. And that there was a dent on the rear quarter. So we have his statement. We have the statement of Carrie Roberts. We have the statement of, who else talked about the taillight? Jen McCabe. Well, sorry, let me take out Jen McCabe. Carrie Roberts, him, and there was another person too who talked about the taillight. I forgot who it was. And so we also heard from, I think that's it, right? Yeah, went straight to Trooper Proctor. Okay. So, oh yeah, Trooper Proctor also talked about the taillight, except Trooper Proctor said that, and this is around the same time where they saw the taillight, Trooper Proctor said that right rear taillight had large pieces missing from it. Because initially I was like, okay, well, maybe when the Dayton PD saw the taillight, maybe there was like snow caked on there and he couldn't see like chunks of it missing. But Proctor would have saw the taillight right before the other law enforcement saw it, and he said there was large chunks missing. And then we got into the Proctor. Let's see. So what Proctor did that day. What I wanted to bring up was, remember how Canton PD, they called state to come process the crime scene, but then they were like, oh, but the state wouldn't come because John O'Keefe has not been pronounced dead yet. And so we had to deal with it. We had to process the crime scene. We had to do what we had, the leaf blower thing, blah, 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 collect evidence. But it seems like from what Proctor is saying, it seems like they may have gotten into it right away. I don't know. There is like a a chunk of time where we don't really know what's happening though. Because he says he got the call at 6:48 a.m. from Buinik. Saying that there might be a male outside in the snow, might be a medical situation, they need to gather evidence, and they arrived at Canton PD at like 10 a.m., right? So I don't know, from the call they got from Buinik, were they just chilling for a little bit because they weren't going to go out there because they thought it was Canton PD jurisdiction, and then they found out that John O'Keefe was pronounced dead and they decided to come? Or were they already planning to go out there from the get-go? I don't know. From Canton, it seems like state didn't want to get involved. And that's why the crime scene wasn't processed very in a way that was having them. That's why the crime scene was processed in a way where they had to second guess and do a lot of interesting things to collect evidence, I guess. So they arrive at Canton. They talked about how they went to do an interview at the McCabe's. They interviewed Jen, Matt, Brian. They said they separated everyone. Said he never met with Brian Albert. Then they went to the hospital. They took a look at John's injuries. He mentioned that he saw like abrasions on the arm, and he looked underneath and said there's no injuries underneath. However, when it came to the head, he said that he observed there was blood at the back of his head, but he couldn't tell if there's trauma or not. I don't know if he didn't want to get all up in there or if he just looked at it briefly. Not quite sure. They talked about the evidence room, who had access to the evidence room. It was DiCiccio and Kakowski, and that Proctor and Buinik, they don't have access to it. They can't just go in there willy-nilly. The evidence officers that are assigned to it would have to be in there present with them. Then they went to Dayton to get Karen Reed's car, but it seems like before they even got to Karen Reed and talked to her, it seems like they already had the idea that they were going to repossess her car, they were going to take custody of her car and her cell phone. So I guess from talking to the other witnesses, they gathered that, okay, Karen Reed definitely did this, and we're going to go over there and take her car before even talking to her thoroughly, I guess. But he did call Karen Reed to find out that, she was at her parents' house, but I don't know to what extent was that conversation. How long were they talking for? Was it just oh, hey, Karen Reed, we found out that you're the girlfriend of John O'Keefe. We want to come by and talk to you, and that's it? Or did they talk more extensively on the phone? It seems like it was just a heads-up phone call. They were driving out, high wind, blizzard conditions. They said they noticed a taillight, but never took a picture of it then and there. I want to know if the tow truck driver, if he took a picture when he was about to tow the car. Because I did notice that the tow truck driver, when he arrived at the Sally Port, he did take a picture with the front, and he did take a picture. He took a picture of the front of the car. I want to know if he took a picture at the back of the car. All right, what else we got there? Evidence officer. We want to know who was the one that processed the evidence, because Buinik doesn't know who dated and bagged the evidence 6 days later. Proctor seems like it wasn't him that did it. He said that it's the evidence officer's job to process the evidence. So we don't know who bagged the clothes when it dried. And was it really bagged 6 days afterwards? Was it really processed 6 days afterwards? Were the dates written wrong? We don't know. Also, I guess they didn't have a search warrant for the phone. I don't know how they were able to seize her phone and car without the search warrant? That's a question that I had, unless I missed something. All right, so February 1st is when more state police people showed up at Canton PD because the car was in the Sallyport. They took out the taillight, sent it to the lab to reconstruction it, to examine it, blah, blah, blah. What else was there? I think we're about to get to the text messages. They got the ring footage of, they got the ring footage for John O'Keefe's house. So they're saying that, they don't have an image of Karen arriving at they don't have an image of Karen arriving at John O'Keefe's house after she dropped him off or hit him at 34 Fairview. There's also no footage of Karen Reed showing Jen and Carrie that the taillight was broken, and no footage of them leaving John O'Keefe's house as well. But I think, I know that they mentioned that the ring footage is motion activated. It gets kind of wonky sometimes. If I'm going to be completely honest, ring footage does get completely wonky when it comes with motion activated stuff. And then, that could go same with the Sallyport stuff, right? Sallyport looks like their fucking technology is like maybe even older. We saw the footage of the camera. We saw how it's kind of blurry. Maybe their motion sensors are also kind of fucky as well, because we were getting some really weird fucking footage with that. Oh, I did want to mention, though, they did have a second footage of the Sallyport that was all fucked up looking. But we do have another footage of another camera of the Sallyport where it would show the back of Karen Reed's car. It was like all dark and weird, and it was weird. I don't know what the hell happened to that shit. All right. What else do we have here? Proctor talks about the relationship that his sister, Courtney, has with the Albert family, specifically Julie, Chris Albert, and their son, Colin. I think they mentioned that, the sister would have Julie babysit the nephew. So they were friends. They were close with each other. He only knew about them from his sister. He did mention he is best friends with his sister, but he is about 10 years younger than Chris and Julie. He's about 20 years older than Colin. His sister has about 2 years difference between the two of them. But anyways, and then we get into the text messages, where the fuck did I put the text messages? Oh no, I think I wrote them somewhere else. Oh, here it is. Here are the text messages. Cross-examination. All right, let me get the text messages. Okay, so the text messages, there's a lot to cover. So initially in the text messages, when I heard from opening statements, Proctor, lead investigators looking for nudes, I'm like, oh, that sounds really bad. But when we get into the text messages, we start with the text messages amongst him and his group of childhood friends. These are people that he's really close with. This is personal group chat stuff, and typically, like I said, some people are more edgier in group messages. Some people feel like they can say whatever they can because, everyone knows each other, and they know that I can get away with saying certain things because, they must know me and I'm truly not a bad person, right? So they're going through the group messages, and I'm like, okay, they're talking about it. All right, whatever. Maybe I'm not really quite sure what you're really not supposed to talk about in an investigation. But they talk about how it's John O'Keefe. They talk about how this one's a nightmare, and he believes that it was Karen Reed who did it. Talked about that. And then it gets into the messages with him and his sister. It seems like he's giving her a little bit more information than he really should be telling her because, honestly, if your sister is really close friends with the Albert family, maybe just be careful, not give her any information at all. I get you want to trust your sister and you think that your sister won't relay any information, but just to be on the fucking safe side, maybe don't fucking say anything to your sister. Maybe just be very, very vague, right? Now, this is where it got bad with the text messages with the coworkers. Because I thought maybe the nude messages, maybe all the bad stuff that was said about Karen, maybe that was all in the group messages with the friends. You have your group of friends, they're all talking about Karen, blah, blah, blah. And maybe you're just trying to be part of the homeboys or something and join in or something. I don't know. We mentioned this whole locker room talk shit, right? But no, there are some bad ones with the coworkers, and it's not just peers, coworkers. It's two of them are your supervisors. It doesn't look good. It looks really bad. Now, I would say that initially when they were talking about the nudes thing, I went back and forth the nudes thing because at first I was like, hey, the nudes thing sounds bad. But then when I found out of like how it was said, I'm like, oh, you know, maybe he just meant it jokingly. But at the same time, it also goes back to looking bad because it's with your supervisors and 3 of their other colleagues. Like, I don't know. It just looks really bad. I mean, I'm sure that I'm sure when they texted each other, they never thought that their messages would be read out loud in Karen Reed's trial. But when the jury sees it, when the jury hears it, I mean, it looks really bad because it could look like, okay, well, you hated Karen Reed from the very beginning. You targeted her. You went after her. You were basically tunnel visioning her. You weren't looking at anyone else in the case because you already thought it was her and you just went after her. The other argument to that could just be like, oh, you know, because they truly believe that it was Karen Reed who did it. They personally just felt really disgusted by her. But at the same time, it's like, oh, Jesus, I don't know. It just doesn't seem very smart to be texting this to your coworkers. Oh, yeah. So they talked about the nude stuff, him going through the phone. And then, you know, like, since Proctor seems like he's really fucking immature, right? He seems like he's really immature. And he got to these messages between Karen Reed and her lawyers. It's like, could we really trust that he got to the messages and we're like, oh, okay, I'm not going to read this because this is attorney-client privilege stuff. Like, I'm going to send the phone away. Or, you know, are the jury going to believe that he might have continued reading it? Seems like not a very professional person. But like I said, this is what the jury is going to marinate with their day off tomorrow. Proctor's testimony and then the beginning of his cross-examination. Ay. So, doesn't look good. It does not look good at all. All right, let me catch up with some of your guys' stuff. I'm just going to try to skim through. Hold on a second. Prosecution. Oh, I'm like really far behind. Okay, this is the part that I saw. Sorry, sometimes when I'm like recapping stuff, I just keep talking. I should go back and forth between the chat and me and my recap. Hey Dan, been watching me since death. Thank you. Yeah, we talked about Trooper Barrels, about his observation of the tail light. The Boone coverage. Oh, is it already uploaded? If it's uploaded, I might read it right now. Is it already uploaded? I checked Friday night and they didn't upload it yet. And I assume the weekend they probably just had off. Talk about some of our content creators that we like. Why was Jen McCabe's house the first stop after the hospital, not the scene? Jen McCabe's? It's my understanding they went to Canton PD, talked to Sergeant Lank or Sergeant Good, I don't remember, went to Jen McCabe's, did the interview with the 3 of them, and then went to the hospital. And instead of going to the hospital to drop off the evidence at wherever it is they're supposed to drop it off at, they went directly to Karen Reed's house. That's my understanding of the sequence of events. If you're still on call till 7 a.m. and don't take over till someone's pronounced, they're not pronounced till almost 8, would you take the case? Absolutely not. That's why I want to know if they were, because I don't know, because Canton PD made it seem like the state was not willing to take the case. But it seems like from what we heard from the trooper, I mean, it seems like they were already going to take the case. So I'm not really quite sure about that. The tow truck driver is testifying, for the defense. Yeah, I want to hear from the tow truck driver because then we have another person who's not involved, right? Who can talk about whether or not he saw any damages to Karen Reed's car. And, you know, you're a tow truck driver. I'm sure you're going to be observant because you've towed cars before. And you want to make sure people don't later on say, oh, you towed my car and actually you destroyed it or you damaged it. So I'm sure tow truck drivers will probably kind of be aware of like, okay, I'm taking this car in. Let me assess what the damage is. I don't know if he would take pictures before, but it seems like he took pictures afterwards. So that'd be really cool to see. They took pictures of John's car, but not Karen's. Yeah, I really wish they had body-worn camera, like body camera footage or something like that. Or they took pictures of Karen's car when they got there. They didn't. It's like you have a phone on you. It's not that hard. I don't know. Do you think Karen and John were arguing? He got out and through the glass. She got out through the glass of the car and she reversed and hit him. That was one of the theories that I thought in my head too. I was like, okay, maybe they got an argument. Maybe he threw the glass. And then, maybe she like hit him. But the other thing that was kind of brought up today was the glass making contact to the back of his head. Because before it was mentioned the glass making contact to the front of his face, but then we heard the back of his head. So I'm like, wait, so what the fuck does the state think? Does the state think that she threw the glass as he was exiting? He fell over and then she hit him and then drove off? I don't know. I still don't know what the state said. I know the state said in opening statements that they believe she hit him twice. So I don't know, it was like hit him with the car twice, or hit him with the glass and then hit him with the car? I don't know. I have no fucking idea. Justine is leaning heavily on the side of a cover-up, far beyond it not. John took 3 flights of stairs, you guys, at 12:21 to 12:24. Impossible if Karen did it. I did read the state's... The state did a reply to that. They said that when John would have been going up and down the staircase, it would have been when he was still on his way to 34 Fairview. But that's me taking Mr. Lawley's word at it for his motion. I don't know what the state has to say about that, but I did hear about that, yes. And that was mentioned in opening statements too, I think, in defense's opening statement. Sarah says, no way, Sallyport cams are paid for in the grand spend taxpayer. No way that's less reliable on a typical basis. So many great people joining in the chat. Yeah, I've been watching since Depp, but never chatted. Oh, yeah, it's fine. I mean, a lot of people just like for me too, I watch a lot of content creators, but I rarely comment or type in their in their live stream. But it's just because I usually just have it in the background, That isn't how an investigation works. He said himself, you don't pick the person you think did it and then focus on them. You're supposed to follow the evidence. Yeah, it seems like they were already beelining to Karen Reed at that point. Tow truck drivers should always take pictures. Can tow truck drivers take a picture if they say it's an investigation? Just wondering. I have no idea. Oh, did I miss like a chunk? I think my scroll thing. Also, just curious how Proctor would know Karen and John were fighting when she dropped him off, yet she never got out of the car and no one seen him. Maybe another word of mouth. Let's see. Sorry, what was debunked? I think they can. It's their butt on the lines if damage happens in their care. I think they'd be required to take pictures before and after drop off. Yeah, I'm not really quite sure. I feel like I would just do it just to be safe, but I've had my car towed before, and I don't remember them doing that. Big Vaughn, Karen Reed admitted to doing it. She ended up lowering up that same night. They were not going to investigate it since she already admitted it. They thought she would just accept her punishment. Dan says, thanks, Nicole. I'm not even sure the state even knows what their theory is. If I go through, I haven't gone through all the documents that I found online yet, because I see a smidgen of what Mr. Lawley is trying to do in his trial. But as far as like what he really thinks happened, I don't know. But if you guys want, we can go read some of the motions that both sides have filed. There was one that I read from the defense when they wanted to get a hold of Brian Albert's phone. And there was one that I read from Mr. Lawley when, because Mr. Lawley gave a little bit of insight of like his response to some of the defense's claims and how he was going to try this case with some of the experts and all that stuff in the future. If I own a tow company, I require my drivers to document everything. Yeah, I just don't know. I'm not quite sure. It would make sense to, just in case, right? Because people are like, oh, you damaged my car, all that stuff. But I think when you get your car towed, I think, isn't there a thing that says that like, oh, we're not responsible for anything? We're not responsible for anything that happens to your car. Kind of like when you park your car in a parking garage. It's like, oh, we're not responsible for lost, stolen, or damaged cars and stuff like that. Yeah, the pre-trial stuff is spicy. There's only 2 documents that I read so far where I was like, oh, this is interesting. I mean, if you want, we can... I have a 1-month subscription to Scribed. see, I have a 1 month subscription to Scribe before it expires, and I got access to some of the Karen Reed stuff. Because I think I didn't want to look at outside stuff because I just wanted to watch this as a jury, but I got so impatient with how the state is doing this. I was like, you know what, fuck it. I'm just going to see what's up. I just want to know what Mr. Lawley's going to do, who he's going to call, and all that stuff. So yeah, I started doing my own research like about a week ago. I was like, fuck it, I don't care. Let's see. How many pages is this? I wouldn't mind reading it. Also, there are some typos on here, though. Like, Jesus. I'm like, Mr. Lawley, you gotta watch out for your typos and shit. Oh, yeah, this is what I read. I can do... Maybe we'll read this, and then I can read one for the defense, like, a different day. Hold on. Did Sarah Boone, did the 58-page thing, did that get uploaded? I'm kind of scared. I don't know. 58 pages. Has it been uploaded? It hasn't been uploaded. It has not been uploaded yet. So I'll let you guys know when that goes up. I don't know. Miss Boone. Miss Boone, Miss Boone, Miss Boone, Miss Boone. All right. Yeah, I want to watch. I wish I watched the pretrial stuff because they are very interesting indeed. Oh, okay. So this is in response to the defense trying to get their hands on Brian Albert's phone. Okay. Oh, man. I feel like, should we go in order, though? I feel like I should start with the defense first. Maybe I'll read the defense stuff before the defense, before they present their case. Okay. Because I think it's a pretty decent preview of where Lawley's getting at. Can I zoom in? Or I'll just zoom in on here then. I was gonna go eat, but I think it's interesting. All right, give me a second. Let me see if I could find my other pair of glasses, and then we'll see what Mr. Lawley's trying to do in this trial stuff. I have these glasses. But these are also like my shit glasses. Yeah, the FBI stuff. Where can I find that? I want to read the FBI stuff. I want to know what the feds think about this. My Boone is a Looney Tune. Sarah Boone's, I think her kid is going to be in high school soon. So bad for her kid. You think Lawley is just trying not to get rehomed? All right. I need to fix these though, because these squeeze my head a lot. So I need to bring them to the eye doctors. Maybe I'll do that. She had a kid. I don't know if they're close to each other, but I know the son lives with the father. I don't know. It sucks when a kid loses their parent, even if it's like a shitty parent. All right, I need to get bumpers because my glasses are... All right, so this is Mr. Lawley's motion replying to the defense wanting to get Brian Albert's phone. And the reason why I thought this document was kind of interesting to read is because I wasn't sure where Mr. Lawley was going with this case. I felt like Mr. Lawley was just doing a really weird runaround, and maybe he was just going to wait until the very end to just, boom, here it is. This is my case. Karen Reed did it. But at this point, I'm a little bit skeptical of that. She has one child. Yeah, she has one child. All right, so on January 29, 2022, can you guys read that? I can't make it any bigger. Oh, actually, I think I may have downloaded this. Should I download this? Because if I downloaded it, then I'm sure I can make it bigger on my end. This is Sarah Boone stuff. Karen Reed. Oh yeah, here's Karen Reed. But man, never have I been this disappointed in a trial. I feel like, are we spoiled? I think we're spoiled. Maybe we had Georgia Kappelman. I got a little bit of, I would say a little taste of her, but that sounds weird. We had a little bit of a, to see how Georgia Kappelman prosecuting the Charlie Adelson case. Watched some of her stuff. She was pretty good. We had Miss Morrissey from the Hannah Reid trial. She was pretty good. Then we had Creighton Waters in the Murdoch trial. He was pretty good. I'm like, damn, are we just like spoiled or something? Window capture. Why is it not working? Oh, here it is. I think this is better. Maybe this is better. Afternoon. How's Shiro doing? He's doing good. Hi, Mikomi. How are you doing today? 4 years? Oh, thanks, Mikomi. Disappointed in the trial and the investigation. When I say disappointed, I mean disappointed with the state. Yeah. I try to give Mr. Lally a lot of benefit of the doubt. Like, I know that he seems to be doing all the work. He's doing all the direct examination. He's doing all the responses. Meanwhile, Karen Reed has Yannetti, Jackson, and then the other attorney, I forgot what her name was, that get to take turns. Lolly's doing everything. He's probably really, really fucking tired. With the exception of today, when they responded to, when they were trying to explain that they didn't want the defense's witnesses to testify. There was like a female attorney who responded to that. And I was like, oh, cool. Mr. Lally finally gets a little mini break. What? But you know how usually when there's like a trial and let's say, if something bad's about to come up with a witness, usually they'll try to get ahead of it by, they'll go over it with the witness. They'll get ahead of it. And then cross-examination is when, the other side can either try to twist things, right? And then, but usually when it goes back to redirect, the person who's doing the redirect, they untwist it. They're like, okay, well, actually, to clarify, this actually happened. This actually happened. This actually happened. I think it's just the way that the prosecutor tries his case. I don't know. It's not a really easy way to process some of the information. Not only to process what he's saying sometimes, but process how things are happening, the timeline of things and all that. I don't know. I just feel like it's really convoluted. We're kind of jumping all over the place. And when I'm waiting for clarity, I don't get clarity. And sometimes there might be a little bit of clarity, but you really got to like dig in a little bit to get that clarity. I don't know. Because I feel like usually when it's like, okay, well, we'll do redirect. And it's like, oh, okay, redirect, like, things are explained. We're good. But whenever there's a redirect, sometimes Mr. Lally gets it okay. But a lot of the times it's just like, huh? What? But in terms of if this trial's interesting, yeah, it sure is interesting. It's very interesting. Witnesses that he mentioned, I'm just like, why were these witnesses brought up in the very beginning? But whatever. All right, so January 29, 2022, at approximately 6:04 a.m., the Canton Police Department received a 911 call from a woman reporting a male party, subsequently identified as the victim, John O'Keefe, found in the snow outside of 34 Fairview. At the time of the 911 call, there was an active blizzard occurring with heavy snow and the temperature in the teens. So when there was the 911 call, we did see the dash cam of multiple law enforcement of the snow coming down. It seems like visibility wasn't that great. Temperature was in the teens. Now it's, we're trying to figure out how much snow was on the ground, though. Was it 6 inches? Was it a couple inches or what, right? Officers Seraph and Mulaney, both of the Canton PD, were dispatched to the scene along with Canton Fire and EMS. Officer Seraph was the first officer to arrive on the scene, where he observed 3 females waving at him in front yard of the residence. Officer Seraph's cruiser camera footage was viewed by the grand jury in the matter and admitted as Grand Jury Exhibit 56. The footage depicts the weather and visibility conditions during the officer's transit and arrival to the scene shortly after the body of the victim was discovered and the 911 call was placed. In the video, Officer Seraph can be seen utilizing the spotlight attached to the driver's side of his cruiser as he attempts to locate the calling parties in the darkness and blizzard conditions. Like we really couldn't see much on on the dash cam. Looking at the residence of 34 Fairview from the street, the three females were in the left corner of the property, in the area of the flagpole and the fire hydrant. Officer Sarah observed the victim lying on the ground as two females were performing CPR on him. So it was Karen and Carrie Reeds. The three females in the scene were identified as the defendant, Karen Reed, Jennifer McCabe, and Carrie Roberts. Officer Sarah further observed the victim to be cold to the touch and not breathing. He returned to his cruiser to retrieve the AED device. However, at this time, Canton Fire and EMS arrived on the scene and took over resuscitative efforts. Paramedics transported Mr. O'Keefe to the Good Samaritan Medical Center in Brockton, where he was subsequently determined to be deceased by Dr. Justin Rice hours later. And we did hear from the testimony of Dr. Justin Rice. And he said that no one came up to him to tell him that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. Because remember, we heard from a paramedic, and paramedic was like, oh, I told I don't know, maybe he didn't tell the Dr. Justin Rice directly, but told someone at the hospital that he could have been hit by a car because of what Karen Reed said. But remember, that was like kind of debated a little bit. Like, did you really say that? Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, Detective Sergeant Michael Length, and Sergeant Sean Good, also of Canton PD, arrived on the scene moments after 911 call has been received. Following the victim's transport from the scene, they began to search for any evidence around where Mr. O'Keefe has been discovered in the mounds of snow on the front lawn of the residence adjacent to the driveway. They located a broken cocktail-style glass and multiple patches of red that appeared to be blood in the vicinity of where the body had been located. The Canton officer secured the glass and 6 blood samples from the snow as evidence. Doesn't say how they secured the glass and the blood samples. Later that morning, the Massachusetts State Police Detective Unit of Norfolk District Attorney's Office was notified and responded to the scene as well. Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buinik were among the troopers who responded and began interviewing witnesses. They first spoke with Miss McCabe. Miss McCabe indicated that she and some friends were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill during the evening of January 28. She arrived with her husband Matthew at approximately 9 p.m. following one of their children's high school basketball games early in the evening. Oh yeah, and also the state constantly being redundant, repeating things that doesn't need to be repeated. I don't know. That to me, I was just getting like a little bit lost in the sauce too. I'm like, it's good to be thorough, but you want to pick and choose what you want to be thorough at, so you don't waste the jury's time, or it doesn't feel like you're just wasting everyone else's time too, right? At approximately 11 p.m., Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, Corgi, if we fuck up a customer's car, we are liable. And then there are types who want to hang their stuff on us, so we take highly detailed before pictures have saved us thousands of euros. Yeah, that would make sense to me. Only 3 to 4 inches of powdered snow blowing at 6 a.m. Yeah, because by the time, I think 3 p.m. was when it was like really starting to come down. I think when people were leaving the Albert family home between 1 to 2 a.m., it was like a dusting, right? I think they mentioned it was like a dusting. It didn't really come down until like a couple hours later, or like at 3 p.m., 4 p.m. So they arrive at the waterfall. Miss McCabe stated Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed have been in a dating relationship for approximately 2 years, and that Miss Reed stayed at Mr. O'Keefe's house most nights. Miss McCabe observed Miss Reed walking to the bar holding a glass cup from C.F. McCarthy's with a clear liquid inside that she believed was vodka soda drink. Miss Reed has entered the waterfall with the glass inside her coat. So they did go over the C.F. McCarthy and the waterfall footage, and C.F. McCarthy was where we saw Karen Reed possibly drinking 7 to 9. No, it's not 7 to 9. 7, right? I don't think it went up to 9. Did it go up to 9? I think it was like 7, possibly 7 drinks. A mix of vodka soda or a mix of shots. But then what became debated was we weren't able to go through the receipts thoroughly. But we know that her and John spent a total of like $100-something, and I think the Kettle One soda were $10 each. So she could have 7 of them, and the rest of the bill could have been made up with John ordering a $5 beer, I guess. But yeah, they didn't get into the receipt. They weren't able to. I guess because they didn't have anyone to verify the receipts, I guess. Like maybe they need someone from the restaurant to talk about the receipts and like, yes, this is a receipt from our restaurant and these are the drinks that they ordered. But they had people that testified. I don't know. Whatever. I'm a little confused about the receipts too. Miss Reed has entered the waterfall with a glass inside her coat. Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed had been at C.F. McCarthy, a bar across the street from Waterfall, prior to coming to Waterfall. Ms. McCabe observed Mr. O'Keefe to be wearing a baseball hat, jeans, and sneakers. She stated the defendant and the victim appeared to be in good mood, did not observe any arguing between the two throughout the course of the evening. She further described the atmosphere within the bar as friendly, no arguments amongst any of the patrons. This description of the group and the atmosphere within the bar and between the defendant and the victim was consistent with each of the witnesses present that the troopers interviewed throughout the course of the investigation. And not only that, same thing, the Kolakithas, who were also there, they testified, they said the same thing. Everyone looked fine, jolly, no fights, no arguments, anything like that. As the bar began to close, everyone within the group was invited back to 34 Fairview, the residence of Ms. McCabe's sister, Nicole Albert, and her husband, Brian. She observed Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed to leave the waterfall together. As Ms. McCabe was arriving at her vehicle, she received a text message from Mr. O'Keefe, "Where to?" at 12:14 a.m. Ms. McCabe replied with the address of 34 Fairview. At 12:18 a.m., Mr. O'Keefe called Ms. McCabe to ask more specifically where the house was located on Fairview. While inside the residence, following her arrival, Ms. McCabe observed a black SUV consistent with Ms. Reed's vehicle. A 2021 black Lexus SUV. You're going to go to bed now? Bye! Have a good one. Have a good one. Oh, she might have had a couple of doubles, so that's confusion of 7 and 9. Gotcha. Okay. Because that's what I was wondering too. For me, when I order drinks at the bar, usually you're serving the high glass. If you order a double, you're served the short glass if it's a single drink. But I don't know if that bar just serves their single drinks in high glasses. So we weren't really sure about that. We would have to look at the receipts probably, right? But Taxi, have a good night. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate the $2.49 and have a good one. Thank you. Thank you. See you when I don't see you in a couple days. While inside the residence following the arrival there, Ms. McCabe observed a black SUV consistent with Ms. Reed's vehicle. A 2021 black Lexus SUV arrived in front of the residence from her vantage point at the front door of the home. Ms. McCabe texted Mr. O'Keefe at 12:31 stating, "Hello," and again, 12:40, "Pull up behind me." With reference, her vehicle's parking spot within the driveway to the home, located to the right side of the property if looking at the residence from the street. Ms. McCabe then observed the black SUV move from its initial place where it had stopped on the street near the driveway and proceed to the left side of the property, where Mr. O'Keefe's body was subsequently discovered later in the morning. At 12:45 a.m., Ms. McCabe texted Mr. O'Keefe again, "Hello," and then observed the black SUV drive away from the home. So I want to hear from the experts, of course, because defense were alleging that, hey, there are some there's some deleted, I forgot if there were phone calls. I think they were deleted phone calls, yeah. They were trying to say that, hey, Jen McCabe, you have some deleted phone calls around this time. Why'd you delete them? And Jen's like, huh? I think Jen said that they could have been butt dials or it didn't happen. I forgot what her response to that was. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll wait till there's an expert, I guess, see what they say to see if she fucking deleted them or not, or if there were, maybe she did butt dial or maybe she didn't. I don't know. Got a lot of butt dials happening here. Yes, there were 6 calls, right? All right. At approximately 4:53 a.m., Ms. McCabe stated that she received a phone call from Ms. Reed looking for Mr. O'Keefe. The phone call was placed by the victim's juvenile niece at the defendant's direction to Ms. McCabe's cellular phone. Ms. McCabe answered the phone from the victim's niece, spoke to her briefly, and then the niece handed the phone to the defendant. The defendant, sounded distraught over the phone, drove her to Ms. McCabe's house. The defendant told Ms. McCabe that she last remembered seeing the victim at the Waterfall bar. Ms. McCabe then informed the defendant that she observed the defendant and the victim leave the bar together. Ms. McCabe also later informed the defendant that she had seen them in Ms. Reed's vehicle in front of the home on Fairview. The defendant also informed Ms. McCabe that she and the victim had gotten into an argument the last time that she had seen him. So a couple things here. It's possible that this conversation did happen, that maybe, Karen Reed generally did think that the last time she saw John O'Keefe was at the bar, or she's lying that she saw him at the bar. It's also possible that what else is there? I think those two, right? It's possible that she saw him at the bar. Sorry, it's possible that she was really drunk and thought she saw him at the bar. It's also possible that she lied and said she saw him at the bar to make it seem like the last time they weren't together was at 34 Fairview. And it's also possible that this conversation didn't happen, right? The defendant also informed Ms. McCabe that she and the victim had gotten into an argument the last time she had seen him. The defendant arrived at Ms. McCabe's home at around 5:30 a.m. Shortly after the defendant arrived at Ms. McCabe's home, Ms. Carrie Roberts arrived there as well, as she had also received phone calls from the defendant that early morning looking for the victim. Ms. McCabe then drove Ms. Reed's vehicle from her house back to Mr. O'Keefe's house, as she too was hysterical, and Ms. Roberts followed along in her own vehicle. because that could explain. So if Karen Reed genuinely thought that the last time she saw John O'Keefe at the Waterfall Bar, it would make sense why she just didn't go to, it would make sense why she went to go look at Waterfall and not to 34 Fairview, I guess. Because I guess people were saying that, like, oh, you know, why would she drive over to Miss McCabe's house? Why not just drive to 34 Fairview and just see if John's there? Let's see. So they went back to the O'Keefe house. Okay. While driving to Mr. O'Keefe's house, the defendant stated to Miss McCabe, could I hit him? Did I hit him? Do you see this right here? Could I hit him? Did I hit him? Okay. That's where we're starting to hear this. Ms. McCabe stated that the defendant also told her about a cracked taillight on her vehicle. Once they arrived at the victim's home, the defendant had Ms. McCabe look at the cracked taillight, which Ms. McCabe described as the passenger side, right rear taillight as cracked and missing pieces. So I'm a little bit confused because depending on who's testifying, it's either they showed the cracked taillight when they arrived or they showed the cracked taillight as they were leaving. I know Carrie Roberts was kind of confused. She wasn't sure. I think she was like, oh, it was when we arrived, but it could have been when we were leaving. I know when Jen McCabe testified, she said it was when they arrived, but we didn't see that on the footage. And I think ultimately when other witnesses testified, they tried to say that, oh, the cracked taillight was shown when they were leaving John O'Keefe's house, and there's footage, ring footage that's missing from that. All right, Ms. McCabe and the defendant then entered Ms. Roberts' vehicle to go looking for the victim. The defendant was seated within the back passenger side while Ms. Roberts drove, and Ms. McCabe was seated within the front passenger seat. Ms. McCabe stated that they turned into 34 Fairview from Chapman Street, and at the time it was snowing heavily with this wind blowing, creating poor visibility. Ms. McCabe stated that just prior to 34 Fairview, there was a cluster of trees, and immediately the defendant stated that she saw the victim. The statement initially confused Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts as they were unable to see Mr. O'Keefe's body lying in the snow. So here's what I was thinking here. I was like, okay, well, maybe you could see John, but maybe Carrie Roberts didn't see John because she was too busy focusing on driving, right? I'm taking Jen McCabe out of it because, you know, Jen McCabe is kind of like a, you know, we're not quite sure we can trust Jen McCabe. But I'm trying to take Carrie Roberts because she seemed more trustworthy, especially since Carrie Roberts hasn't really been accused of, you know, being a part of this cover-up and stuff. So it's possible that maybe Carrie Roberts didn't see John in the snow because she was too busy and focused on driving. It's also possible that, you know, Karen Reed knew where he was because that was the last place she left him. It's possible that, I don't know, because I think Carrie Roberts said that he was buried in the snow. So maybe you could see the mound. Maybe you couldn't see the mound. I don't know. I'm not really quite sure. Ms. McCabe stated the defendant screamed to open the door, ran directly towards the body, near that cluster of trees, laid on him for warmth, and began CPR. Ms. McCabe stated that the victim was lying on his back, covered with approximately 6 inches of snow, with his phone on the ground underneath him. Again, that wasn't her testimony. Jen and Matt both testified that Karen said her taillight was cracked in the McCabe house. No. They're not talking about they're talking about when Karen Reed supposedly showed Carrie and Jen McCabe that the taillight was cracked. They said that it happened at John's house. But I think when they were at the McCabe house, Karen may have mentioned it. But when they were at the O'Keefe house, I don't know if it was when they arrived or when they left. It seems like it was when they left, when Karen physically showed them the cracked taillight with Carrie and with Jen. That's what I remember. McCabe stated the defendant screamed to open the door, blah, 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 blah. Defendant yelled at Ms. McCabe twice to Google how long to be left outside to die from hypothermia or something to that effect. Why do we not have the exact text on here? It's supposed to be like, hose long to die in the snow. Again, that time is disputed. Have to wait for the expert to testify about that. If or not it happened at 2 a.m. or if it happened at around 6 a.m. On January 29th, the troopers interviewed Mr. Matthew McCabe separately from his wife. Mr. McCabe indicated that he has known John O'Keefe for approximately 8 years, has met Ms. Reed a handful of times. He stated that he was at the Waterfall Bar on Saturday night and observed the victim defendant enter together. He observed the victim to be wearing a baseball hat with a curved visor and Ms. Reed to be drinking a clear liquid drink, possibly vodka. Mr. McCabe stated that he left the bar last from the group and was heading to his in-laws' home at 34 Fairview. He entered his vehicle and his wife, Jennifer, was on the phone with the victim telling him to go to 34 Fairview. While at the Fairview residence, he observed a dark SUV pull up in front of the house on the street. He had been looking out of the open front door through the glass storm door, describing the SUV's positioning as initially parked in front of the house. Mr. McCabe looked out of the window some minutes later and observed the same vehicle had moved toward the left side of the property. Minutes following that, he observed the same vehicle driving off Fairview, heading the same direction as it faced while it parked. Troopers also interviewed the homeowners 34 Fairview, Brian and Nicole Albert. Both confirmed that they were at the Waterfall Bar with the previous evening with the family and friends and had left around closing and returned to their house. Throughout the evening, they both indicated that the victim and defendant, neither of whom they knew particularly well, entered the bar and joined the group. They indicated that several people from the group have been invited back to their home following the bar, and several arrived, staying for approximately 1 hour. Both indicated in their sworn testimony for the grand jury in this matter that their nephew, Colin Albert, while present at the home upon their arrival, had left the home well before any of the guests arrived at the waterfall. Several of the witnesses called before the grand jury similarly confirmed this. Neither were aware the defendant and the victim had planned on coming over, although they would have no issues if they had been aware. Neither heard nor saw anything outside of the home over the course of the morning until Miss McCabe awoken them. Prior to Miss McCabe entering their home and waking them up in the bedroom, Miss McCabe's cellular phone, which was downloaded by members of the Massachusetts State Police following her signed consent, shows phone calls from Miss McCabe's phone to both Nicole and Brian Albert's phone. The first call to Nicole Albert occurs at 6:07:42, while listed as answered, lasts for a duration of 9 seconds. So this is the part where I'm like, I kind of want to hear from the expert as well, because we did have questions about this. The second call to Nicole Albert occurs at 6:08:17, and while listed as answered, lasts for a duration of 7 seconds. The call to Brian Albert occurs at 6:23 and is listed as unanswered. So this is the part where calls were made to Nicole, and Jen McCabe was very adamant that she never spoke to her sister. Never spoke to her sister. Never happened. Troopers also interviewed Mr. Ryan Nagel, Mr. Nagel's sister, Julie, who had been at 34 Fairview the evening of January 28, visiting the Albert's son for his birthday. Mr. Nagel stated that he had been contacted by his sister asking for a ride home. His friend drove, and with Mr. Nagel in the front seat and his girlfriend in the rear cab of the friend's Ford F-150 pickup truck to Fairview. As the truck was driving down Cedar Crest Road, he observed a set of taillights of his mid-sized black SUV coming from the opposite direction on Cedar Crest. The truck he was traveling in yielded to the SUV, making a right turn onto Fairview. So that's Karen Reed and John O'Keefe's car ahead of them. Then followed behind it after executing a left turn onto Fairview. Mr. Nagel stated the truck stopped directly in front of the driveway to the home and remembered the black SUV stopping along the right-hand curb toward the left side of the property. He remained within the truck while his sister exited the home and asked him to come inside. He declined the invitation. His sister eventually decided to stay at home and make other transportation arrangements. Oh my God, imagine going up there to pick up your sister. She's like, nope, never mind. If you mean Jen and Carrie, yeah, that's what I remember. I don't remember what Matt said. I thought Matt never came. Did he ever come outside of the house? I don't remember. But I remember Carrie and Jen said that when they got to John O'Keefe's house, they pointed out that Karen pointed out the taillight was missing. But there was confusion as to, was it when they arrived or when they left? Because I remember when they arrived and they showed the ring footage, I was like, wait a second. It didn't show that at all because I was waiting for that moment to happen. It didn't show it at all. And then when they got to Carrie Roberts' testimony, Carrie was like, oh, it actually might have happened when we were leaving. And I was like, okay, well, why don't we have that footage? Like, where is it? But then later on, the state is trying to say that, like, oh, yeah, something did happen to that footage. We don't have footage of them leaving. Matt said that Karen said the taillight was broken. That's why he didn't want them driving Karen's car. Yeah, because I think it's possible that she did mention the taillight too. But I'm talking about another circumstance where she physically showed Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe the taillight. They said it happened at John O'Keefe's car. Because I think Karen did mention the taillight at the McCabe's, but then There was another time when they were at the O'Keefe's house where she like showed them the taillight. That's what I remembered. That's what I remembered. Mr. Nagel observed the black SUV pull up at approximately 1.5 car lengths to the far left edge of the home's property, where the flagpole was located along with some bushes. He said the SUV driver did not appear to place the vehicle in park at any point he observed it, as the rear brake lights were illuminated throughout his observation to include a third top center light. Mr. Nagel. Did CW say that? I thought the ring confirmed no videos were deleted. So the state was trying to say that, footage was deleted. However, they don't have anyone from Ring to say that. In cross-examination, I think they were trying to get cross-examination. Jackson asked about user, I forgot, it was like user data or user log or something, where it would show who logs in, or it was like user activity or something like that. Jackson was trying to ask, was there a user activity? And I think the person who testified, Buinik, said they didn't get that. That's what I remembered. He stated that the SUV driver did not appear to place the vehicle in park at any point he observed, as the rear brake lights were illuminated throughout his observation to include the third top center light. Mr. Nagel reported hearing no noises coming from the interior of the SUV. Mr. Nagel indicated that his friend pulled away from the side of the road when they were leaving. They drove past the black SUV. He observed the interior light on within the vehicle. A Caucasian female operator seated inside the vehicle holding the steering wheel at 10 and 2, staring straight ahead of her. Troopers also later interviewed Mr. Nagel's sister, Juliana Nagel, and they didn't interview her until way later, as well as her friend, Miss Sarah Levinson, whom both had been present at 34 Fairview, whom had been present at the home on Fairview on January 28, 29. And both of whom had given a ride home by the McCabe's. Both indicated that they had been home on Fairview for Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday on that evening. Both provided a list of other individuals there. Both indicated that the Alberts, Brian and Nicole, arrived later in the evening from the waterfall and listed those in the group to include the Alberts, McCabe's, and Mr. Higgins. Both indicated that no one else entered the home while they were there and that they left and got a ride home from the McCabe's. Miss Levinson recalled Miss McCabe saying that someone else was coming, however, that person never arrived. You're right, Cord. The ring data didn't confirm any deletions, and John's news testified that Karen didn't have access to the cameras. Did anyone do a recap of... Did anyone take contemporaneous notes of when the niece and nephew testified? Because I know that wasn't on camera, but I'm sure that, people were able to take notes and then either tweet it live or maybe just take notes and then upload it later on. Julie Nagel stated that she had her brother Ryan... Julie Nagel stated that she had called her brother Ryan for a ride home at approximately 12 a.m. While waiting for him to arrive, she was looking out the kitchen window and observed the SUV stop by the mailbox, with the front of the SUV facing Chapman. She stated that she further observed the SUV travel along the front of the house, stop between the mailbox and the flagpole where it came to a stop. She observed the SUV further pull up closer to the flagpole and stop again. She went outside to speak with her brother and noticed it was slightly snowing at this time. After her brother declined her offer to come inside, she indicated to him that she would arrange an alternative way home. She went back inside with the SUV still parked in the aforementioned position. Now, when she did testify, though, I don't know if she didn't review her notes or testimony or something like that, because when she testified, she said that by the time she went outside to talk to her brother, that black SUV was already gone. Ms. Nagel stated that she left the residence in the McCabe's vehicle sometime between 1:30 2 a.m. with Mr. McCabe driving, Ms. McCabe in the front passenger seat, her behind the driver in the back seat, Ms. Levinson seated next to her behind Ms. McCabe. Mr. McCabe reversed out of the driveway, and as they traveled past the house, Ms. Nagel indicated that she thought she saw something she described as a dark object in the snow by the flagpole, but could not determine what it was. And again, that wasn't mentioned until months later. I feel like you would maybe want to mention that when there's a dead body found on the lawn. Later that day, January 29, troopers Matthew Dunn and David DiCiccio interviewed Ms. Carrie Roberts. Ms. Roberts stated to them that approximately 5 a.m., she received a call from the defendant stating that John did not come home. It was snowing. She was worried. The defendant stated to Ms. Roberts, "John's dead, Carrie. Carrie, I wonder if he's dead. It's snowing. He got hit by a plow." Ms. Roberts got dressed and left in her vehicle, eventually meeting the defendant at Ms. McCabe's home, where she observed the defendant to be hysterical. Ms. Roberts stated that she believed the defendant was still intoxicated in the morning and had told her she did not remember last night. Ms. Roberts reported the defendant as stating, "I was so drunk, I don't remember going to your sister's last night," referring to Ms. McCabe's sister, the homeowner of 34 Fairview. Ms. Roberts followed the defendant's black Lexus SUV back to Mr. O'Keefe's house. They went inside the home for a period of time, looking for him to no avail and checking on the victim's niece. While at the victim's home, Ms. Roberts stated the defendant had told her and Ms. McCabe about a cracked rear taillight and showed the both of them that area of her vehicle. Ms. Roberts then drove her vehicle with Ms. McCabe in the front passenger seat and the defendant in the rear passenger side, to 34 Fairview. The kids said, or at least the girl said, that Karen did not have access to the ring cam. Where'd you guys hear that from? Did someone take notes? Can you guys link me the notes by any chance? I would love to see the notes. She and Miss McCabe were scanning the sides of the roadway along the drive, looking for the victim, while the defendant periodically screamed and texted on her phone as they drove. Ms. Roberts described the weather as whiteout conditions as they were driving around. As they arrived to the area of 34 Fairview, Ms. Roberts stated the defendant screamed, "There he is, I see him," from inside the vehicle and screamed to be let out. Even after initially exiting the vehicle, Ms. Roberts stated that she could not see the victim in the conditions, further stated that his body was covered in snow. She stated the victim's body was approximately 12 feet away from the roadway. 12 feet? 12 feet from the roadway? She observed him to have a swollen right eye with a laceration above it. Yes, if anyone took notes when the kids were testifying. She observed him to have a swollen eye with a laceration above it and blood around his nose and mouth. Ms. Roberts stated they immediately began CPR and Ms. McCabe called 911. Ms. Roberts stated that she observed the victim to be lying on his back with his arms by his side. She noticed that his right eye was swollen shut and that there was blood coming from his mouth and nose. When the paramedics arrived and lifted the victim's body onto the stretcher, Ms. Roberts observed the grass underneath the victim's back, not covered in snow as the remainder of the area was. The defendant repeatedly asked Ms. Roberts, Ms. McCabe, and the officers and paramedics on the scene, "Is he dead?" repeating the phraseology numerous times to each. The defendant further grabbed Ms. Roberts by the arm at one point and asked her if they were really working on John or if he was dead. So again, and I think this is with what Carrie Roberts was saying on the stand. She never testified that Karen Reed said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." I know she said, "Did I hit him? Did I hit him?" That's what Carrie Roberts said. Because I was waiting to see if Carrie Roberts, how much of her story was going to align with Jen McCabe. But that was one thing that I was looking for. Hey! Good afternoon. It's probably evening now, isn't it? Oh, no, sorry. Try it is afternoon for you. In addition, Trooper Buinik interviewed Nicholas and Karina Kolakithis. Both were present with the group at the waterfall on the evening of January 28th. They arrived at approximately 9:30 p.m., respectively, as they came in separate cars following their daughter's high school basketball game. They knew the victim for approximately 5 to 6 years, had met the defendant a handful of times. They stated the defendant and the victim arrived at the waterfall at approximately 11 p.m., arriving from C.F. McCarthy's across the street. Mrs. Kolakithis spoke for a period of time when the defendant observed her to be drinking vodka soda cocktails while at the bar. She also recalled the defendant pushing quite a bit for members of the group, Christopher Albert, the owner of the local pizza shop, to go across the street after leaving the bar to keep partying while he made pies for everyone. We remember that. When it was time to leave, Mrs. Kolakithis indicated that she walked outside with Miss McCabe, observed the victim and the defendant to walk out together and proceed to the left of the driveway, up Washington Street, where the vehicles were parked along the curb, facing back towards the waterfall. Mrs. Kolakithis indicated that her vehicle was also parked along Washington Street, but further down and facing the opposite direction. From there, she observed the defendant walking towards the driver's side door of her black Lexus SUV. She further indicated that during the course of her conversation that evening with the defendant complained about the victim's mother and lack of private time the couple had for vacations because of the children, their activities and responsibilities, which that would go with the text messages that she was sending Brian Higgins, because Karen Reed was talking about the children. She also described her as fine and did not believe the defendant to be overly intoxicated, and that's what everyone said. Everyone said Karen looked fine. On January 30th, Troopers Buinik and Proctor interviewed Canton firefighter Katie McLaughlin. She's been assigned to Station 1 on the 29th and indicated that approximately 6 a.m. Canton Fire and EMS has been dispatched to 34 Fairview for a male party in the snow and unresponsive. Text-to-speech. I like text-to-speech, but sometimes it sounds too formal, like with the periods and all that stuff. Upon arrival, Miss McLaughlin observed the victim to have trauma to his face and eye area and vomit in his mouth. She observed the victim to be dressed in jeans, socks, and one black Nike sneaker. The victim's shirt were cut and his chest exposed for chest compressions. Miss McLaughlin had exited the ambulance to speak with the defendant as to the victim's identity and medical history. Defendant provided the victim's name and date of birth. Ms. McLaughlin asked the defendant if she knew where the victim had suffered the trauma to his face and eye. The defendant turned to her friend and said repeatedly, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in response to the paramedic's question. And I would assume that Carrie Roberts would have been right there, right next to Karen Reed when she said that. Following their initial witness interviews on January 29, troopers Buinik and Proctor then proceeded to the Good Samaritan to view the victim. They observe 6 bloody lacerations varying in length on his right arm. The cuts extended from his forearm to his bicep. Both the victim's eyes were swollen shut, black and blue in color. The troopers observe a cut to the right eyelid area of the victim. The victim's clothing consisted of blue jeans, orange t-shirt, long sleeve gray shirt. Boxers, shorts were soaking wet and saturated with blood and vomit. The victim was also observed to have one black Nike sneaker with one Nike logo on the side. The victim's medical records were admitted as an exhibit before the grand jury in this matter as well. Throughout said medical records, the attending physician and medical personnel described the victim's injuries at length. Said descriptions of his injuries and medical conditions include right superior orbital ridge, region approximate 7 millimeters lacerations, plus surrounding soft tissue swelling, contusion, plus breath sounds bilaterally, pulseless, plus superficial abrasions, right forearm. Time of death is noted at 7:50 a.m. Hey, welcome back. What'd you get? Oh, some cube meat from some beef tips, some burgers. Yum. Did you get to eat at, is there a food court at Tokyo Central, the one that you went to? Wait, no, you're Bleep. No, you're not Jan. Oh my God, fuck off. They needed to keep Karen's car to get the pieces of light they need. That's why they didn't want to take her car. When? On January 31st, Dr. Irini Scordi-Bello from the medical... See, I'm like, why do we not hear from Dr. Irini Scordi-Bello? Shouldn't they be one of the first witnesses to testify? Sorry, I'm a broken record when it comes to that. Let's hear from the medical examiner, like ASAP. From the office of the chief medical examiner, conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. The doctor advised the troopers that she observed several abrasions of the victim's right forearm, 2 swollen black eyes, a small cut above a right eye, a cut to the left side of his nose, and approximately 2-inch lacerations to the back right of his head, multiple skull fractures that resulted in the bleeding of the brain. Dr. Scordi-Bello further advised the troopers that the victim's pancreas was a dark red color, indicating hypothermia was a contributing factor to his death. Dr. Scordi-Bello opined from her examination the significant blunt force trauma injuries occurred prior to Mr. O'Keefe becoming hyperthermic, as evidenced by hemorrhaging in his pancreas and stomach. Mr. O'Keefe had arrived at Good Samaritan Medical Hospital with a temperature of the low 80s. The doctor opined that extensive injuries to his head likely rendered Mr. O'Keefe incapacitated. The doctor further opined that upon reviewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries in her examination of the body, she observed no signs of Mr. O'Keefe being involved in any type of physical altercation or fight. In addition, Dr. Scordi-Bello testified extensively regarding her examination and findings before this grand jury. The grand jury's minutes stated, blah, 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 blah. May 19, 2022, grand jury exhibits, report of the autopsy. So I don't know. I mean, why not put this medical examiner first? I'm like, is there an issue with the medical examiner? We did hear about Trooper Proctor talking about the medical examiner. I don't know if it was this medical examiner, but talking about this medical examiner. And it seems like maybe they were having issues with how the death was ruled. I don't know. I don't know if there's issues with the medical examiner. In addition, Dr. Scordi-Bello testified extensively regarding her examination and findings before this grand jury. Did I read this already? In her testimony, the doctor described the medical definitions of a laceration, contusion, abrasion, as well as the differences between the three. John had vomited on his underwear cork. How is that possible? Oh, how I thought it just seeps through. Like, you know, when you have vomit in your underwear, it just like seeped through your pants. That's what I assumed happened. The doctor testified that the victim had abrasions on his right arm. She described abrasions as scratches caused by blunt object, contact with blunt object. She went on to describe them as clusters of them on his right upper arm and on his right forearm, mostly linear. Carey lied about John's phone, and Proctor never went to Fairview on that day, but his report says he did and got John's phone on the scene that day. More on the report, but... Because Carey said that she found John's phone underneath him. I remember that. But why do you think she lied about that? Proctor never went to Fairview on that day. Proctor says he went to the McCabe's house. But his report says he did. Oh, is there a copy of his report? I haven't seen his report or anyone's report in trial yet. But his report says he did and got John's phone on the scene that day. Oh, I actually don't know who retrieved. I thought Carey got the phone. Carey grabbed the phone and then gave it to a different, gave it to Canton PD, I think. That's what I remember. Proctor had it in his report. I haven't seen his report in trial yet, so I don't know what report you're looking at. If you have a copy of his report, though, if you can post my Discord, I would appreciate it. She went on to describe them as clusters on them on his right upper arm and on his right forearm, mostly linear, ranging... No, sorry. Sorry. Carey said that the phone was... She found the phone underneath John's body. And we were like, oh, that's weird. Carey got the phone, gave it to someone else. Proctor said that other troopers, they like split up and like did other things. So like Proctor, Buinik went to McCabe's and went to go get Karen Reed's car, right? There were other troopers who collected taillight pieces, the phone, and the shoe. Other people got it, and then they processed that. But Proctor and Buinik got the clothes, and they entered that into evidence. And the shoe. Sorry, and the car. I don't remember Proctor saying that he got the phone. Proctor testified saying that other troopers got the phone, taillight, and the shoe. Can you link the court docs? Like in here? Because I haven't seen a copy of his report yet. It would be great to see reports. But that's what I'm just going with what he testified and what I've seen in trial so far. He said that other troopers went and they like split up their duties and other people did other stuff. Oh, the report is in here? What page? Hello, this is the Karen Reed trial. Hello, Storm Chaser. Wait, are you a Storm Chaser? How's it going? Dr. Scorty Bello testified that throughout her external examination of the victim's body, she observed no signs of an altercation or fight. The doctor also testified extensively to the injuries or swelling of the victim's eyes. Dr. Scorty Bello testified that from examination of the victim, both external and internal, that the bleeding and subsequent swelling around their eyes were related to very small fractures in the skull. She testified specifically that the injury initiated or started at the back of the head, caused all the fractures in the skull, and then the eyes got red, black, or purple because of seepage of blood from a small blood vessels. The neuropathology report completed by Dr. Renee Stonebridge, also of the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, are consistent with Dr. Scorty Bello's finding. Okay, so why do we not start with these guys' testimony unless there's some issue with it? Like, why didn't we start with Scorty Bello and Renee Stonebridge? I don't get it. Let me see. Page 15. Okay. Taillight. Oh, no, I can't search. So you're saying that, I don't know. I'm just going off of what Proctor testified on the stand today of like who got the phone, who got the shoe, who got the rest of the stuff. Sorry, did I read it and I missed it? Page 15. Was the phone mentioned earlier? At approximately 4:30 on January 29, troopers Buinik and Proctor arrived at their residence on Dayton, Massachusetts. So that's Karen Reed's family's house. Upon their arrival, they observed a large black SUV, license plate, registered to the defendant, parked outside the garage door in the driveway to the home. The trooper observed the right rear passenger side taillight to be shattered and have a large red piece of plastic to be missing from the taillight. The troopers were invited to the home and observed the defendant seated in the living room couch. The defendant agreed to speak with the troopers. The defendant indicated to the troopers that she had met the victim at C.F. McCarthy Bar in Canton approximately 9 p.m. the evening prior. The victim had been there with friends prior to her arrival. She stated the victim was drinking beers. She was drinking vodka soda. She described the glassware she was drinking out of his vase style. The defendant stated that she and the victim left C.F. McCarthy's and went to the waterfall, but denied that she had taken any drink from the bar to the next. She stated that they were at the waterfall for approximately an hour, and during that time, there were no arguments amongst anyone present there. When she and the victim were leaving the waterfall, she stated they were invited to the house on 34 Fairview. Defendant stated that she dropped the victim at the house on 34 Fairview, went home since she was having stomach issues at the previous bar, which could make sense because she was drinking or possibly drinking a lot. Oh, it's in the defensive stuff. Okay, I think I have that. Thanks, Stan. I was getting confused for a second. I was like, did I miss something? Defendant stated that she dropped the victim off and then made a 3-point turn in the street and left. So again, they were asking Matt McCabe, hey, was there a 3-point turn down on the road on 34 Fairview? And he's like, oh, I don't know what a 3-point turn would look like. She stated that she did not see the victim enter the residence. Defendant indicated that she first observed the broken tail in the morning, did not know how she'd broken it the previous evening. The victim was uninjured when she dropped him off at the house. However, when she discovered him the next morning, she observed him lying face up, snow on his legs, eyes swollen, blood coming out from his nose and mouth. She stated she began providing him mouth-to-mouth. Defendant further stated that she had attempted to contact the victim throughout the night, calling and texting him numerous times with no response. She stated that they had a verbal argument that morning over what the defendant fed the victim's niece for breakfast. The troopers further asked the defendant for contact information relating to the people she had indicated were present at the bar. The defendant obliged, and prior to providing said information, the troopers observed the defendant to enter a numerical password into her phone to unlock it prior to retrieving said data. So this is the part that did stand out to me as well. So the defendant indicated that she first observed the broken taillight in the morning, did not know how she had broken it in the previous evening. So it's possible that she could have backed up and didn't realize that she hit John's car because she was kind of like in a frenzy. You know, she was trying to figure out where John O'Keefe was. But if she pointed out the taillight, let's say we don't believe Jen, let's say we don't believe Matt McCabe, but if we believe Carrie Roberts, if she didn't realize she backed up into John's car and fucked up her taillight, at what point would she have realized the taillight was broken then and was able to point it out to at least Carrie Roberts? So that was a question that I did have lingering in my mind. The troopers further asked the defendant for contact information relating to the people she had indicated were present at the bars. Defendant obliged, and prior to providing said information, the troopers observed the defendant to enter... Oh, I read that. I'm sorry. If my friend was at my house but left before coming in, I called to ask if everyone was okay. Jen texted John 6 times when they were out front and then stopped. Yeah, Jen messaged John a couple times, and then I think she was like, oh, are you coming in? ? I don't know. I think it depends, because I could see myself, if my friend was coming to my friend's house and they're on their way, I might be outside waiting for them to make sure they have the right house. But at the same time, if it's snowing, I might not. It might be too fucking cold. If I knew that my friend was outside of the house and they didn't come in and they end up not coming in, I could text them and call them and be like, hey, what's up? Or I could also assume that they were arguing, and I don't want to get into that mess, you know? I don't know. I could see myself doing either things. Okay, so he's reading his notes from the trial from John, niece, and nephews. Okay. Karen said that she didn't know how her tail had cracked, and in her statement, wanting to find John, she just kept going. Because then now I'm wondering, how did she find out that her tailhead was cracked to the point where she pointed out to Carrie Roberts, right? That's what I want to know. Because I was thinking okay, she could have just backed up and didn't realize that she hit John's car. But then, at some point, how did she realize her taillight was cracked? Who really pays attention to their taillight, right? Possible DUI. Does it state how long after drinking she started driving? Seems like a hit and run. Well, they were drinking from 9 to possibly maybe like 11, 12-ish. And then everyone drove or walked home right afterwards. The vehicle was then transported to tow in the Canton Police Department on February 1. Members of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Scene Service Section, a crime lab chemist, and Trooper Joseph Paul of the Massachusetts State Police Collision Analyst Reconstruction Section, CARS, responded to the department. That's a lot of people. They observed fragments of broken glass on the rear bumper of the vehicle. The rear right passenger taillight was shattered and pieces were observed missing from the red and the clear ones. When they got to John's house, didn't she walk past the taillight? Might have noticed it then. When she got to John's house, I mean, I just saw her walking past it. Not like walking past it and being like, oh, what the fuck is this? It just seems like, because I know, I'm trying to remember who drove again? I just noticed the women just walking, getting out of the car and just walking to the house, not pointing out the car or anything like that. On the right side of the rear taillight, a deep scratch and a minor dent were observed. But you mean like she noticed it in passing, like saw it in her peripheral, like noticed it and just like kept walking anyways? Maybe? I don't know. I just feel like she wouldn't notice it. On the right side of the rear tailgate, a deep scratch and minor dent were observed. The right side of the rear bumper above the red small light. Oh, hold on. Let's go into details. Hold on. On the right rear tail light was shattered. Pieces were observed missing from the red and the clear areas. On the right side of the rear tailgate, a deep scratch and a minor dent were observed. On the right side of the rear bumper above a small red light, 2 scratches were observed, as well as one area where the paint was chipped off. Oh, okay. Troopers from the CARS unit perform a rapid acceleration, forward, and reverse test. So, I mean, when are we going to hear from the CARS unit? Soon? Reverse test with the vehicle noted no deficiencies with the vehicle's braking system and or other operations. I don't know. I guess like when I'm looking at cases where the state's trying their case, I'm so used to hearing from law enforcement, all the technical stuff, all the experts. And then we'll start hearing from like friends and families, and then maybe it'll circle back to like some of the law enforcement and some of the other experts, you know? This one, it was just like a bunch of normal people. It was like law enforcement, a bunch of normal people, but no medical examiner, no reconstruction person, no how did this happen, how it happened, like any of that stuff. Because like I feel like it's better to outline, okay, well, this is what the state thinks happened. And then when we listen to other people's testimonies, we look for commonalities. Like, okay, like Jen McCabe said this happened. Maybe that's how this happened. Oh, Kerry Roberts said this happened. Oh, maybe that's how this happened. You know, I don't know. The way that he presented his case was just really weird to me. Maybe there's just a bunch of people that just have scheduling issues. Kerry maybe pointed out at John's because she was in the back. Well, Kerry said that Karen was the one that pointed out to both her and Jen McCabe, whether it was when they got there or when they were leaving. If they're so sure it wasn't Chloe, why are they trying so hard to keep the dog bite expert out? I don't know. Per the state, they said that they had they didn't even get like the findings yet, and there's like a lot of work that they have to do, and it's like such a short amount of period of time that they can't do it in time. Because like not only do they have to go through their findings, right? They have to like dispute it and then all that shit. So that's what they said. I mean, we're going to do the voir dire process and figure out what they're going to let in, right? What the jury's going to hear. The troopers placed a training figure resembling a human approximately 6 feet in height behind the Lexus. Oh, was this on video? The vehicle was operated by a CARS trooper, documented with video from crime scene. Wait, so this is on video. Can we see this? The vehicle was placed in reverse and started to travel towards the training figure. The rear view camera within the vehicle was operating properly, displaying on a screen in the center of the dashboard. Oh, they're not really reconstructing what happened exactly. They just want to make sure that if Karen was backing up into someone, that the rear view camera would go off and sensors would go off, I guess. Displayed on the screen in the center of the dashboard provided a 360-degree overhead visual. As the Lexus traveled closer to the figure, both auditory and visual cues within the vehicle sounded off, indicating an obstruction to the rear. In addition, forensic scientist Maureen Hartnett, who we've heard from, responded to the Canton PD that date and took samples from the Lexus. She observed damage to the rear of the vehicle on the passenger side, including a dent with a chip paint in the trunk door, a broken taillight, scratches on the bumper. An apparent hair was noted on the rear. So it says apparent hair. Did they ever do DNA testing on the hair? Because they said they found the hair, but we don't know, okay, is that John's hair or is it not John's hair? Maybe there's an expert that's going to testify to that. Also, Dennis is home and Cheryl's running down to go see him right now. If you guys hear all that commotions back there. All right. An apparent hair was noted on the rear passenger side quarter panel, and there's still a lot of mystery with this hair. Said apparent hair had subsequently been forensically tested and confirmed as human hair. Okay, but is it John's hair? Or is it someone else's hair? Whose hair is it? Apparent glass was also noted on the rear bumper. Also on January 29, the Massachusetts State Police Special Emergency Response Team, CERT. It sounds like, where was the victim found? It was on the lawn of where he was apparently dropped off. It sounds like she drove while drunk, hit him, maybe didn't realize, and left. Yeah, drove drunk, reversed into him. Sensors may have stopped the wheels, but possibly sliding due to snow, not great conditions. Injured victim probably froze to death. So that is what the state thinks, but this case, unfortunately, is not clear cut. There's a lot of really weird stuff clouding this case that creates a lot of mystery to what happened. It's me saying it lightly. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they're going to get to the hair part. You know, maybe they... It's my understanding that the expert said that there's no DNA testing done, but I don't know if it meant that she just didn't do it. But they're going to send it out and someone else would do it. I don't know. But I'm like, what's the point of highlighting the hair if they didn't do a DNA test on it? You know what I mean? Like, why bring it up in the trial, I guess? If they didn't do DNA testing on it, I'd just be like, okay, well, I don't know. We found a hair, but we don't know what the fuck it is. Also, on January 29, the Massachusetts, I'm going to say CERT, because it's easier, was activated to assist in searching for possible evidence outside of 34 Fairview Road. Members from the CERT team located a black Nike sneaker with a white Nike logo along the side, matching the one worn by the victim at the time his body was discovered. In the same area where the body was recovered, 2 red pieces of plastic of the taillight were located, consistent with the pieces missing from the defendant's black Lexus. 1 piece of the clear plastic taillight was located in the same area as well, also consistent with the broken taillight of the Lexus. The CERT team discovered these items after digging through the still falling snow. So CERT team, I think CERT said they arrive at the scene around like 4:50, 5 o'clock, because we were trying to line up that time with when John Proctor would have been, leaving Karen Reed's house with Buinik and the tow truck driver. So I'm still reserving, I'm waiting for the tow truck driver to testify to say like, oh, did they stop anywhere on the way? Or did they just do a complete drive from Karen Reed's parents' house to the Canton PD and they drove really fucking slow because the snow was just really bad? Or did they stop? So I'm waiting to hear from that. But it seems like the CERT team was already, maybe like, when did they leave Karen Reed's parents' house? Maybe like, I think they said 4:16. So maybe like 30 to 35 minutes afterwards, they were 30 to 35 minutes after the car left Karen Reed's house. Because again, Karen Reed's car, when it was at the house, there was, surveillance footage. So if anyone came by, it would be noted on there, right? Possibly. Before that, Karen Reed drove it from John O'Keefe's, or Karen Reed or someone in her family drove it from John O'Keefe's to her parents' house. That's what I'm assuming. I'm assuming they didn't make any stops. Maybe they did. But while the car was at John O'Keefe's house, there was surveillance footage there. But again, it's like motion activated. So I'm just trying to figure out when would Proctor would have time to break the taillight and then like insert it back into the crime scene if he would have had time. 1 piece of clear plastic taillight was located in the same area as well, also consistent with the broken taillight of the Lexus. The CERT team discovered these items after digging the still falling snow. On January 31st, investigators, understatement of the year, defense is saying defense is using to say, look how badly they invested the case. Lally's trying to get ahead of it, just ended up running over his own foot. I mean, I'd rather have him get ahead of things than to have the witness just getting destroyed in cross-examination. I mean, they're still getting destroyed, but it lessens the severity of it a bit. They tested the tests are inconclusive. They needed to do more testing, and that was going to take 8 weeks, I believe, and that was trial was about to start. Oh, okay. On January 31st, investigators observed video from the ring cameras affixed to 1 Meadows Avenue, the residence of Mr. O'Keefe. The video was observed by utilizing the ring application on the victim's cell phone. It only takes about a few minutes to get from her parents to the Sally port. No, not a few minutes. Because when you say few minutes, I think of like 5 to 10 minutes. In regular driving conditions, I'm assuming no traffic, we mapped it out. It said like 30 to 40 minutes. But this is why if we can't trust any of the troopers, right? I want to hear from the tow truck guy to see what he says. Let's say we can't trust Buinik. Let's say we can't trust Proctor. And we're going to lean heavily into the tow truck's driver's testimony, right? On a good day, it's like 30 to 40 minutes when I looked. But, I mean, if it's like snowing, you're towing like a heavy car, it's like blizzarding, you'd probably be driving really fucking slow to get from Karen Reed's parents' house to, Canton PD. And I don't know how much of the roads were plowed, right? They mentioned in the residential area, they had to call someone to plow to get the truck out, blah, 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 blah. So I don't know if like the public roads were plowed by that point, if they took the highway, if they took the local ways, which way they took. So I'm waiting for the tow truck driver to testify. But some people in my chat mentioned that the tow truck driver is going to testify for the defense, and I guess the state's not calling the tow truck driver because I feel like the tow truck driver could have some good information that would help the state, but maybe not. Maybe not. All right, so they're talking about the ring camera on 1 Meadows Avenue. Okay, the residence of Mr. O'Keefe. The video was observed by utilizing a ring application on the victim's cell phone. The data in the application show that 2 cameras are connected on the victim's account under his email. The 2 cameras cover the front door and the driveway to the home. From 6 p.m. on January 28th through 6 a.m. on January 29th, the ring application shows approximately 15 events between the 2 cameras at the residence. Investigators observe on the ring video from the driveway camera the defendant's SUV leaving the right garage door and traveling out of the driveway onto Meadows Avenue, turning left onto Pleasant Street at approximately 5:08 a.m. on January 29th. Investigators were not able to locate any of the ring video of the same SUV arriving at the home prior to that, specifically no video of the defendant arriving at the victim's home after leaving the Fairview residence in the early morning hours of January 29th was contained within said available footage. So a couple things about that that I mentioned. So state is probably going to try to say, oh, Karen Reed had access to ring and she deleted it. It's also possible that Proctor, because he was the one that received the ring footage, Proctor could have received it. Maybe he deleted himself. That's the other theory. It's also possible that the ring footage didn't capture it because motion activated. It's a little bit wonky sometimes. Maybe didn't capture it. But that's why I'm like, okay, well, this ring thing seems to be kind of like up in the air right now. There's no user activity thing. So maybe there's an expert that can look at the ring logs and can interpret it for us. Maybe someone from Ring can testify saying like, no, here's what we found. And these are the videos that we got. It doesn't line up with what the state have in their possession. There are some videos missing. Maybe that. I don't know. Because right now I'm just like, okay, it's going back and forth with the ring stuff. I'm not really quite sure. It seems like, Karen Reed didn't have access to the ring based on what the defense was saying when they're interrogating Buinik. But there was also no user. There was an exact term that they used, but I forgot what it was. It was like a user log thing. Like it seems like that didn't exist or they don't have it. I don't know. So the ring thing, I don't know. The victim's Chevrolet Traverse SUV was parked in the far right corner of the driveway as the defendant's SUV exited in reverse from the garage, coming close to the victim's SUV. The defendant's vehicle exits the driveway. The troopers observe her right passenger side taillight to be broken. Again, depending on which footage you look at, once you zoom in or take a look at the pixelation, sometimes it looks like there's a chunk missing and sometimes it looks like there's a little chunk missing. Depends on where you pause the video. Honestly, the video sucks. The video is not great. Video's not great at all. On February 3rd, Trooper Evan Brandt. Oh, I haven't heard from this trooper yet. You think the FBI has the ring data and the defense has it, but that's me speculating. I don't have proof. I know the footage that they thought they didn't have were recovered already. I mean, if it was recovered, then, you know, they should be able to show that in trial. No damage was observed anywhere on either the vehicle or the doors. So we did see that. We didn't see any damage on John O'Keefe's car. They took like 3 different pictures. I didn't see any damage on John O'Keefe's car. They said there's no fragments or pieces of broken taillight that were discovered in the victim's driveway, nor any observed on the ground or anywhere in the driveway when the defendant's vehicle was seen leaving the driveway at 5:08 a.m. So we don't know what that piece is. Although I could have sworn they found like a circle clear plastic thing. I thought that was the other piece of the taillight. Maybe not. I wasn't sure what the hell that was. On February 1, Buinik and Keefe traveled. Oh, and this is a typo right here. Really? Troopers Buinik and Keefe? John O'Keefe? You mean Troopers Buinik and Proctor? Traveled to C.F. McCarthy's bar and spoke with the manager of the bar. They reviewed and secured video from inside the establishment from January 28 and the receipts that we didn't get to see. From the interior surveillance video, the troopers observed Mr. O'Keefe walked into the establishment wearing jeans, black Nike sneakers, dark gray long sleeve shirt, and dark baseball hat with an American flag on the front at approximately 7:37 p.m., along with his friend Michael Camerano. Approximately an hour later, 8:51, defendant enters the bar wearing a black jacket, black boots, black pants, handbag, small purse, white shirt underneath her jacket. 7 minutes later, at approximately 8:58 p.m., the bartender hands the defendant a tall cylinder glass containing a clear liquid with a lime in it. At approximately 9:15, the victim hands his defendant a cylinder-style glass with a clear liquid and a lime in it. So drink number 2. At the following times, the troopers observed the video defendant receiving a shot glass with a clear liquid in it, which she subsequently pours into her cylinder glass. 9:20, 9:33, 10:22, and 10:29. I wonder if the jury will be able to review the footage on their own, or if it's one of those things like the Nicolay Mew trial, where if they want to review any footage, they all have to come back into the trial, and the judge and all the attorneys have to be there. At approximately 7:57 p.m., the bartender is observed handling the defendant a tall cylinder-style glass with a clear liquid in it and a shot glass with a clear liquid in it for a total of 7 drinks the defendant receives and consumes during her time at the bar. I guess, like, where do people get the 9 drinks thing? Because I feel like in the, in the States, in their response, wouldn't they want to go with the higher number? Or, like, a range, 7 to 9 drinks? Because I started seeing that in, like, the chats. I don't know where the 9 drinks came from. At approximately 10:40, the victim and defendant are observed leaving the bar with the defendant holding her last drink in her hand as they exit the door to the establishment. So yes, we did see that as well. On February 1, troopers traveled to the Waterfall Bar, reviewed and secured both interiors, exterior surveillance camera footage, as well as receipts. I don't think they talk about the receipts here. I wish they did. From the interior camera, the troopers observed the victim defendant enter the bar at approximately 10:54. At approximately 12:10, defendant walks out with 2 females, leaving the front door. Moments later, the victim sitting alone at the table takes a sip from a short cocktail glass, walks out of the front door, holding the glass in his right hand. From the exterior camera, the troopers observed the victim walk at approximately 12:11 a.m., carrying a short cocktail glass in his right hand, meet up with the defendant, and then the two walk together towards a Washington Street. Also, remember when they were doing the reverse, what's it called again? The retrograde thing, taking her, trying to figure what her blood alcohol would have been at, like, the time where they think she hit John O'Keefe. They used 12:30 as her last drink. I wonder why they used 12:30 if they have footage of them leaving the bar at like 12:10, 12:11. So I wonder where they got the 12:30 number from. The troopers observed the exterior camera that appeared to have just begun snowing with light coating on the ground and cars within the parking lot. Yep, everyone said there was a dusting of snow. Nicole. On February 2nd, troopers Dunn and Moore were canvassing the video footage in relation to the investigation. They proceeded to Edward J. Lynch Jr. House at Pequitside Farm on Pleasant Street in Canton. They were able to retrieve the video footage from the town's IT director, who confirmed the date and timestamps on the video were correct. The troopers also viewed and recovered the video from Canton Town Library, and on February 3, the Temple Beth Abraham. Both library and the temple's cameras overlook the Washington Street in Canton. Oh, cool. So we can see like cars driving and shit. The distance between the two buildings is approximately 1 mile. From the library video at approximately 12:15, the troopers observe a black SUV, so Karen's car, traveling on Washington Street and continue towards the temple 4 minutes after the victim, the defendant, exit the waterfall. At approximately 12:17, from the temple video, the troopers observe a large black SUV by the building towards the intersection of Washington and Dedham Street in the direction of the Fairview Road. So remember how we had like an IT person testify? They work for they work for the public sector, I think. They showed footage, but we didn't know what the fuck it was showing. It was like footage at night, and then like I think you saw a black SUV, and then you saw another footage, and you saw a black SUV, and then that's it. That's all we saw, and we're like, oh, okay. So it shows that that's Karen's car, but where is it going with that? It was after the testimony of the guy who schedules the plowing schedule for the snowplow schedule, and I was like, I wish we had witnesses that testified like next to each other that would explain, okay, this person did this, and here's the person who's going to explain what the other witness showed. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I was like, okay, we have the snowplower guy, and then we have the guy who's IT dude. I don't know. From the library video at approximately 5:11 a.m., the troopers observe a large black SUV traveling down Sherman Street, take a left on Washington, and then travel in the direction of the waterfall. So I guess this is Karen Reed's car after she realized John was missing and she went towards the waterfall. I mean, if she truly thought that she left John at the waterfall, it might be why she went to the waterfall, right? That's why she told Jen McCabe that she left John at the waterfall. At approximately 5:15 a.m., the troopers observe a large black SUV traveling away from the area of the waterfall on Washington Street. Oh, shoot. Give me 1 second. Well, it's after you stream, right? Okay. Sorry, guys. Facebook Marketplace stuff. I forgot I was going to get this person's address. Okay, what do we have? So we have Karen Reed's car, 5 a.m. traveling towards Waterfall, probably because that's where she thought she left John. From the temple video at approximately 5:18, the trooper observed a large black SUV traveling the front of the building towards the intersection of Washington Street and Dedham Street. In addition, the troopers received a search warrant, defendant's Verizon cell phone records. Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police examined said records and was able to plot the defendant's movements. While the phone wasn't used for various periods of time, the phone's movements coincided with the direction of the travel of the black SUV observed in the videos from the temple and the library during both time frames. I'm sending you the address. These videos and phone records on the morning of January 29 occur after the defendant spoke with Ms. McCabe on the phone after directing the victim's niece to call Ms. McCabe, and after the defendant is seen on the victim's residence ring video leaving that home at 5:08 a.m. That was very wordy. So guys, if you guys are wondering why we're reading this document, we just want to know what the hell is going to happen with the trial and what Mr. Lawley is going to present and who are the experts that he's going to rely on. And why, and why hasn't he called some of these experts yet? I feel like we're a little bit left in the dark right now. Furthermore, the events, the defendant traveling in the direction of the home on Fairview prior to going to Miss McCabe's home that morning. On February 22nd, both the 10-year-old nephew, CF, and the 14-year-old niece, KF, I think they wrote the names wrong, by the way, of the victim were interviewed at Norfolk Advocates for Children's Center in Foxborough, MA. So I don't know what the children testified. I haven't read anything about the children's testimony or haven't heard anyone talk about it. So the children's testimony, I'm just assuming, might be what's in here. The children indicated that, assuming that Mr. Lawley wrote it correctly, the children indicated that they lived with their uncle, the victim, for approximately 8 years following the passing of both their parents. Both children indicated the victim and the defendant had started dating approximately 2 years ago, after having dated some time before in the distant past. They both indicated that the defendant would stay over their house on Meadows Avenue several nights a week, which is what Jen McCabe said. PF, so it says PF now, but before it says CF and KF, so which one is PF? PF stated the defendant and the victim argued a decent amount of time. PF recalled a recent argument over groceries, the victim expressing needing a break from the defendant. After the particular argument, the victim wanted the defendant to leave their house, however, she refused. PF indicated that he had left the home on January 28 at approximately 8 p.m. for a sleepover at a friend's house and was not present at the home overnight. PF indicated that neither he nor his sister had access to the Ring system, but believed the defendant did from the family computer within the home. So that's what Mr. Lawley put in this, and I want to know what the children said in their testimonies, because it seems different with what someone said earlier. I hope we get transcripts. That'd be kind of cool. KF indicated during her interview the defendant and victim had argued a lot towards the end and approximately 2 to 3 times a week. She further stated approximately a week prior to January 29th, she was sitting on the stairway inside the house while the victim and the defendant were arguing. KF stated that she heard the victim tell the defendant that the relationship had run its course and that it isn't healthy. She stated the defendant did not want the relationship to end and refused to leave their house. KF stated that she had gone to bed at approximately 11 p.m. on January 28th, so this is the night before, after her friend had left, and was woken by the defendant approximately 4:30 a.m. with the defendant screaming and acting frantic. The defendant ran into the victim's bedroom to retrieve KF's cell phone, and KF began texting and calling the victim with no response. Defendant had then called KF. Defendant then had KF call Miss McCabe and put the defendant on the phone with her. After speaking with Miss McCabe, the defendant left the house and told KF to tell Mr. Camarano to come and pick her up. I think he tried to, but he said that someone else. Oh, sorry, no. Yeah, he came to pick them up, I think, right? And then when they did the welfare check, the children weren't home because someone else already took them. KF indicated during her interview the defendant changed her story several times while speaking to Ms. McCabe on the phone, with initially the defendant stating that she and the victim got into an argument and she dropped him off. So that part too, I want to know what was said during the testimony. On January 29, the troopers also recovered Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone and were subsequently able to forensically extract the data from said phone. The forensic extraction of the call logs, voice messages, the text messages between the victim and the defendant, including the date of January 28, 29, detail strains with their relationship, the victim's desire to end their relationship, and the defendant's description of their relationship with them and the two children together as toxic. The troopers recovered several voicemails from the victim's phone from the defendant following the time period that they were in front of the residence of 34 Fairview, in which the defendant screamed to the victim that she hated him. So I guess when do we get to hear from someone who's going to talk about these text messages and the voice message? Shouldn't that have been done early on too? On January 29, the defendant was transported to the scene to the Good Samaritan Medical Office. Hi, Crosby. How are you doing today? Let's see. While there, the blood was drawn pursuant to her medical diagnosis and the treatment at that facility. The ethanol results from said records indicate at 9:08 a.m. on the 29th, her blood had a reading of 98 milligrams per deciliter. Nicholas Roberts, a forensic toxicologist who we heard from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, performed both a serum conversion and retrograde extrapolation of said result, opining that Ms. Reed's BAC at the time, at the 29th, was between 0.07, 0.08. So at 9:08, her BAC was 0.07, 0.08, which is like right around the legal limit. From his retrograde extrapolation analysis, he opined that her BAC around the time of period of 12:45 a.m. would have been between 0.13 to 2.9. But we don't know. And I mean, what would really help is if we had, Karen Reed's interview, which I don't believe we have, not really. If Karen Reed said, my last drink was at the waterfall, then it's like, okay, you know, then they would do this calculation assuming that she didn't have any drinks when she went home, right? But I don't think we have that. I don't think they know when Karen Reed's last drink was. Their assumption is what they have from the waterfall and CF McCarthy. So they're assuming her last drink was at CF McCarthy. But because there's such a huge chunk of time, I mean, her last drink could have been when she went home. Maybe she drank more. I don't know. I don't know what her story is when she went home. I don't know if her story is that she went home and then she like went to sleep, or she went home, drank some more, and then passed out. I don't know. I don't know. Lastly, these facts are summarized from the grand jury presentation that spans several months with at least 14 days of testimony, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so that kind of gives an overview of what Mr. Lally is going to do during trial. And, you know, there are, like I said, there are some experts that I'm wondering why were they not called earlier. So, like the medical examiner, I'm like, is there an issue with the medical examiner? Or are we just going to get to the medical examiner late? Could be a scheduling thing. I don't know. I think there's maybe some more information here. Hold on. Yeah, this is them responding to defense wanting Brian Albert's phone. But I will say, I think Lolly does better in his motions and his responses than in live court. Sorry, these are just arguments that I just want to browse through it really quickly. Maybe I'll read this later. I might read this later. Hello, thank you so much for the follow. My throat is getting dry and I'm getting hungry, so I might read this later. And then I do want to read. Oh, actually, because I think this could be some rebuttal stuff. Yeah, I'll read this later. I don't know. This is like other experts that I guess we'll maybe not hear from. Well, I mean, no, sorry. Lolly says in opening statements we'll hear from them, like the Cellbrite experts. I think there was like 2 or 3 of them that we'll hear from. Okay, I'll get to this later. Maybe a different day. And then it talks about like the search history, Jen McCabe's search history, the Cellbrite stuff. I don't know. Lolly, why are we getting to these experts ASAP? I have a lot of questions. I hope they interview Mr. Lolly after this trial is over. I hope they interview him and ask him a lot of questions because I want to know. I want to know what he's thinking. I want to know what the madness, the method to his madness. Oh, that's how you say it, right? All right, guys. Dude, this was a kind of a long stream. So guys, earlier we covered Paige Hanna and then day 22 of the Karen Reed trial. So I appreciate y'all being here. I hope you guys have a good one. I'll read the rest of the doc maybe a different day, or you know, maybe Lolly will just get into it during the trial stuff. Okay. But I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate y'all chatting with me. And tomorrow there is no court date, so I would not be streaming any court stuff tomorrow. But I don't know, it's gonna be a challenge because Wednesday, Thursday, Friday are all full days. And usually half days or no court days gives me time to catch up, but I'm already caught up with day 1. It's all the other days where I'm like, what am I going to do? Bike week was real. Yeah, guys, thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you guys have a good one. Take care, and I will see y'all later. With this very crazy, wild